Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Joining me tonight is a good friend of mine, Mr. Az, otherwise known as Heel versus Babyface.
How you doing?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
Questioning my life decisions, but okay, apart from that, it's all good.
Speaking of questioning life decisions, let me also welcome to the stream another very special guest, Mr. Andrew Branca. How you doing, man?
I'm here drunk. So great.
Yes. What's up? Why are you drunk already? Like, what have you been doing other than drinking?
Dinner party.
Oh shit. Those are always charming.
Less dinner and more party.
Yes, yeah. Of course. So both of you guys, welcome to the show. It's been a while since I've talked to either of you, and I'm happy to have you on.
I thought you were dead. I thought C. Boozy killed you. I thought that was one of the
No, but you know what? What almost killed me? This was last night.
Good Lord.
This is 122 proof whiskey.
Oh,
I made bad choices. It was not good. It's not good. So I'm going to put that one down. We're going to go a little lighter this evening, I think. But no, Andrew, I was banned from YouTube twice.
Yeah, I heard that. By the way, you earned it, my friend. I'm sorry that they're a fascist group of contemptible scumbags, but what else would you expect from a fascist group of contemptible scumbags? I mean, you're being you. You've been only telling the truth from day one, as far as I can tell. But when you're beholden to S-bags like that, the outcome is not unexpected.
No, you're 100% right. That's where we all are these days, because we've put our, and I don't mean like we just as content creators. I mean literally everybody on earth. We've put our hands in the
right.
We put our like lives and our social presence or whatever in the hands of these fucking uncaring caretakers.
Right. I don't mean just you. I'm there, right, too. I mean, I'm a YouTube creator too. It's the same.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I just put my hands with them. I just give them my hands.
Where do you put your hands as? Oh, by the way, Andrew, this is Az up here.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
He typically reviews like shitty TV shows.
Trash TV, yeah.
I don't know why
TV.
This is his life, but he chose this. He chose this life.
The cringe life. I didn't choose the cringe life, Nick. The cringe life chose me.
I get it.
But anyway, thank you guys for coming on.
Oh, it's not a good plan.
Well, if they're going to put it out, I'm going to fucking rip the shit out of it, you know?
Well, I have no agenda today. I was going to check in and see what you guys were doing. I was going to talk a little bit about last night's live stream. I'll do that when more people kind of filter in, because I know some people are wondering where it went, and I'll talk about that. But I did not get disciplined by Mama Susan at YouTube or anything. It's just been a blast. But we'll get into that in a little bit. But Andrew, have you been watching the Alex Jones trial at all, or any trials?
No, I have not, and I've been regretting it. Frankly, it's like the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial. The first 2 weeks I ignored it because I for folks who don't know, I normally just cover use of force, self-defense type cases, George Zimmerman, Kyle Rittenhouse. So I tend to ignore the cases that are not that. And but I end up deeply regretting that decision when it was Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And I think I'm beginning to regret it when it comes to Alex Jones. This looks like a complete effing circus of a trial. I mean,
it's a disaster.
Jones, and listen, I'm not a huge Alex Jones fan. I have no trouble with the guy. I think he's fine. But the way the way he's destroying the apparent justice of the criminal justice system in this court is unbelievable. Even if you think the guy's half crazy, well, what's that mean about the criminal justice system when he's just doing this to that?
Yeah, he's just completely dismantling the illusion of impartiality, of fairness. I mean, this judge is such a bitch. What she's been like allowing the plaintiff's attorney to get away with it's insane. Like, this is just a damages ruling and or just a damages trial, and they're like bringing up thumbnails that he's doing currently. It's like, okay, so what does his thumbnail from today about the tyrant judge, what does that have anything to do with the damage his statements caused to these parents 10 years ago? Like,
listen, we've all watched criminal trials. We've all watched criminal trials together where this kind of evidence would never be admissible. So why is it admissible now? Because the judge is pissed? Because people don't like Alex Jones personally? I mean, that's not a justification for the admission of evidence.
You didn't see that new that was the new rule in the Connecticut Rules of Civil Procedure, is that if the trial, it's rule 69 FU, and it's
if the defendant happens to be a dickhead, you can admit whatever evidence you want.
No, it's even more specific than that. It's if the defendant happens to be Alex Jones, and this is in reference to the Sandy Hook shooting, then anything comes in.
Yeah, I was listening to.
And again, I'm no huge fan of Alex Jones. I don't have a problem with him, but I'm not a huge fan of him. But they're treating him, this trial, as if he had shot those children himself. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I was listening to a wrestling podcast the other day, and they started talking about Alex Jones in that. And I'm just like, this is just talk about the sweaty men throwing each other around the place. And then he was talking, but he was like on the left, and he was just talking about how much he hated Alex Jones, and it was how much he thought he was crazy and all this. And so it's like it's infiltrated a whole side, and they're just all out for it's a witch trial now. It's just they're all out for blood, and they're all there. Yeah. It's like Murder on the Orient Express. They're all getting a stab in. They're all just trying to get their stab through on that one. But I saw the clip. I haven't watched the trial, but I saw some of the clips on YouTube, on Twitter, and it was just like, this looks like a farce. This trial just looks like an absolute farce.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I always have to preface it because I know people have some strong opinions on Alex Jones. I think the man's one of the most entertaining people on the planet. I don't believe half the shit he says because, like, I don't frankly care. I just look at him and I go, this guy has raw charisma, and he's just funny and engaging. But I don't like watch his show. I don't think I've ever watched a single episode of the Alex Jones show. I don't think I've watched a single episode of anything produced by InfoWars in its entirety, maybe a clip or two.
Yeah, so I haven't either. I don't know anything really about Alex Jones. But if you're going to declare war on him, if you're going to affirmatively make him an antagonist in your argument, all right, now you have to prove him wrong. So prove him wrong. Prove him wrong.
Should be easy.
Before you chose him as an antagonist, I didn't give a crap about Alex Jones. I had no idea who he was. But now you've declared him as this great enemy. Fair enough. Prove him wrong. Now the burden's on you. And apparently you can't do it. So what's that say about you?
Well, they don't have to. This is the worst part is they don't have to prove him wrong because both the Texas trial and the Connecticut trial, the judge just defaulted him. I mean, there was no jury ruling that Alex Jones defamed these parents. There was a judge default ruling that he defamed the parents on both trials. It's like, wait, what? And anybody confused about how that happens, the Alex Jones allegedly, I don't know the full details, but he did not comply sufficiently with discovery requests. And a potential sanction for failure to comply with discovery is default. Usually you don't go straight to it, and usually you don't do it in a multi-million-dollar case like this, like you would sanction Alex Jones. And I think they tried to sanction him in one of the cases on a daily basis for non-compliance. But his contention, his lawyer's contention, was that he always did comply. So, that's kind of common in lawsuits, is one party says the other party didn't do something. This is very frequently happens. But yeah, so we like the really hard part for this is Alex Jones, what he said, of course, could be despicable, sure, but is it protected speech? And now we don't have a legal answer to that.
Well, we ought to. Of course it is protected speech. How many MSNBC commentators have we seen civilly sued because they said stupid shit in front of a camera? I mean, Alex Jones does not have to be right about what he's saying. It only has to be his free speech interpretation of what he perceives as being what's happening. That doesn't make you liable to civil suit. But of course, obviously, this whole thing is just a political agenda. Nobody from MSNBC or CNN is being sued for doing essentially identical kind of commentary. They just want to crush this guy. It's the same with the civil suit against Trump now in New York State. It's complete nonsense.
As I'm hearing from the chat that you have a relationship with Alex Jones.
He's a two-time Friday Night Tighter.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys have had him on the show.
Yeah, but I mean, other than that, that's the only interaction I've had. Gary's the one who like loves Alex Jones and listens to all his shows and whatnot. But yeah, he's been a guest on Friday Night Tights, and he's joined us in taking the piss out of Kenobi or whatever, whatever it might have been at the time.
Listen, I'm really worried about the Galactic Empire.
We kind of wanted him to leave the
co-opting of the
the SH
order
stuff behind, you know. But if we could have less SH and maybe a little bit more, Juan Solo, then yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, he's been a guest on Friday Night Tights twice. He was great. I mean, I don't necessarily have to agree with everything that he said, and any of that business. Does. But my personal interaction, which is him being on Friday Night Tights, he was a gentleman behind the scenes. He was fun when we were live on the show, and so I don't, just from a human standpoint, I don't have any grievances or anything against him.
Okay. When are you delivering the baby? When are you going to pop out that little Alex Jones baby?
Well, he called me handsome, so.
But then, my God.
On the first time he came on, he called me handsome. And then on the second time, it all became apparent because he said, "Oh, you're the British me." And then so I was just like, "Oh, he just saw himself in me. That was it." Oh,
it's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Us narcissists like ourselves.
Yeah. Hey, look, sometimes love just ain't meant to be.
So, Andrew, what have you been watching then? Anything? You've been following any trials or anything right now?
Oh, no. I'm waiting for the damn mattress dumpster trial to start.
Yeah, it got pushed to next year.
Swing. Those guys.
This one right here.
Thank you, swing.
That would be it.
I can't wait for that.
I can't wait for the beer belly trial. Listen, they keep delaying it month after month after month. But if they keep doing it? Listen, we live in America. Americans keep goddamn shooting each other. So eventually, the trial will show up. I'm sure that we can comment on. Americans, we have our Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, and some of us insist on using it to shoot people. So,
well, the good news is there's a man who is not on trial for his Second Amendment rights, but rather his pre-19th Amendment rights, which is the right to drive without women being involved. I just made that up.
A good rule. Listen, we should have a whole show on whether giving women the right to vote was a good idea in the first place. That's a perfectly reasonable argument to make. That largely destroyed Western culture.
Let me get rid of my strikes. And then we can do it. No, it's Darnell Brooks, the innocent man abducted by an SUV that then independently rolled over, children at a parade with him in this helpless behind the wheel of the car, obviously not driving or intending to run anyone over. His
What?
trials, the Waukesha parade guy. I'm joking.
Okay.
Because
Oh,
remember,
that guy. All right.
remember how they reported this guy? This
No,
guy
they called
runs
it.
over.
No,
It's
that
like,
was
yeah,
a
an
Stephen
SUV
King,
runs over. It's like,
right. Some mean alcoholic took over the car and ran over all those people.
yeah, it was me. I hacked this Tesla and just started driving it around from my computer. No, this is Grand Theft Auto. No, his trial starts on October 3rd, and he's asking to represent himself.
Oh my God, we have to cover that one.
I thought wasn't this guy
Really?
deemed
Hey, listen,
crazy?
I'll do it for free.
Isn't this guy been classified as insane though?
No, he's not insane. He's going to stand trial.
No, insane and under. I'm sorry, AZ. I assume you're in, not in America, correct?
Yeah, he's in England.
Yeah.
Okay, so in America,
Or New Zealand,
being insane for purposes of a trial basically means that you're completely insane. You thought the people you were not running over people. You thought you were running over Martians, people from another planet. So it's that complete degree of insanity.
Yeah, so you have to have no concept that what you're doing is wrong,
right?
In any way. So, which is a like that sounds kind of simple, but it becomes a really high bar to prove that you had no idea, because you can be wrong about who you're running over. If you're like, yeah, I knew this motherfucker deserved it, and like you're completely wrong about who the person is, and so it's like, oh, he had no intent or whatever. Well, no, he still had intent to run over a person, and he still knew that was wrong,
or manslaughter, or accident, or lots of things. But to be completely clear of criminal liability, you basically had to think, I was not running over a human being. I was running over an alien.
A communist.
Right. Well,
wow, that's exactly kind of the tact I was thinking, Nick, to be honest with you, but not even in a comical way. I was thinking, oh no, what if he starts going down the avenue of these weren't actual human beings that I was running over?
Yeah, well, he might, but so far he plans to represent himself. He asked the judge, I think, today.
Good choice.
And
it's so much fun, Nick.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna see if I can. It starts October 3rd, so I'm gonna try and make sure that I have the schedule to watch it, because that's just it's just a week from Monday. So
It should
very
be
excited.
a quick trial.
You'd think, but it probably will be a long trial.
Yeah, it should be.
It should be quick, but there's going to be a lot of witnesses. I mean, that's the thing. You've got six dead victims, on several injured victims. You're going to have witnesses who are there who watched their loved ones get killed or injured. You're going to have 5,000 police officers testifying because it's a parade.
No way it's quick. So a typical American, in my experience as a criminal defense attorney, a typical American murder trial is 2 days or 3 days. These trials go on forever, weeks, days, weeks for sure. So no, this will not be a quick trial. If there's something to be contested, be assured it's not going to be a 1 or 2 day murder trial.
It's just weird because there's like the information about it is the incident is actually quite sketchy, because for some reason, which I don't personally know, you might be able to answer this. Maybe it's because I'm in the UK, I'm not sure. But the media decided not to cover it after a certain thing was discovered about the driver.
Yeah, that probably means it's even more ambiguous, which means it's more likely the trial is to be longer rather than shorter.
Sean, potentially criminal here in the chat, says it's planned for 4 weeks.
So for folks who don't know, in America, seriously, a typical murder trial is 2 days or 3 days or 4 days. That's it. So if they're expecting a 4-week trial, that means it's by definition aberrant. It's not normal.
Yeah, it's not normal. And again, just the volume of witnesses. I mean, you're at a parade, you're going to have a whole bunch of people as potential witnesses. So then you go through, you assess the credibility of them, and you pare that down to a good list of like grandmas and church ladies and a bunch of people that no one would have any like ability to impugn or rip apart on the stand to come up and cry and get this guy put away forever. Because it's Wisconsin, there's no death penalty. So what they're going to aim for is life without the possibility of parole. I mean,
Who the
that's
hell's
all this
he
trial
going to
is.
call to the stand, though?
I hope someone funny. I hope like a mechanic for Toyota or something. I could explain why the SUV was driving itself.
Is it possible that the Toyota could go off-road into a group of people and just randomly hack them down?
Dude, I had a Ford Escort where I couldn't turn off the cruise control and it was stuck at like 75.
Right.
It was insane.
Once in I think it was 1983, I had a high school cheerleader who just would not stop. There was nothing you could do. So
I always dream about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, cheerleader's not stopping that. So,
but it's yeah, so that's going to be a mess, and it should be a beautiful mess. When people choose to represent themselves, a couple options happen. One, they're a sovereign citizen, and it's fucking hilarious. Two, they have some insane theory about law, but they're not a sovereign citizen, and it's also hilarious. Or three, they like really study and put on a competent case.
No.
And it's not going to happen.
No.
Do you think by the end of the trial, it'll actually be Toyota that gets put into prison?
Yes. Yeah. It'll be.
This SUV's just been placed into prison.
They'll just go around and they'll roll the windows down on the car, on the truck, and they'll handcuff around so the doors can't open on the front and back. You know, just this brutal SUV is going to prison. Finally, justice is served.
Justice, yes, justice has been served.
No, it's like in the what is it? The Roman gladiator fights where the emperor puts the thumb down.
Yeah.
The defendant goes pro se. He's defending himself. Everybody, including the janitor in the courtroom, goes thumbs down. That guy is entirely screwed. I mean, in today's legal system, you simply cannot represent yourself. And if you attempt to do that, everybody knows you just fed yourself into the food shredder. You're done.
Yeah, like there's effectively no argument for his innocence. So what he needs to do is craft a very careful argument mitigating his sentence so he can try and maybe get out in 20 years. Like that would be the goal.
That's a win.
Yeah, it'd be a huge win for him, but that's like honestly the goal that a good defense attorney would be going for in Wisconsin. It's like, if we can knock this thing down to 20 years, maybe
6 life sentences that should run concurrently.
Yeah, that's what he should get.
Of course, but if you're offered a plea, and frankly, it's one of the most difficult conversations you have as at least an American criminal defense attorney with clients, is your clients are offered a plea. They don't want to take the plea. The plea might be 10 years, 20 years in prison. But the alternative is if they go to trial and get convicted, and they're always vulnerable to being convicted. There's no 100% guarantee you're not convicted. It's life in prison. So do you do a deal for 10 years, 20 years, or life? Because if you're only 20 years old, 30 years old, well, come on, you do the plea deal and you might have a life coming out. You get convicted to the sentence deal, and that is forever. You are living forever in that prison. And it's often, in my experience, a very difficult conversation with the client.
I got a thing. I don't know if this is that thing. Right, let's just say you're convicted, life imprisonment, no parole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why can't you have an option to just take an execution instead?
No.
Because someone took that away from you.
Yeah. So in America, executions are very much like a light switch. It's on or off, and the decision is made very early in the legal process. And either you're vulnerable to that or you're not. But you yourself do not have the option of suddenly deciding, yeah, I'd like to be executed. That's the execution is in the power of the government. It's not in the power of the defendant.
And the worst part is,
I'm just thinking about saving people money. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm all for it. That'd be awesome.
the crazy thing is, if he wanted to, they'd stop him over and over every day. They would stop him every single day.
1,000 years.
No, but it is one of those things though, where in a simple world, it would be really easy to say, yeah, well, let's let this guy just eat the pill or whatever. But then what you've got are a couple different problems. You've got, what if there is actually evidence, like this person maintains their innocence, they're convicted, and then they go, well, I have no chance, so now I'm going to eat the pill. And then DNA evidence comes out 5 years later, whatever, that completely exonerates them, right? Like, oh, well, now the state has, and this is one of the anti-death penalty arguments. Now the state has killed someone or allowed them to kill themselves when they were in fact innocent, but it's just the weight of the system laying down on them. Plus you have the arguments that there are internal pressures or worse, that they would choose to kill themselves, but they wouldn't actually have made that choice, that would be the state choosing to execute them, and basically forging their compliance with it, something like that. I mean, those are arguments that I could see against it, but which would make it more. And the main thing is, this would all make it more expensive. This is why typically, like a death sentence that actually is carried out ends up being more expensive than a life without parole sentence that is carried out.
Which I don't care about, because the expense is the expense of the state. So F them. Right. They collect plenty of my tax money. So, but my greater concern is.
They should let you kill one of them as a tax write-off in Mortal Kombat.
Well, if the person volunteers, that would be a completely different game show question. So, but currently,
you just do Andrew. Yeah, you just go in, you do a quick draw against him. If he kills you, he gets his freedom. If you kill him, it knocks $480,000 off your taxes.
It's not really a fair competition.
Well, his gun doesn't work.
Squid Game it. Just get a bunch of convicted people that are going to die and just Squid Game the fucking thing. Make some money, get a TV deal, some sponsorships, stuff like that. And it's a good way to accrue some money back.
And then we just release them into North Korea or something when they're out. You don't get to stay here. You can go terrorize some other country. It'll be perfect.
So in America, there are some
released in California.
There are some of us who carry guns all the time, every day, for personal protection and know how to use them. And I would be among one of those people. So
I carry these guns.
Me, that would be a bad decision. But it would solve the problem. I would admit to that. That would.
Oh my God. Yeah, Jim Satala says that was a movie called The Running Man.
Yeah. But if this guy is gonna defend himself, this has already devolved into farce.
Yeah.
Before it's even begun.
It should never happen. I mean, society should be protecting people like me, who can shoot him dead in less than a second, from being an active member of public society. So I don't want to have to shoot him. Ammo costs money. Why should I have to expend that money to defend myself against an identified cretin? We should simply lock him up.
But the fact that 6 people are dead because he can't convict him immediately, but 6 people are dead because of his actions, and the court is saying you could go.
They should have harmed themselves.
Yeah, but the court's then just saying that's your crime. That's what you're coming to be tried about. Is the deaths of these people and the injured ones, and you get the right to defend yourself. It's like,
well, I have that right no matter what. And it doesn't matter what he did previously. If he tries to kill me, I have the privilege to kill him in self-defense. It doesn't matter what he did beforehand.
No, I'm talking about court, though. He's defending himself in court.
Oh, okay.
So why has he been like this guy's
nutter? Why? Is it different? We're in the UK?
But no. I'm just saying that this guy's like knocked down 6 people. He's going to defend himself in court.
Right.
That very fact that he's been allowed to defend himself in court,
sure,
to me just makes the court makes the whole trial look like it's going to be a farce from the get-go.
That's probably his goal.
I'm fine with that. I'll defend him. I'll be his criminal defense attorney. I have no trouble with that. Listen, he may have done horrible things, but before I allow the government to put him in a cage for the rest of his life, at least under American law, the government has to prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
But you wouldn't be talking. He'd be talking. He's defending himself.
Well, F him. He's an idiot.
Exactly.
Right. No, I got the guys.
Listen, if he throws me off as his attorney, he's defending himself, then he's up to his own devices. It's up to him.
Okay, I got to stop you. I got to disclose something. I can't allow you guys to keep defaming my client, Darnell Brooks. We've come up with an elaborate scheme. I'm not his criminal attorney. Okay. I'm actually his civil attorney.
Okay.
Here's the plan. You guys have cracked the code. He's going to defend himself. He's going to defend himself, and then he's going to lose, obviously. But I am representing him in his subsequent suit in which he sues himself for ineffective assistance of counsel. I've hooked him up with some nice malpractice insurance already, and he's going to go ahead and collect on that, and then he will buy all the prison boyfriends he wants. He's going to set himself up really nice. So, but if you would stop maligning my client, please. He's actually a very smart individual.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh my God. Crusader Jackaren says, doesn't the state's governor decide if someone gets the death penalty or not? No. No, the states have a death penalty law, or they don't. Wisconsin has abolished the death penalty. There is no way to get the death penalty in Wisconsin from the state unless you try to suicide by cop or something like that. That there is no legal process to a death penalty outcome in Wisconsin. You cannot get it. So, and in other states, the governor can stay a death penalty imposition. Like he can stop the execution from happening, because the governors have typically within their state constitutions the power to pardon, similar that a president would. So they could stay an execution, they could commute a sentence, they could actually pardon the guy if they wanted to. So that's just kind of all part of the governor's pardon power, is to prevent the execution of this person. But no, the governor doesn't decide.
Can I suggest to all the people who are really pro death penalty to consider the fact that we now have a president, Joe Biden, and his administration could play a role in deciding whether or not you are personally executed and whether you still think it's a good idea.
Yeah, that's one thing to very strongly consider, is that the death penalty may be a valid power of the state, but do you want that state? Do you trust the state to execute it faithfully?
Right. I met Joe once.
Remember, you can't just, you always need to
Is that
think,
where your hair went? Did he sniff it up like cocaine?
Well, I was 12. He was 30.
It sounds like my marriage.
Did you see that clip of him saying that?
I haven't seen. I've only seen people talking about it. Do you have that clip somewhere?
I can grab it. I can try and grab it for you.
Yeah, if you grab it, share it. I would love to see it. Joe Biden is he's just a gem. Could you imagine?
I did see that clip.
Could you imagine if he was a Republican saying the same things? Like, the amount of coverage would be off the fucking charts, and they just kind of let it all go.
Okay, I got it right here.
Pull it up.
Imagine if Trump was tottering around the stage like Biden does every day.
Here we go.
But guess what? We got a lot to do. You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. I was, but anyway, this woman helped me get an awful lot done. At any rate, but guess what? We got a lot to do.
That was fucking weird.
That's weird.
You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway. This woman helped me get an awful lot done.
Look at this woman here. She's like, what? Fuck?
It's like, well,
the other lass on the other side, she was like, fuck yeah, I love pedophile.
Yeah. Ready the catapults, please. Get rid of this fucking weirdo. He's so, like, his whole demeanor, like that. I don't like the use of the word creep in general, because it became such like this mainstay, like words suddenly enter the social media space and like creep became one where they just started calling every guy like a creep all the time. It's like, oh man, a guy was standing behind me getting coffee. What a creep. It's like, Jesus Christ, woman, you're in a line at Starbucks. But like he personifies that creep mentality. Like he's always lurking. He's like grabbing kids by the face and like pulling them back. And
Like kid's the boy the other day, and he's just like
yeah,
grabs him, pulls
weird.
him out. Then he like puts his head right round and starts kissing him. I'm like, dude, what is going on, and why are people staying silent? Because
I mean, come on, let's face it. If you were in a crowd at like a ball game and some old dude did that to your child, your 7-year-old child, would you not punch him in the face immediately?
Yeah.
And then look for explanations later? I mean, oh my God, I've got 4 kids. If you grabbed my kid by the head and started sniffing his hair, you're getting a fist in the face. Maybe
or
not
worse.
Maybe not by me, maybe by my brother, who knows? But somebody is stopping you from doing that instantaneously. There might be blood involved. And then you'll have to explain why the F you were doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. And you may not live through the encounter, depending on your explanation.
oh, I've got the clip of that if you want to see it. I've just found
the kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God. This is fucking
This is
gross. I did see
how
this
is
one.
this man president, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, America accepts full responsibility. Sorry.
Like, this is blatant and out.
What?
Stop petting him.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're America or the new king of England, or if you do that to my son.
Oh, it's Andrew. Andrew's the one who's into that by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
You are
Don't count
taking
Charles out yet.
A knuckle sandwich to the face. Sorry. And then we can all explain what happened later. But
I'd
that's
punch him so hard his faculties would come back.
Who you'd slap him back into lucidity?
I have to slap him back into lucidity so I can slap him back out of it.
He wakes up as a bitch.
Who laid over that promiscuous girl wherever you are? Who fucking put promiscuous in the
just the
background?
Twitter account person, isn't it?
I love that shit. Oh my God. So as what have you been up to, man? What have you been? I know you've been watching She-Hulk.
Yeah.
I know you've been watching Lord of the
She-Hulk.
Rings.
Yeah. So right, I do a She-Hulk review every week with Jane Theory.
Yeah.
You know who Jane Theory is. So we do the She-Hulk review every week. It's terrible, so we just spend an hour just ripping it apart. So there's a lass on the show, Jamelia something or other. She's the one that plays Titania, the one that bursts in the courtroom at the end of the first episode.
The super powered social media influencer.
Yes,
this
that
show
one.
is so fucking cringe. I can't take it. Like everything is a meme, and none of it is funny.
No, none of it's funny. I haven't laughed once in 6 episodes.
I
And,
just sat there like this.
So I think
today.
I complimented Jamelia on her jubblies. I call them Jamelia's jubblies because they're not.
Okay, yeah.
Even she thinks so. She
Funny
tweeted
thing
out,
is,
my
this could
rap's
have
good.
taken almost any typical American female lawyer and not turned her green, and she would have been She-Hulk. I mean, in my experience,
But you haven't got to
normally what you encounter.
You ain't got to this episode though, Nick. And the latest episode, episode 6, she goes to a wedding. Her friend from high school, who she hasn't spoken to in ages, invites her to be a bridesmaid, obviously. And hilarity ensued. And by hilarity, it wasn't funny at all. So anyway, she goes to the rehearsal dinner or whatever. And she's she hulked herself up, and everyone's complimenting her on being green and fuck whatnot. And then the bride comes out,
This
and
is
there's Jamelia's
Jamila.
jubblies. Yeah. So the bride comes out, and they have a conversation, and the bride's not happy. She's like, "You're upstaging me. I want you to be normal."
Well,
so
indeed.
when Jane and I are reviewing the episode, yeah, but when I'm trying to think of something at least positive to say, so when we're reviewing the episode, I say to Jane, Well, the bride had some nice, she had a nice rack as well. And then we carried on. We finished the review up, does what it does, doing all right. Friday Night Tights tonight, we end up getting to the She-Hulk portion of the show. Right. And they're talking about, she turns up at the meal, and then the bride comes out to greet her, the trans woman.
You got wrecked.
And I was like, oh no. I said she had a nice rack.
Yes, you did.
I did.
Yes, you did, Az. You
I got
love men.
I love men.
Yeah. Objectify whatever.
I fell into the trap. Right, I'm gonna find a picture.
Eyes up here, okay? Eyes up here. Up here.
Yeah.
Eyes up here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a picture, and then you are gonna.
I'll judge it objectively.
Yeah. You can judge it objectively, but I fell. Here we go. I fell into the trap.
Make sure you get the penis in the picture too.
Oh, it's erect, so it's okay. It's right there for everyone can see. So that's the bride that I said's got a nice rack, and that's yeah.
There you go. That's a dude.
That's a dude. Yeah. It's a
That's
biological
a dude right there.
Oh God, I zoomed it in. Yep, that's a dude. Okay.
Well,
so I am now officially an ally.
Yep.
And I think we better have a bit less bigotry in this.
Well, I'm just glad you finally decided to live your life as a gay man. It's very brave of you to do so.
Well, like I say, I'm so glad Drex isn't here, because I'd be destroyed.
He would kill you.
Nuke me from orbit in 4K and all that sort of stuff.
Oh my goodness!
How any of this helps actual women and feminism? I'd like to know.
Oh my gosh, it is so. I can't even express how bad the show is. Like I can't. It's impossible. How many
dudes want to marry She-Hulk right now? How many high quality men, like alpha men? Like, yeah, She-Hulk. That's the woman I want to wife up.
Well, the funniest thing was she went on a date. She went on a bunch of Tinder dates in one of the episodes.
Oh, did she?
Some guy says, "I don't want to talk about me. I want to talk about you." So she immediately said, "Let's go." Took him back to her place as the She-Hulk, because that's what she was. Yeah. She picks him up, takes him into the bedroom, fucks him sideways, and then in the morning she's like regular Jen. And she's cooking him breakfast, and he comes out and he's like, "Who are you?" Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, I'm Jen. I'm the the human form of She-Hulk." And he's just like, "Nah, not my type. I'm going. Bye."
Exactly like real life, right?
Nailed it.
You got railed by She-Hulk at night, right after a few drinks. That chick is awesome. You wake up in the morning, she's cooking eggs, and she looks like
She was cooking eggs,
right?
She was probably burning the eggs, though. She was. It's like almost impossible to burn scrambled eggs, and she would pull it off.
No, Nick, the only eggs that she's burning are her own.
Yeah. It's just boiling her ovaries.
Right.
Because there's nothing less that a Cali woman wants than a baby.
Yep. It's like, someone get some laser eyes and give me a hysterectomy immediately.
Unless the baby's holding a check. If the baby's holding a check, that's okay.
Oh yeah, then
okay, yeah, but then they'll take the check off the baby, then they'll kill the baby and say, well, it came within that 3 days, 6 months, 6 year, whichever fucking California is going for now, period of being able to slaughter your child legally.
No big deal.
10 years.
So I got a very big super chat over on Rumble.
Ooh,
J.H. Schwalbach says, Gary DM'd me. She as attorney at law is live on Ricada. He will show his penis to win the case. Hail all. So there you go. Yeah. So I guess you gotta put it down to win the case there, Az.
It's only 1090 HD. I mean, there's not enough. pixels.
No, so we're sitting there. I'm watching this because I'm going on Wednesday. I'm going on EFAP, and we're going to be reviewing.
EFAP?
Yeah, it's every frame a pause. It's an acronym,
Oh,
you
okay.
degenerate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
It's not EFAP, fap, 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 fap.
no, that's what I'll do when the show's over tonight.
That's
No,
IFAP
So it's
to dudes' tits, apparently.
yes, that's where you'll be. So I'm going to go on there and we're going to review, I think episodes 5 and 6 of She-Hulk. But I wasn't going to watch this shitty show, but now I have to catch up. So I'm sitting there and I roped my wife into watching this with me because I needed someone to join me in my misery.
Oof.
And in the middle of today's show, we're just deadpan faces because there's nothing. It's so uninteresting and unfunny that you're just like in this trance the entire time of, is it over yet? Like, you're not even mad. There's nothing to be mad about. There's nothing to be happy about at all. And she goes, this show makes me embarrassed to be a woman.
Well,
That's
it's like
the right
this
answer.
red propaganda. It's like they do these fake soap opera type things, but it's so miserable and hateful that
Yeah, it's because it's their life.
Telemundo will save Western civilization, man. Genuine Telemundo will save us. Those hot Spanish chicks, that will save us. I mean, of course, they're drama queens, but we'd rather have that than the cold ice queens that the left is delivering.
This is what I noticed. So watching the show, of course, all of the women in the show are single, right? Like every single one of them.
Yeah,
And I started thinking about it, and
no
I'm like,
no man can't keep no man.
right. And I'm like, this isn't just this show though. This is like all these shows. Any woman in her 20s, late 20s, mid to mid 20s to like mid to late 30s, they're all single. And this has been going on for a long time. And I'm like, this is not the norm where literally fucking everyone is single. Like everybody in a professional workplace, every single person is single. None of these people like just happen to get married in high school or college or sometime in the next 10 years after that.
When they could.
It's
Because they can't anymore. Ladies, 35
The Korean
years old,
women.
good luck. 35, that's the wall, baby. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck marrying a man you care about. That's not happening.
That's
You're
what
gonna
happened to
settle-
Princess
you're gonna
Diana.
settle
She
with
hit the wall.
Beta Bob is gonna, and you are gonna divorce him in 3-4 years.
Nick,
And
that's not fair. Dodie Fayad also hit it with her. So.
I'm not saying she's not hittable.
No. I made a joke while you were ranting. You missed it. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I said you said 35. That's when the wall hits. I said that's what happened to Princess Diana.
Oh, well, actually, the wall hits at like 28, but whatever.
Oh shit. Oh yeah. So tell me about this. Tell me about the Queen. The Queen.
She's
dying.
dead.
I know she's dead. I made a bunch of jokes, but only to make the point. I don't actually like hate the Queen.
She was 96 and she died.
Well, but how did you feel? Like you're
I was sad.
you're
I
of
was- I
English
was-
descent.
I was sad. The Queen's probably the only nice member of the royal family. Maybe William
Yeah.
and Kate. But all the others are absolutely fucking Charles and Andrew and all them, like they're fucking disgusting.
That's how I felt when Reagan died.
Well, but yeah, it was sad because I mean, all my life I've only known the Queen
Right.
as the
Biblically,
monarch. You
did
know, she was.
biblically know her.
I was 12. She was 30.
Jesus.
But you know, she reigned for 70 years. So
Yeah.
you know, I've only known her as the Queen. So it was just like it's weird. It's weird because that's the only monarch you know. And then we didn't think Charles was going to take Charles because the King Charles has negative connotations here in the UK because King Charles I was beheaded for treason, Roundheads Cavaliers and all that. But he took Charles III, and I thought, no, actually that's perfect because he'll probably be a massive treasonous twat himself. Because just selling everyone out to the fucking World Economic Forum and all that sort of shite.
Well, now that the Queen is gone, because the Queen, like I made jokes about the Queen, but really, like I don't have any disrespect for her. The jokes were to prove the point that you can always joke. It's okay. We can joke about things, and she's already dead. She doesn't care.
She doesn't care. No.
Yeah. Not at all.
She probably wouldn't care in reality. In all fairness, she, like
right.
I said, she was
like, I'm a fucking monarch, you twat. That's what I would say if I were her.
The whole feeling in the UK has always been that when the Queen died, that would essentially be the actual death of the royalty in the UK.
That's what I was asking. When do you guys shed the monarchy?
Yeah, she was like the last sort of person kind of holding any sort of fort down, because like I said, Charles and Andrew, they're all a bunch of fucking degenerate fucks and all that.
Well, Andrew's out, right? Like he
was never in line. No. And he can't be in line because Charles has got children, so he's completely out of the picture. So he just goes off to Epstein's Island and chills out. And then when they said, "Hey Andrew, cut it out," and he went, "Okay, I'm just going to nip over to Epstein's Island and just tell him that I'm never going to come back again." And did that, didn't he?
What about Meghan Markle? She's not going to be the next queen?
Who?
Meghan Markle.
Sorry, let's just say, for argument's sake, William is killed. Let's just say he's Minecrafted somewhere.
Do you have a license to have this discussion as?
Sorry.
True.
I was just joking. You don't have to.
No. When are we? No, everyone loves Meghan Markle.
No, not everyone does. I think.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking now. We fucking hate the bitch. Everyone fucking hates the bitch.
No. She's a dumb whore.
Do you know how hard it is being a member of the royal family? Oh, fuck off, you stupid cow.
God, she is the quintessential, like, impossible to satisfy woman. Like, so what was it? I think it's Bill Engvall had a joke about these, this type of wasp, I think it was. And he's like, so the male of this wasp, yeah, like a bug, right?
Okay.
It's like the male of this bug will sit there and it will spend its entire life digging the hole, which will become the home for the female to breed, right?
Talking about my first wife right now.
Yeah, no. He says, so he's there, he's going to spend his whole life digging for all he's worth. And she's just going to stand there griping at him.
Yeah.
That's what I get from Meghan Markle. Like, just, you have everything. First of all, you're like American aristocracy. You're born into money and success by virtue of your name that was built by other people. Great, which I have no problem with. But then you go and somehow decide to wrangle a royal, like, because I guess you needed to do that, to add that to your fucking checklist. So then you marry into one of the last sustained monarchies on the planet. And you're like, well, I don't know. This is just like a little much for me.
So let me ask you, a guy in that culture, she married someone who was flying combat helicopters. I mean, a real man's man, absent
dressing up as Nazis at fancy dress parties.
Oh my God! She grabbed his balls and put them in a jar like nobody's business. I mean, holy crap! How does that happen?
Her pussy must be made out of pure sunshine.
Right, or a vice.
It's like that rainbow that all the Care Bears slide down. Like, that's the way in. Whenever she opens her legs, there's just a giant rainbow, and you just get to woo straight in.
There's no way that you can 180 a man like that unless you're riding like Seabiscuit or something. She's got to be.
Maybe every day she tells him, "If you fuck up, I stop taking my birth control pill and don't tell you."
Well, they got 2 kids.
Did she birth them?
Are they his kids? Do we know? Are they rather dark skinned or?
Well, she's quite a light,
right?
Dark.
I noticed that.
And he's a ginger, so no, the babies came out very white.
They did. That's good laundering.
Are you sure they did? Are you sure it wasn't? Hold on, I've got
not that
evidence.
it matters, of course.
We're not. We're not going into Game of Thrones territory here, I don't think.
I mean, if people want to cuckold themselves, that's fine. It's a free.
It's not fine. Don't.
All that, whatever.
It's never fine. No, maybe they look like Andrew, right?
I'm Andrew.
No, Prince Andrew.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh wow.
There's a-
They
You
might
don't
look
want to
like
be. You don't want to be that Andrew. Trust me.
Right. Okay. I have to find this tweet. I have this. I know exactly how the babies turned out this way. Where is it?
How? Hey, I've got a question for you both. I mean, I don't know. Just look, my loring starts and stops at Judge Judy.
Sure.
So how come what's Majiggy Epstein's right hand woman? How can she be found guilty? Produce all that evidence, and not a single arrest has been made out of the clients from those books.
Yeah, it seems weird, right?
Quite a bit, yeah.
So there's the kind of realistic view of how trials should happen, and then there's the practical, technical view of how trials can happen. And she got convicted under the latter, how things can happen. And obviously, there's powerful political forces against her here. So that's how that happened. You got fed into the machine. It's just like 500 years ago, if you got fed into the justice machine of the royals in the UK, and Henry VIII decided your head had to go, your head went. That's what happened here. It was a politically motivated and delivered prosecution, and she got the result of that prosecution. She could be, by the way, she's still alive, right? Is she still alive? She didn't kill herself yet.
No.
She could be spouting names all day long, and she's not, because she's hoping she can still open a door to getting some mitigation of her sentence.
Oh, hold on. There's a knock at the door. Who's that? I better go answer it. I'm sure it's just the postman or the milkman or something. I'll be right back.
Damn it. I wish I could find this fucking thing. I saw this Japanese soap commercial, and it was literally washing skin white. It was so bad. Oh man.
Hey Nick, I'm not screwing up your show, am I?
No.
Okay.
No, this is perfect. I'm just trying to find this ad that I saw because it was so funny, but I don't think I'm gonna find it now. But yeah, it was these Japanese people that little darker complected, and they're scrubbing with this soap, and then when the water washes off, they're stark fucking white. I was like, oh my god, they sell this stuff. It was a Chinese commercial. Oh man, hold on.
Like how racist.
Love it. It's perfect. Is there a video? Shit. No, I don't see. I saw it on Twitter, and I thought it was on Undead Scribe's Twitter account, but I can't find it.
And by the
it
way,
doesn't matter.
The folks who are watching, sorry about the bad lighting and all this. I'm not in my normal place for video. So sorry, this is what it is. Accept it or not.
Yeah, is this the new office?
No, this is my old office, but I took all the shit off. I took all the crap. I'm sorry. I took all the stuff off the walls, and
you can say shit. You can swear. Don't worry about it.
No, it's the old place, but my wife owns the old place now. So
yeah,
my new office is the new office.
Oh God, I can't wait till I get a new office. Ooh, I'm chomping at the bit here, man. I've got a guy drafting an expansion to our house, and like I'm just okay.
Man, put double the space, double whatever they tell you, double the space. We actually leased new office space. And I thought it was twice the size I needed. It's half the size I need. So whatever they fucking tell you, whatever they, am I allowed to curse or not?
Yeah, curse all you want. Here, let me help. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker.
Right. Whatever they fucking tell you, double it. Double it. They're fucking lying to you. When you get there, it won't be enough. You'll be sitting in a fucking toilet paper tube. Just whatever they tell you, you need 100 square feet, 200. 400, 800, whatever they tell you, double it.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless it's England, then screw you because you have no space.
Probably.
Sorry.
No,
There's nobody at the door. There was just all these red dots which kept appearing on me.
All right.
Oh.
I thought it's Firefly, so just shut the door.
Fucking hell. I wish I could.
Hey, by the way, you ever come to Colorado, let me know. We have plenty of guns, lots of fun stuff for you to shoot. So open invitation, guest room, hot tub, all that stuff.
Oh my. It's going to happen. It's actually going to happen. We used to go to Colorado, my wife and I, and then our kids. We used to go every 2 years, basically.
Yeah,
we haven't been out in like a decade though.
Yeah,
and,
that's a mistake.
Yeah. And plus I can go eat a bunch of weed there, but I can do that here now.
Yeah.
But did you hear about this? What happened in Minnesota?
But listen, bourbon is way better than weed. I'm sorry.
I know. But so this was funny though, because this happened in Minnesota. So we have medical marijuana, right?
Yeah,
but there's no legal marijuana, except the other day the Congress people put in a bill to regulate the sale of edibles. But the edibles have to have the THC derived from industrial hemp, not from a normal marijuana plant.
Okay.
But the Republicans who would normally oppose this didn't pay attention to the bill, and they thought that the edibles were like CBD edibles because that's what's normally taken from the industrial hemp. And they weren't paying attention to the fact that if you take 5 milligrams of THC, it doesn't matter how much hemp it took to make the 5 milligrams, it's still 5 milligrams of THC. And so they legalized completely edibles in Minnesota as long as it's 5 milligrams of THC per, like, I think it has to be like a 60 milligram, thing. And so now you can just go to anywhere and buy weed edibles all over the place, completely unregulated. It's so fucking funny.
Well, that sounds like a good premise to a fantastic party. So I'm not telling anyone not to do that. I would only caution people that edibles take time to kick in. It's not like taking a hit off a joint. I mean, I'm old, so in my era, not that I ever did this, of course, but
yeah, right. Tell us about those days in New York, New Jersey.
Edibles, it takes time to kick in, and unfortunately, some people will take an edible, not feel an effect, take another one, not feel an effect, take another one, and then feel all the effect right away. So be cautious with those edibles.
That's no. I have no tolerance.
Life, my friends.
I'm so bad. I'm so bad at weed. So like I've taken a couple, and it's always one at a time because, well, I did 2 once for a local stream because that was funny. Man, I got trashed immediately and then slept like a baby. But for me, it just ends up knocking me out. So I could never do one during the day because it would completely ruin the entire day for me. So
yeah, weed is not my vice. I'm already stupid enough. I don't need something to make me more stupid.
Me either. I just did it for the meme. But the liquor is good for me.
Oh yeah, no,
so
liquor makes you smarter, obviously.
Oh Jesus. Okay, so you've been watching She-Hulk, which is garbage. I think we've killed that one. What about Lord of the Rings though? That's pretty good, right?
Apparently, it doesn't have any dudes with tits, so I'm out.
It doesn't have dudes with tits. Does it? Are there? And I heard there's no like lady tits either. No, there's no nudity in this show, right?
No, this is the Lord of the Rings is very much a PG show. There's no.
What the fuck's the point?
They've said shit. I think they said shit in an episode. One of the words Tolkien loved to use in his works was, of course, shit.
Well, but see, they didn't get the rights, right, to do this, and so
they have the rights to the appendices in the appendices. That's what they have in the Silmarillion.
Yeah, but they're completely making this shit up, basically. Yes. Like they have like some outline, and then they're just like, okay, well, we can kind of do whatever we want within this very loose framework.
Well, they just added another Silmaril this week, so yeah, they talked about a hidden one that nobody had found. There's just another one just hanging around in a tree.
Oh, what, did a woman find it?
No, it was being guarded by an elf, and it was being attacked by a Balrog.
How would a woman find it? Was it in a
and then lightning struck it, and it created Mithril, and it's all just horse shit. It's just utter horse shit.
So my whole point though is when you have nothing and you're just winging it, like who cares what Tolkien would say? They clearly don't. So it should be the raunchiest, most vile, profane show that exists. Like just go 180 degrees away from Tolkien. Right?
But they wanted a PG. Bezos
should have an
wanted his Game of
Elf
Thrones, but he wanted a family-friendly one, and he thought this was going to be the family-friendly show that would catapult Amazon Prime or Amazon, whatever you want to call it now, to the stratosphere. And it's literally written by a retard in crayon.
Everything I've heard about it's bad. And I'm like, all you had to do was make like a Game of Thrones style show set in Lord of the Rings, or you could do Spartacus set in Lord of the Rings. To any of these, like you've got a prime television network where they're the only place where you can do this anymore. Like you can have all the nudity you want, you can have all the violence, you can have all the profanity. There's no MPAA ratings board who's going to fuck with you. You're producing your own thing. No one can stop Amazon from distributing. There's no laws, like the broadcast laws don't apply because they're not over the air. They're through the internet.
Yeah, but you're missing a massive fact.
So
why do that when you can just waste people's time with 5 hours of nothing?
Right. So we have human dramatic art of tragedy and drama from 10,000 years ago, and none of it fails to involve either sexuality or violence.
Yeah.
Every Greek and Roman drama involves sexuality or violence.
It's kind of like that's what people like.
Right? I mean, is that weird? I mean, are we just inventing that now? Now we're going to invent.
I think it's best when you combine them. Sex and violence together at the same time.
Yeah, yes, but you could do that, or you could drag a cart into town and pick up food from the floor and put it in it. And then do that for 15 minutes and go, well, that's wasted 15 minutes of this episode. Let's go over to something else, which is doing something completely mundane and fucking pathetic.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. I'm not watching that show. It would take a lot to get me to suffer through that shit. I saw some like 2-second clip of, I think, Galadriel with a sword or something.
Oh, fuck right off.
And I was like, why do I care about any of this? Like, why is this a thing?
You don't. She's the worst part of the show by a country mile, by an absolute country mile. She's obnoxious. She's awful. She's manipulative. She's a bitch. She's devoid of humor. Her fucking face turns milk sour.
Oh my God.
She looks like a bulldog licking piss off a thistle. You know, it's just everything about her is just horrible. And yet the show pretends. It's one of those ridiculous things where if you're in reality, she was acting the way that she's acting, you would just go, fuck off, cunt. Just fuck off. But the show, of course, just tries to have her as this amazing thing. So everyone's just like, oh, wow, look at the way she was so obnoxious and horrible to those people. Isn't she wonderful? It's like that.
What were you saying, Andrew?
She don't need no man.
No, she don't.
Wait, doesn't she? But doesn't
Do you know she doesn't? Because her husband, Andrew, has vanished into thin air.
Well, I thought she fucks Sauron, though, doesn't she? Like, isn't the whole thing, like, isn't that going to be, like, the big turnaround? Is, like, that she ended up fucking Sauron and, like, it was a big disaster?
Oh, no, he vag teases her.
He vag teases her?
Yeah. It's all when it's revealed that Halbrand, not Sauron, is Sauron, not Halbrand, at the end of the 8th episode. He's just kind of like, deuces, bitch, and then goes.
But you gotta hit it first, like before you do that. Like otherwise you wasted all your time and didn't get the I don't know. These people are fucking weird.
She's so fucking tight that I don't think you'd be able to fucking get it in.
No, it'll go in.
Everything about her is just so highly strong.
It'll go in.
Dude, you try getting an erection with that thing fucking barking at you. It's nigh impossible.
Oh, speaking of that, not really, but the She-Hulk thing. This is what when She-Hulk came out, and they did that fucking collage in the 3rd episode of like the social media response that was clearly targeted at like you as you and Gary and Jeremy. It's like, yeah, can't believe they made a She-Hulk or whatever. It's like, oh my fucking hell. Like, you can tell when they go through the cast credits on the show and you're watching it, and every creative member of the team is female, and you're like, okay, so it's the Wine Mom Book Club gets together and fucking writes this thing down, and they go, yeah, girl, like constantly. You can hear them writing the jokes, laughing at them, and then putting it out. Oh, it was so oh, I was gonna die.
But you know who wrote that episode? Dana Schwartz, the person that we roasted mercilessly on Friday Night Tights, and then she blocked us all during the show.
She was watching it.
Yes. Well, she was either watching it or somebody was watching it and said, "Hey, Dana, you're getting talked about on this show," and she blocked us all on that show. Then those. But the thing about that is, though, we think, haha, we got him, and we're just like, oh, thank you for letting us know we live rent free in your head. That's awesome.
Yeah,
thank you.
like why on earth do you care about a YouTube show, woman? Like, ever. That's the thing that's killing me about like social media is when you get like interaction from someone who should never on earth know that you exist, and they're getting mad about it. Like, for some reason, like Keith Olbermann replied to one of my tweets. It's like, you fucking dummy. Why are you responding to me?
Why do you care? Yeah.
I'm a jackass on Twitter. You're on whatever network that is that lets you hang around. I don't know, and bother people. But it's
Here,
like,
look, this is from this week's episode, dude. Let me share this with you. This is a man baby incel website, their own words. These are the memes that they created to wreck us. REKT us.
okay, so these are memes made by incels in the show, right?
Yes, correct. Against
All right.
She-Hulk, but they're actually made by humorless, cat-piss stinking lefty women who think that these are memes.
Okay. I
mean,
need to
come on,
call.
guys. In a way, it's kind of gay just talking about the damn show. Can we talk about soccer instead? That would be less gay than talking about She-Hulk.
Can we talk about
How
gay
did you
sex?
know
That's
my
less
next-
gay than this.
How'd you know my next subject, Andrew? No,
But
real
like,
quick
even
though.
this one makes a point though. Wants equality, but wants somebody to pay for a dinner. That's actually correct.
Yeah, that's not a meme. That's just true.
That's just fact. Yeah.
Okay.
And there was an
so-
episode where they actually told her that she looks like she's dressed like an NFL player. So an NFL player in a suit who's trying to get off a DUI.
Completely gay. I concur.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you guys? I need to know. Did you guys on Friday Night Tights? Did you call the incel army to out meme them?
No.
Me?
Why
We
not?
Because every review that we do just annihilates them on the show.
I know, but okay,
I mean,
I'm gonna call
the Legion
no,
of Memers do their own shit, Nick. We've got no control over them. They do what they want, and they do plenty.
I'm just putting in a request, like, you know, like the suggestion box to the incel army to out meme She-Hulk, like, and just, I don't know, that'd be funny to me. To like, this is what actual funny people come up with. They mean none of this boring bullshit. Oh God. Anyway, so
I mean,
no,
this is just a personal favorite of mine from She-Hulk. Yeah. And then you got
now it's kind of funny.
it's just a personal favorite. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so let's do move on because
Andrew's
She-Hulk is
broken.
poor Andrew's like,
I just feel so bad for young men these days. I mean,
what this
I didn't have an exceptional dating career. I don't claim any supermodels, but I dated attractive young women for 20 years before I got married. And the notion that this is what young men are faced with, I mean, it makes me want to cry.
don't cry though, because then you'll be gay.
Is this what's out there? These fat green
Because
girls?
we'll call you. Yeah.
Dude, you have it's so weird because like I've been married a long time, and when you talk to guys who are out there right now and dating, Like it's an abomination. It's a
Oh
fucking
my
shit
God.
show, and everything's a goddamn trap. Like every single thing is.
Don't I know it?
Yeah, like, I don't mean a trap that's a man, although that's the thing. But I mean, like, every fucking place where you step is a pitfall, like potential. Like what are you gonna do? So you're gonna have a nice discussion with someone, and then you're gonna go back to your apartment or their apartment, and then what? 2 days later, they're gonna be like, "Oh, by the way, I didn't consent to any of that, and I've called the
All right.
police."
But hypothetically, could you just hypothetically? I would never do this. I'm happily married. I'm out of the dating market. I would never do this. But hypothetically,
As this
could a
happened
single dude-
yesterday.
Yeah, like meet a She-Hulk and say, "Hey, I would love to be in a relationship with you, marry you. You're awesome. You're everything I've been looking for," and just kind of bang her out and then ghost her. Would that be like something that might happen in the real world?
Yeah,
I'd get her to sign an affidavit or something that she's agreeing to the sex. It's consensual.
Do you need that? If you just
my
told
God.
her your name was Mike Latoris, like
Well, bring a couple of witnesses with you as well.
Okay, so that's Drexel advice. Drexel advice is always on film, filmed
Yeah.
by a female.
Yeah.
well, okay, but
That's
he-
just
that
the
is-
king.
That's no,
Right.
he's because he says if this bitch ever comes back on me, I've got a female witness there. Because if he says no, look, everything was consensual, he's a giant black guy. He's definitely not with a black woman, so she's a small white girl. And
Right.
and
But
and
if I was with a woman, that's what you would say anyway. Anyway, that she was. Well, he was a big giant black guy, so
but no, so like that's his advice. I don't know. I loved the idea when they were like, oh, we're gonna have to have written consent forms for sex. Cause I just imagined like the frat house
the
rooms
notary. Imagine being in that notary business. Is like,
right on campus, the campus notary. That guy is buying everyone's cocaine right there. But no, could you imagine like just wallpapering an entire wall in the frat house with just consent forms? Like, cause that's what you do. Like if you're required to get written consent, I would staple that fucking shit to every wall you could find. It'd be so funny.
oh come on, these bitches would be getting notary stamps on their thighs, tattoos.
I'm gonna
Just
get
have
an
a
eye
contract
consent
tattooed on your
tattoo.
back, and they just tattoo it on. There you go.
Just write it in washable marker. Take a picture.
All right, guys. Well, listen, that ring was my lovely wife, Miss Emily, telling me my time is fucking up. So
Yeah, get out of here.
my time
It's
is
okay.
really-
We believe you.
Andrew, thank her very much for your
Hey,
time
guys,
for
have a
me.
great time. Talk soon, and all that stuff.
Nice to
Peace,
meet you,
brother.
Andrew. Bye.
It's gotta go. When you gotta go, as you gotta get gone. I love that guy. He's so fucking funny.
Yeah, I've watched Andrew before. I've seen him before.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
figured you had like once he popped on. I figured you know.
I'm just not good with the names, you know.
Oh. Speaking of names, I know I've asked you this, but I was drunk
Mm.
when I did. What heel versus babyface? What the fuck?
Wrestling, it's wrestling terminology. A heel is a
Oh,
bad
okay.
guy. A babyface
Yeah.
is a good guy. I comment on good things. I comment on bad things. I can be an asshole. I can be a nice guy. It was just kind of fit the bill, and I like watching.
How
him
ugly
sweating
is
and dressing.
Jason Momoa?
I wouldn't say that to his face.
You wouldn't be like, bro, you're kind of ugly though. Like, I mean, you got big arms, big shoulders, big chest, but
I don't think he's ugly. No,
I guess you're the
I don't
expert.
like his haircut that he's had done. That looks a bit.
What
that's
about
for
the
a
tire
role.
tracks? What about the tire tracks?
Big guy.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I mean, what's he expecting? Somebody to drive up the pathway? I don't know.
No, the dick just drives around the head and then into his mouth. That's what happens. Dude, Nina got fucking roasted for saying that he was no longer hot and made fun of his tire track tattoo. Did you see that? Like all the people like
a little bit, yeah. I didn't go into the minutia of the tweet because Twitter's just cancer. But Yeah, I'm not enamored with his tattoo. I don't think he's an unhandsome man, but I don't like the tattoo. But it's him. It's his head. If he wants a bunch of arrows that look like a Lego road pointing in a, going around a corner, that's fine. That's his head to fuck up, I guess.
Bria in the chat says, "Stop, Nick. That's literally a part of Hawaiian culture." Yeah, I know. I don't care. No. So I brought this up specifically because of what happened to Nina, who she's not like, I'm an asshole, but she makes kind of this innocent comment. She doesn't really like the tattoo or whatever. And then like the response that people gave her was like, "You fucking white whore." Like, how dare you? You bitch.
Do they know her?
No, clearly not.
No.
But they're like so horrible. And it's like, yeah, no. So now I will lean into it. Like, yeah, your tribal tattoos are gay. Get over it. I don't.
But why wait so long? I mean, why wait so long for I don't know. It's him. He can do what he wants. He'd knock me out with one punch. I don't know. He'll say whatever he wants with his son.
He'll tongue
I
punch
think
your
Jason
fart
Momoa
box
does come across. I mean, I know they're all fucking.
They're all
lefty
gay.
farts. Yeah,
No, they're all gay too. Down low, they're all gay on the down low.
Well, Tom Hardy said that he'd bummed the dude, didn't he?
Did he?
Well, yeah. I mean, somebody said to him about about sexuality or something, and it was just like, "Look, we're actors. We've all done it, darling."
Not all of us, Tom Hardy.
No, not well. I mean, we're not actors though, so.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Well, I guess it's a rite of passage. So yeah, so he's now married, but apparently he experimented in the old lovey-dovey world of the actors, according to him.
Maybe does a little dig dug on the side, if you know what I'm saying.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe it's an initiation to become an actor.
Well, see, that is actually a prevailing kind of theory, isn't it? Right? Like you have to be willing to have something go inside you from some sort of producer to get like a good casting.
Yeah.
Spot.
Yeah. So if they only had somewhere comfortable to do that, like a couch or something.
Right. Right.
Because didn't Brendan Fraser didn't say he was like sexually harassed, and Terry Crews?
His dick was grabbed by, but I think that might have been by a woman. I can't remember.
Was it by a woman? Okay.
Well, it's Hollywood, so
I thought he said he had some men trying to get a bit handsy with him.
I'm sure he has. Corey Feldman has like tried to speak out against it, and they just fucking ruined that guy.
Oh,
yeah, like him
and Corey Haim. Was it Haim?
Corey Haim's super dead.
Yeah, super dead now.
Yeah, they ruined him harder, I guess. But no, that was what
River
Corey
Phoenix and his cult life, and
Corey Feldman was talking about that like years ago, and then that was when like a whole bunch of shit then like right as he starts talking about the sexual abuse of particularly male child actors in Hollywood, how they get passed around at parties and all this gross stuff, like suddenly
Drew Barrymore.
Suddenly these things pop up about him, which I don't remember what the allegations were. I don't feel like they were like sexual allegations, but it was like burglary and drug use and all this stuff. And they just buried him. Like they just fucking destroyed him. Now he's independent, and I guess he has like a Twitter account where he talks about stuff from time to time. But I've always wanted to talk to him about that because I feel like he got just completely axed by Hollywood when he decided to speak out. Because of course, that's their mill. And we saw.
Can you reach out? Is there anyone you can reach out through?
I've tried a couple times and I never get a response. So, but I'm a bigger show now, so maybe I could try again. I don't know. Who knows? But that's what happened to that. Like Anthony Rapp, right? The guy from Rent, who Kevin Spacey's only living victim.
Literally. But he was at that party at what, 14 years old?
Yeah, and you're like,
what are these parents doing to their kids? Because Drew Barrymore was being passed around at parties, literally passed around at parties at 12.
Yeah, it's
getting
so
drugged
gross.
Up and fucked and all kinds of business. So
and now she's
out
to
the wolves.
Now she's out appropriating black culture by frolicking in the rain. That bitch.
What a cunt.
Oh, she looks a wreck in that video. I'm just saying. Drew Barrymore was hot for like.
She's in the fucking rain. Leave the be, woman.
I'm just saying don't call
Not
me
you.
woman.
No, the woman. The
Oh, the other woman.
clicky. Yeah.
Now I'm just saying Drew Barrymore was hot for like a 2-year period.
She was hot during Charlie's Angels.
And that's about it though.
She had
dating
dating or engaged to Tom Green at that time as well.
Yeah, that'll ruin most lives, I think. How about, oh my God, what about these celebrities who go from like being like, when you see their lives later and they're an absolute disaster, like if you don't, people may not know this, celebrity is the worst addiction on the planet. I think it's worse than meth. I think it's worse than anything. As long as you are in the celebrity and you are there and you have access to your drug, the fame and the recognition, like your life is apparently sweet, although it's probably not super sweet, but it seems like it, right? Because you have all this money, you have all this attention, you can do all this shit, you can go wherever, buy whatever. But you find these guys who are like not A-listers and they're kind of on the fringes, like Andy Dick. And then you see like Andy Dick showing up on fucking weirdo live streams on YouTube being crazy and like doing all sorts of
diving and
you're like, oh my,
beaten up by his boyfriend and
after in the army now, how could Andy Dick not be a multi-billionaire? I don't know. Like that was a colossal hit. But like you remember after a while that a lot of, okay, so there's the A-list actors, but the income disparity between an A-lister and everyone else is colossal.
Well, like Andy Dick is never going to get work in that field again,
or in any field. Like, what's he going to do? The dude's basically like completely cracked out. He's fucking insane.
Yeah. And he's doing live streams for burger money.
But like there was didn't it? Who was with Andy Dick in that In the Army movie? Pauly Shore. Like, wasn't there? He did like a movie about Pauly Shore is dead. It was like a self, but it was. And look at what happened to Brendan Fraser for a long time. Like now he's coming back, but that dude was down and out. He looked terrible. He gained like 1 million pounds. His life was fucking shambles. And so like when you're an A-lister, you make millions of dollars a year. What?
Answering a super chat subtly, which wasn't subtle at all.
Oh, okay. When you're an A-lister, you make millions of dollars a year. When you're not an A-lister, you can make an okay living for some places. You may make a couple $100,000, but this is LA, like Hollywood. That's not a lot to live in Hollywood. Like you can have an okay existence, but once that goes, if your one acting gig dries up, if you're like a guy who's even a lead, like a guy like Eddie McClintock for whatever from Warehouse 13, super cool guy. Love this guy, by the way. But Eddie McClintock was on Warehouse 13. He's the lead of the show. It runs for a ton of seasons, and then that show's over, and then it's like, okay, where's his next gig? And doesn't really have any. And so it's like, okay, well, what do you do next? Like, where do you go from that? Like you try and get another acting gig, but eventually, like if your name is
convention circuit.
Yeah. And you can hit the convention circuit, and some people do really well, but others don't. You know, I've been to plenty of conventions.
Brendan Fraser was another one who was again another person who was sexually abused by producers, directors, whatever, higher ups, wherever.
Wishes he was sexually abused by that chick from The Mummy. Damn.
God, Rachel Weisz. That's Daniel Craig's wife.
Oh, it's Daniel.
Daniel Craig was with this with his girlfriend for I think like 2 decades. Met Rachel Weisz, and then like immediately split up with his missus of 20 years. Got with Rachel Weisz, and they were married because he wasn't married to his they've been together for 20 years, but they weren't married. Met Rachel Weisz, and like within 18 months they were married. It was like,
damn,
wow.
How long ago was this?
Probably
still
10 or so years ago.
okay?
10,
So she
12
was.
years ago.
I don't know what she looks like now, but she was still in that like when the Mummy came out, she was smoking hot, right? And
Mhm.
she's gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Wh-
she still is. She's a very pretty woman.
Okay, yeah, I
Very
have
nice.
no idea what she looks like now. I wasn't besmirching the good looks of Rachel Weisz. I just don't know.
Mm.
What do you feel about that new 007 thing?
Oh Jesus Christ! The license to be a nearly said a gamer word.
Which
License to
one
be
was
a
it?
pussy.
Figget?
Yeah. A pork, pork. Pork balls.
Here, I've got the
Look,
picture. Here it is.
it doesn't even make any sense though, because if you're a British agent and you are sent to do some horrendous stuff in the name of your country, the last thing that you need to be in touch with is your feelings.
Yeah,
And
I love this.
I actually put a tweet out about this sensitive bullshit that they put. Men are evolving.
Yeah, here we go.
No,
Here we
they
go.
put, no,
You
the
said men are devolving.
devolving.
Yeah, no, I love that tweet. It was great. But yeah, so here he goes. The next James Bond films will have bigger roles for women and a more sensitive 007, according to the producers who just said Bond is evolving just as men are evolving. you can hear the lisp as they say, as you read it. It's like, come on. First of all, no woman wants a more sensitive 007. Like 00. Okay, so I've been talking a lot about this, about like male and female attraction. It's so different, and I think there's interesting dynamics at play. But let's put it out on Twitter, right? Like the Ralpha male would, right? Let's
put it out on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
You got to read.
It's for female attraction to men has a lot more to do, in my opinion, this is my humble opinion, with works than looks, right? Like you do a thing, you have an achievement, an accomplishment, or whatever, and that builds the character that women are attracted to. I mean, sure, physical attraction plays a role in it, but I think for men, I think physical attraction plays a bigger role than that. And I think women are more attracted to like sort of works, deeds, accomplishments, and achievements.
Yeah, they like men that can do stuff, are in control, that can look after the family, that can provide,
right?
That are strong of character. They look for all those kind of traits, because it's with a woman. Tell me if I'm wrong, women, but it's kind of like genetics is kind of kicking in, and they're just like, these are going to be good genetics for my children.
And also, this guy will keep me alive during the most dangerous and vulnerable part of my process, which is pregnancy and delivery.
Protection,
and so,
protecting, hunter-gathering, protection, blah.
So
it's very
what
primal,
they're going to have.
Very primal indeed.
They're going to have this fucking weird, effeminate guy be the next 007.
And he's going
to be, no, it'll just be me. He'll be culturally aware.
You're gay though, aren't you?
Yeah, that's going to be
some
the
guy
best
that's
part.
just
calling
you gay.
That guy's cracking me up. I've seen him before. I don't know like what the deal, like why he decided to suddenly do it, but I love it, so it's fine by me. But yeah, Drex is like, Nick, you need me to cook this motherfucker? Like,
yeah, I saw that.
Like, it's fine. I don't care. But like, to me, like I when you look back on the Bonds and you go through them, there's the refined nature of the earlier Bonds, right? Like these are gentlemen. But they're also doing cool spy shit. But like, Sean Connery, he's got the suit.
He's so good, so fucking good.
Just walking swagger, right? Daniel Craig's different, but in like not in a bad way. Daniel Craig's Bond is really fucking cool. He's very action oriented. I mean, he wears the suits and stuff, but it's not the same. It's not like a tux, it's like a suit, and he's more like
a
go
great
get him.
thief priest or something.
He gets his balls turned into the size of a watermelon by a tennis ball in that one movie. That's the worst fucking scene. But like, he's going out and doing shit, and they always like they're picking up women with their machismo, right? With attitude and with their
suave.
personality.
Yeah.
It's not because they're like, do you know
Confidence.
that if
big
you
thing.
take all the cans out of a 6-pack and you take that plastic thing and throw it in the ocean, that 2 turtles will die? Like that, dry as the fucking Sahara. Never does this work. Like it's so fucking weird that they try and do this. It's like could you imagine? She's like, oh, Bond, thank you for saving me from the Russian oligarch. And he's like, well, we really have a lot to do, though. I did save you from him, but the real problem is systemic racism.
The real problem is the oil prices.
Yeah.
And by removing him, hopefully 3 cents has been knocked off you.
It's like what? This Bond will not be sexy.
The
Like,
name's Bond, James Bond, they, them.
The name's Bond, James Bond, carbon
License
neutral.
to kill any racism or bigotry that I see on social media.
I can't. James Bondage.
He won't be a member. Or is it like this, instead of 007, it'd be 00 Severance. That's what it'll fucking be. But instead of being a member of MI5, he'll be a fucking Reddit bloody moderator or something in the next movie.
It'll be MI5 BTQ AIPP.
James, my preferred pronouns are. Jeez, man.
God, I can't take it. Like, why do they need to do? Why are they? This is, of course, so culture leads culture. They're trying to drag men into being fucking bitches, right? Like, is that what's going on? Am I crazy here?
Well, leftist men, because it's only coming from one side,
right?
So leftist men, they're just like there's no masculinity there. They're just femboys. Half of them that call themselves feminists are just sexual predators in the curtains in the waiting.
It's the
women basically the women have taken the male traits, and the men have been given the female traits. So they've just done a gender reversal, which of course doesn't work because there's a whole reason why the term gender norm exists. Because gender norms have been around for thousands of years and they've worked pretty damn well. But 5 years ago, some fucking bints in California were just like, oh my God, I don't like masculinity. It's like toxic and stuff because he's like telling me what I do and I don't want to do it. And then here we are now.
No, it's true. I have to take a pause from this conversation though and talk about last night's stream real quick. Because I know people are wondering, and we're at like peak viewership, which is great. Guys, I privated last night's stream. I have personally 0 problems with last night's stream. I'm unaware of anyone else who participated in that stream having problems with last night's stream. I took the initiative, though, when I found out that other people were trying to use that stream to harm one of my guests. I thought that is really fucking beta bitch bullshit that people are trying to do that. It's really fucking gay to like take a fun conversation that people are having and try and actually bring people down with it. So you can't take anything off the internet entirely, but I'm not going to have it contributing to other people being like using that as a weapon against someone for real life ruination. I think that's really fucking weak. So what I have done is I've got the entire video archived. I still have it. It may get uploaded somewhere at some point. I'm going to let things cool down on that. For now, Ryan, the editor, I believe, has finished an edit which just has the relevant portions to the Alex Jones trial for the coverage, and that'll be uploaded probably tomorrow for that stuff. If I release it again, it will probably be on locals. But look, I'm gonna let things die down before any of that happens. Again, My show is never intended to bring any type of harm to anyone, especially a friendly participant. And I just that kind of really annoys me a lot. So with that, that's why I've pulled it down for now. I've got the whole thing. You can find it other places. I'm sure somebody has it archived and uploaded. And I'm not taking anything down. I'm not sending out DMCAs. I don't care. That's not what I do. But for me on my channel, I don't want that sort of exposure to cause anybody any harm. So that's why I've taken it down for now. I thought it was a fantastic show. It was so much fucking fun. And I think a lot of people in the chat really enjoyed it too. So, but this is the problem with the world we live in now. If you have
some water.
Yeah. Sounds good, brother. If you have too much fun, which for some people, the definition of too much fun is any, they're going to try and use that to bring you down. So it's really, really fucking weak. But so anyway, sorry about that, guys. And I do hope that at some point I can put it up on locals or something. I'll keep people posted, but like I said, I'm not going to be part of the weaponization of fun. Cause that goes against everything I believe in. Anonymous. No, it was not that. Actually, not at all. But no, I don't think there was anything strikeable in that video. There's no harm to me. I don't care. Like, I have fun on live streams, and if I say something that comes out wrong or goes the wrong way, I chalk that up as just comedy. Like that's the nature of the game. But so yeah, like I said, I didn't want anything being used against other people. All right, let me do a couple super chats, and while we wait for Az, and then we'll go from there. Curly Leg here says, hopefully Farron is doing okay. It must have been one hell of a hangover. I know mine was kind of brutal. The weird thing is, look, I know that I was intoxicated last night. Believe me, like I was aware of that. But I didn't realize, like, it didn't feel like a hangover night to me. Because I'm kind of a professional now. And when a hangover's coming, I usually know. Because I'm like on the verge of throwing up. I feel really sick. I didn't feel sick at all. I felt fine. Like, obviously drunk, but I felt just fine. Also, for those of you who are looking for an Alex Jones trial stream today, there was not one. Alex Jones did not appear in court. His attorney declined to call him for cross-examination, and will call Alex Jones during Alex's case in chief. He'll call him on direct, and then the other side will cross-examine Alex Jones. So they actually went in. They basically covered that. They dismissed the jury, and then they had some motion practice and some arguments about courtroom behavior, because this judge is a sad, scared little bitch. And by the way, anybody curious about why they did that from a strategic point, and I'll probably put a video up about this tomorrow, or I may live stream about it tomorrow during the day. I don't know what that's going to look like. But the judge yesterday, at the end of the day, she basically said, tomorrow I'm going to do the exact opposite of today, which would, of course, directly and negatively affect Alex Jones. She said she was going to treat Alex Jones and his attorney with zero tolerance after tolerating all sorts of shit from the plaintiff's attorney. It was so gross. It's such a broken system, and it's nasty. It's so him calling Alex Jones today would have been a disaster. He and Alex would have gotten contempt charges, or they wouldn't have gotten their case across. This was the right. Oh fuck. We're doing it.
I mean, if you buy me lunch.
Bringing on another guest. We'll see. But But no, so that was the right move. I'll probably put up a short video about it tomorrow because I think people want to know what happened with that. And I just have to put it together. So it'll be pretty fucking cool, I guess, to do the video. I don't know if that's actually cool, but I'll resume streaming the trial next week. I think it actually picks up on Tuesday. I don't think they're streaming on Monday, but I'll check. If they are streaming Monday, then I will do that. But that was God looking out for me because as I got done with my stream and I'm like, I have to be up in an hour and a half. Look at this motherfucker. Welcome to the show, Shane.
Whoa! What's going on, guys?
How's it going, man? Nice
Chad,
to
it's
meet
been
you.
Years since
I
we
know
last
it
met.
has. It's been so long. Have you found a man to settle down with yet?
Nick. I mean, Nick said we're doing it, so
Yeah.
yeah.
We're actually in the same room. Hold on.
But all right, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good is Nick's rack?
Oh, 10. Come on.
10, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't.
Wait,
you can't say
Nick!
anything but.
Nick, I got a bone to pick with you, man.
Yes. What's that?
What? Why did you think I was a commie?
What?
You thought I was a commie. I'm so insulted, man.
Do you know I was playing the law of averages? It wasn't my fault. It's like, oh, he's obviously a Fed because he's from this fake country, and so it's like he's doing this cool like weapon stuff. And then people immediately red pill me. And they're like, no, Shad's awesome. Like, really? That's cool. You have like a boatload of kids, right?
Yeah, I got 5.
Me too.
Dude. Oh, yeah, I know. I've heard you had it. I've heard you had
Yeah. Why did you do that? Why would you make that horrific decision?
it. There's a number of reasons. A lot of it comes down to the fact I'm a Mormon. And this
that'll
is like
do it.
weak sauce. I need to get to 12. Gosh,
Yeah, you're at a starter family right now.
No, but genuinely, like I love, family life. I love kids. I love having them. I love being a dad. Oh man, I can't tell you how much I love being a dad. And the fulfillment it gives me and just providing for them and stuff. It's great. So yeah, all those reasons. And then there's also the child slave labor that helps as well.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, your kids do stuff?
Well, yeah, kind of. They play video games.
I've figured out what I need. I need the fucking Roblox and Minecraft to be hooked up to actual AI robots. And when my kids actually are productive on those games, the AI robots will fucking clean the house or build a bridge or a fence or whatever. I'm like, geez, like you guys are just sitting here all day. Like if I were you, my parents would have kicked my ass. But
Same.
I can't.
Like I've had to institute something my parents did. Just basically no TV, computer, electronics during the week. Get out, do something productive, and it kind of works. It gets them reading, gets them, playing with the Lego a bit, doing creative stuff.
Legos, yeah.
Oh, I love Lego. Lego
Yeah.
rocks, man.
As doesn't like toys.
No, I've literally just got storage unit full of them and a house still pretty much full. Under here, I've got so much unboxed Lego down here. Down here's the Warhammer stuff. I've got a Hulk behind me for some fucking reason. Batmobile, a 1 in 6 Batmobile's just chilling out here. That's got to find itself. Yeah, I decided to bypass the kids and just go to the toys myself.
You need to get a couple of swords, man. Swords are very fun toys.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. The foam. I do have a Witcher silver sword and a Witcher steel sword, but they're both foam.
Both
That's
bullshit,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I got foam like ones. They make great ones.
Yeah, they're
these
just
days.
actually I think they're just around the corner of that bookcase
awesome.
there.
Awesome.
As
I want to put them up on the wall somewhere.
speaking of toys, did you see the new reflector Transformer toy?
Reflector.
Yeah, the camera. They remade him. Here, look at that.
Oh,
I'm not sure that's genuine, Nick.
what?
No, it is.
It is?
They've
Yeah.
actually got a
It's,
Canon EO5. Like, that's why I've got a Canon EO5.
Yeah, no, it's he sold it for it's $146.66, scheduled for release in late February 2023. The pre-order window closes in 4 days right now. But yeah, this is the new reflector. They've made him here.
Nice.
This is the transformer that was stolen to me by my ghetto ass daycare when I was a kid.
Oh, we've all had stolen toys.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a lot of my Star Wars, original Star Wars.
So Shad, you have like a castle that you're building, right? Like, is that?
Well, I mean, I want to get to that point. Yeah, we're laying the
Oh,
groundwork.
so you
I've
don't
got
have
the
one
land.
yet?
Not
Plebeian?
yet. I've got the land though. That was a big step, and we've been digging in all access road and stuff, and making plans.
How much land do you have? Like how big of a plot?
All right, I'm sorry. Like, this is one of my pride and joys. I'm like, this property is 139 acres or something.
Ooh,
Wow.
Whoa.
It's huge, man. Oh,
Yes.
so good.
Yeah, that's fucking amazing.
Are you gonna have a moat?
Well, I want to do lots of things. So I like, we're going to start with small castle, go to big ones, but the house is like a castle house. I want to build that as well. I want to dig in on like a creek on it. I want to dig out the dam on it, make it like a trout farm dam, have fish there and all that stuff.
You should redirect a major water source away from a town. That is legal advice. Just try it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure I won't run into issue. And I can't stand all the hoops you got to jump through to just friggin' do anything on a property these days. It's ridiculous.
It's like we don't own it at all, right?
Yeah.
It fucking drives me crazy. I have 8 acres. Just a humble 8 acres. Jesus God, no.
That still 8 acres is good, man.
Do you guys have any pills to make me feel more adequate?
You got 8 acres. Shad's got 120. I'm in a fucking terrace house in Yorkshire, for fuck's sake.
And but so I hired some company and they hired Russians to build a shed for me. Because I'm not doing any work. You see these fingers? They're not doing work. So
soft as anything.
We needed this outdoor storage shed for our kids' bikes and stuff like that, right? And so I get this shed, and they're like, "Oh, you got to get approval from the county to build the shed on your property." The fuck do they have to say about it? It's my land, and they're like, "No, you got to. If it's over 120 square feet, you got to go get approval." So I go in and the guy's like, "Yeah, I mean, I'll maybe approve it." I'm like, "What do you mean? Maybe?" He's like, "Build it." He's like, "Build it, I guess." And I was like, "Well, I want to build it here." He's like, "No, that's not a great place." I'm like, "Well, it's the only place that makes sense." It's like, "What about all this land up here?" I'm like, "That's a giant hilly area, fucker." Like there, and it's way away from my house. It doesn't make sense to put a shed there because I'd have to walk through the goddamn snow to get to the shed in the winter, as opposed to just walking around my garage to the back where the shed is. And he's like, "Oh, well, maybe, but you've got it a little close to the house here." I'm like, "You don't you fucking talk to me." So I build it and he comes out. Well, first of all, I built it and he's like, "You have to call me to get it inspected." I never called them. Fuck the government. And then he shows up at my house one day. He's like, "I've got to inspect this shed. You've had it for like a year and a half." I'm like, okay. So then he goes into this shed and he comes back. He's like, "Well, you need some lag screws in the joists or something." I don't even know what he's talking about. He's just like, "This is what you need to do." And I'm like, "Are you going to show me? Like, can you take pictures? Can you draw this on a diagram?" He's like, "No, someone will figure it out." Like, you're the government telling me what I have to do. And I didn't build this. Sergey and Yevgeyev did. Like, what the fuck? I hate them. I hate them, Shad.
Yeah, it's infuriating, all the crap they have to deal with. Though I can't say anything too publicly because my local government might hear it and then they could cause issues for me. Yeah. I love them. They're great. They're wonderful, wonderful people.
Truly, yes, the best government. Truly the best.
Bestest people ever.
My government can suck my cock. That's what mine can do. Fuck them. Free speech, their asses. I'll shit in your coffee. I hate you. I hate you people. You sit around, you push pencils. You don't even know what you're doing. I don't, but at least I'm honest about it. Oh,
we don't have freedom of speech here.
No, you don't.
No,
You don't.
Yeah, it's also
we
less
get
here in
jailed for
Australia.
jokes on Twitter.
Yeah, my goodness.
So Shad, okay, I think the audience knows who you are, but can you give us a little brief intro about your channel, what you do? And also, you're on here. We're definitely going to talk about your comic. Like that's
Oh,
gonna
dude, that'll be
happen.
great. Okay, so I am an idiot on the internet that
Yes.
is clearly a
commie.
nerd. Commie, and I like swords way too much, and people suspect me of becoming a murderer in the future. That's probably the whole thing. Yeah. Oh, mentally unstable that thinks is a knight as well. There's that just on top of it.
Yeah, but you do like you talk about swordsmanship techniques.
Yeah. All
and,
right. So
and
seriously, then, so I love medieval history, medieval fantasy, and my first channel just explores all of everything that's related to that. Sometimes more historical, sometimes more fantastic fantasy stuff. I like looking at movies, how the medieval stuff is adapted into it, and then I also branch off into other topics and sorts of media analysis. And then I've also started Night's Watch, which is full-blown media criticism and review. Scratches an itch there. Or also because there's so much, like, it wouldn't have ever become political, but because all the shows are being propaganda outlets these days are just addressing the crap that they inject into media, because a lot of it is just frustrating. And Night's Watch is doing great, and I'm loving the content we're making on that. Just roasting Rings of Power, like holy crap, what a dumpster fire that is. And I also have the Shadlands, which is a smaller channel that we've started, but we haven't been out upload recently because we're short staffed at the moment, but still, serious channel. And that's just fun family stuff that we do on the property. The property is called the Shadlands, and we just have just do stuff there. It's lots of fun.
God, sounds fucking fun. So what's the worst medieval fighting movie you've got? What's your worst for accuracy or whatever, however you rate it? What's the worst one that you've come across?
The last episode of Rings of Power is up there, that's for sure. It was so bad. Oh my goodness. Wow. And then I got like a serious fight scene autopsy, and some of the worst ones is Rise of Skywalker was also bad, but also Last Jedi. They're both just atrocious. There are
like
ones,
The Witcher.
So I did one on like what was her name? Someone versus The Witcher in the Netflix one. That was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as Rise of Skywalker or Last Jedi, but it was pretty bad. One of the better ones.
I like that scene where it's in like the first episode where he kills like 19 guys in a row in that town. He shoves the sword in that guy's face and then just goes like through his head. That was
looks
cool.
good. It looks good.
Yeah.
There is some weird stuff in it because I also broke down that part as well. And
well, I mean, but that's not inaccurate though. I've done that. Like I did that whole scene actually the last time I went to Chicago. Just trying to buy liquor.
There's a difference between possible, like is it inaccurate, is it out of the realms of possibility, versus competently well done, like with actual technique and stuff. And so I like to explore, how feasible are the techniques that they use, logical, is there any practicality to it from a historical swordsmanship standpoint, because I like sword fighting. And
what's your favorite one then? What's the best sword fight?
Oh gee, so
if you say The Princess Bride, I'll fly to fucking Australia and punch you in the penis.
That's definitely The Princess Bride.
Yeah, baby.
You got
all right. You committed. Come over here. I thought Australia didn't exist. What are you going to do now, Nick?
I'm going to plunk into the ocean, but I'm going to do it with vigor.
One ticket to make believe land, please.
So some of my favorite, it's Revenge of the Sith, Battle of Mustafar is actually great. I really enjoy that one in terms of sword fighting. But some of the best are actually like made by YouTubers. There's a group called Adaria. If you look up Adaria Alamok or something, they made a fight scene which is inspired by historical swordsmanship, and then they kind of combine it with the fast-paced, flowy, your action fight scenes that you know, you like to see in some of the best action fight scenes, and they combine it together masterfully, and it is amazing when you get to see like just solid swordsmanship and awesome speed.
My favorite fight scene in Revenge of the Sith was when Anakin fought the younglings.
Yeah, felt accurate to you.
No,
have you enacted that one when you went down to get liquor?
Yeah, I did, but they were all just midgets. No, I like so Anakin. People don't realize this. Anakin did the world a favor right there. He did those younglings a favor too.
The Jedi were evil. Is it?
Well, because the Jedi are groomers and also use their force powers to touch kids that they mind control.
I haven't heard that, but I
wait a minute. Okay, so
all right, fill me in.
Hear me out. Hear me out. You've got a cabal of mind controlling robed single men sitting around, and they have unfettered access to children who have no means of communication outside of the Jedi Order that they keep around, minding you that they can mind control them and they can touch them without touching them. And you're telling me that that's not the biggest cabal of pedophiles in the fucking planet? I trust the Jedi zero. I think they're probably the nastiest order that's existed at all, ever in the entire galaxy. They're horrifying.
Well, it's funny, like, there are issues I have with the Jedi philosophy about, you know, only a Sith deals in absolutes. And it's like, well, I think, you know, being absolutely
that's an absolute
against,
right there.
Yeah, that is an absolute.
Yeah,
and I think it's good to be absolutely against, you know, rape and you know, murder and all that stuff.
Oh,
it's
no,
like,
don't worry. The Jedi Order has no problem with that one, Chad.
Well, they also don't mind, you know, like staging a coup against.
You do want to look in my robes.
So there are problems with the Jedi philosophy. Don't get me wrong. I think there are flaws of the world.
Is this Darth Biden that you're doing here?
Dude, no, that Darth Biden looks more like
sorry,
Count Dooku
Jedi Master Biden. Yeah. Sorry.
No, and this is what pisses me off. The Jedi are so fucking retarded. Like, I hate them because they're sitting around and like, it's the line, right? Like, you were supposed to bring balance to the Force. And it's like, there's one Sith and master and one Sith, like, apprentice.
Yeah, like balance to the Force. What does that mean?
A billion Jedi sitting around. It's like, wait, you thought this was going to balance by not, like,
yeah, you're right.
I look
you're
at
right.
balance
that's weird.
and I'm like, here, and I'm like, you thought it was going to go like this? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, to balance the Force, you have to wipe out most of the, you know, most of the Jedi, because it was very unbalanced then.
Yeah.
And the
Sith are actually the good guys. I found this out because they're the anti-groomers.
Are they?
Fight him on it, as fight him.
Well, I mean, first of all, just because you can do something doesn't mean that they are doing something.
Really?
So can you provide any evidence to show a Jedi Master?
And also from a law perspective, from a law perspective, right? Can they actually mind control people? As they can only influence the weak-minded to a certain level. And
like
when
children? I can go right now and convince a child that they can run through a wall. Like, I can convince them. Like, you have magical powers, buddy. Just let's try it.
Bring them in, line them up, and send them into that wall. Then
kids are dumb. You can convince them of all kinds of stuff if you say it enthusiastically enough. So all they have to go is, again, like, yeah, you do want to take your clothes off, and then the kid's like, oh yeah, that's fine. These fucking Jedi, I don't trust them at all. I do not trust them.
I don't trust them, but I haven't seen evidence of them crossing a certain line. I like when I look to, you know, what's being depicted. I'm trying to think. Is there any case?
Wait, didn't
it's the Force
didn't
ghosts
Obi-Wan?
that are the problem? It's not the Jedi. It's the Force ghosts because they just like appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, the Force ghosts.
And
you have no idea
where they.
You don't know what they're watching. Yeah,
exactly.
You know what they're watching.
But they must be watching you because they always know where you fucking are.
Yeah,
to appear. So like when Obi-Wan is like in his cave and he's like cracking one open, Qui-Gon could just be stood there like, yeah, you do that.
Mm-hmm.
That could be happening. And then he's just like, Obi-Wan, let's go into these mountains, these very
Didn't Obi-Wan
secluded
have some
mountains.
that new show? I don't watch the show. Gary agrees with me on this, by the way. You know that Gary agrees with me on this because Obi-Wan flat out said it.
Where he says, you won't be 10 forever.
Exactly.
Oh,
You're only 10 now, but you won't be forever.
I mean,
Yeah, that was weird.
Obi-Wan
That
is a close example. He does
That was
watch
weird.
young children from a distance through binoculars regularly. So, yeah.
But they made him in this upcoming Star Wars comic. They're making Obi-Wan bi-curious. Because in this new I know I fucking hate this timeline. In this upcoming
Well, I hope
comic,
you grab my
there's
lightsaber. And
there's a bunch of Jedi that are basic like Padawans, so they're all like 13 and shit.
Oh, really?
they're all-
Are there? Tell me
and they're
more
all-
about this, Az.
It's not bounding into fucking comics, mate, or wherever this like. But they're like talking about would you do them or do them, and then some dude says to Obi-Wan, "Oh yeah, if you want to fucking practice snogging, just let me know, and we'll do a bit of that." And Obi-Wan's like, Obi-Wan blushes and is just like, "Oh, I don't
His
know."
lightsaber goes just a little bit.
I thought your lightsaber was blue, not red. Oh, oh!
No, it's only red after if you don't lube up.
It's the purple-headed warrior.
I'm just saying these
This is what
Jedi are
Disney produced.
suspect. They're suspect as fuck. No one thought this about them until once I saw those prequels, I was like,
The prequels is where the philosophy starts to get messed up a bit. It's like,
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
like the Matrix, right? When the first Matrix comes out, it's like, oh, okay, like this like world and universe is created. There's some consistency, and then the second Matrix comes out, and you're like, oh, this is where they were going with this. This is really bad. And then the third Matrix comes out, and you're like, oh, please, where are all the bullets I can eat as fast as possible? This is so fucking terrible. They killed it. They killed it.
And then the fourth Matrix came out, and I couldn't watch past just over an hour. I gave up.
I did not.
I haven't even watched that fourth one.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Well, the fourth one is mostly them watching the first one. I'm not even joking. They literally have the first Matrix movie up in like a theater, and they're watching. It's stupid.
Well, you're not encouraging me to want to watch it anymore.
No, don't.
It looks
Don't.
so bad. I mean, and I'm
It is
punishing
bad.
myself with Rings of Power and She-Hulk at the moment. It's like,
All right, let me hit a couple of these super chats, and then I want to do your book, Shad. I want to talk about it.
Don't we all?
Mo says that last stream was hilarious, but some of the chat's reaction was the definition of cringe. White knight, feminism adjacent, killjoy cringe. Adults are responsible for their actions, men or women. P.S. Bronca looks great. Bronca's awesome. Blaster Brain says, wait, why is Farron bald and British now? It's a good question. SPY721 says, no Ty Bronca and the second best Witcher player on Friday Night Tights next to Nerdrotic. Hype. Wait, you're the second best Witcher player as?
Right. Okay. So first of all, to that super chatter, go fuck yourself. Second one. Right, I play Witcher on Death March difficulty, and when I'm fighting, I am fucking dancing around these pricks, taking the heads off, doing everything. Gary,
Dancing
playing
around,
on the-
taking heads.
no,
Sounds kinda
Gary,
gay.
who's playing on the lowest difficulty. It's you fucking what, mate?
What? You got a problem with this?
It's about footwork.
well, as Galadriel did say, you need to use your feet more than your hands.
Exactly. And then
Yeah,
then
that
Gary's
bitch
playing on the lowest difficulty. He can't get out the first fucking room. He can't find the key to the door. So there's me all around the world, highest difficulty, doing all these amazing things, cutting down all these
Dancing
incredible
around
creatures,
like Michael Flatley.
fucking all these beautiful women, and then Gary's just like, I can't find the key. And then people are just like, and then, right? I fell off a ledge and I fell 5 feet and I died. And then everyone just went, Gary's a better player than you from now on. I was just like, fuck off. It's not my fault.
Is that So does The Witcher have like a? I've never played. I have all of them. I've never played one of them. But do they have like a weight system? So if you have like enough weight in your inventory and then you fall, it's more damage.
Well, I don't know about that. It's got a weight
Okay.
system and how much you can carry, but for some reason, I was just on these little rocks, and I literally just fell down like, and my character just died.
So
and then everyone laughed at me and just went, "Ha ha ha! Gary's a better player."
I know you played WoW, but I played EverQuest, right?
Ooh,
And-
okay.
If you weren't levitating and you did like a transaction, you had a shitload of platinum on you, which weighed you down. You had to like walk really slow to the bank. If you walked downhill, your health bar would just go, you just fucking die. It's like, what the fuck is this? Because the weight mechanics were so broken. It's like, well, if he's carrying that much weight, I mean, I guess his knees just break constantly.
But EverQuest, that's a deep cut nerd game.
Oh man, I had to stop playing MMOs, man, because I was not going to class ever.
Yeah, they are time sinks, but they eat you up. Yeah.
Well,
that's what I started YouTube as a World of Warcraft content creator.
Right. Yeah. And then you beat World of Warcraft and quit. That's what happened.
I think World of Warcraft beat me. I was just done. Fucking done with that shit. It was crap.
Mike Huckhold says, "No tie daddy, spank me daddy Bronca. Hey Noseboy, how did you get banned? I thought your people controlled the media. I'm not Jewish. I'm just Polish. we're the Jews of Eastern Europe, but not the real ones. Like, oh my God, I really missed your streams, but I was still able to coom a few times by watching some Legal Mindset. I was streaming on Rumble and Odyssey still during my suspension. I got banned because a trans activist got really mad and lied to YouTube about what I said in my video, and YouTube doesn't fucking care to actually look at what was said. So that's what happened. Bad Vibes says, can a higher court reprimand a lower court judge on their own volition? No. Like in the case of Alex Jones, no, and they wouldn't. He is right. This is a kangaroo court in there. Yeah, it is, but no judge in Connecticut is going to go, oh, well, you know what I need to do is protect Alex Jones. It's just not going to happen. It should never have been in Connecticut. It should have been a federal court. And then a federal court judge would have said, no way in fuck am I protecting Alex Jones. Fuck that guy. Like he was just going to get railroaded on this. I do not believe that there's anywhere in the country he could get a fair trial. That's just, and sometimes that's the way it goes. Right?
What about
Puerto Rico?
No, by the what about Michigan up there?
Michigan? Why Michigan?
No, it's I'm thinking, what place am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the place where they speak all weird, like
what island?
Norway?
No, the one that's usually synonymous with deadbeats and oh, help me out here, people. Come on.
California?
The one that has the Fonz statue in it. The place with the Fonz statue.
I don't know. Let me see. The Fonz statue.
Yeah.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin. What if we went into the Wisconsin?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. They're barely people over there.
There you go. You see, you just perpetuated the stereotype.
Minnesotans are supposed to hate Wisconsin. I don't know. It's like the same. It's the same place. Wisconsin, I think, has the highest per capita DUI convictions. And arrests.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like drinking beer at bars is like it's the only culture that white people in Wisconsin have. The black people in Wisconsin have a culture of just killing people. That's a joke. That's a joke.
You know.
Your face is so fucking priceless. You're like,
what?
Oh God.
It's been a weird day today, Nick. It's been a weird day.
story of my life. I got like 3 more of these. I'll do the book. Mullen Labe. Hold on. Let me see what other racist jokes I can come up with right before we talk about Shad's book. Now let me tell you about those slanty-eyed Asians.
X-ray killer, come on, defend this. Come on.
She can't. She's too busy doing math and running into garbage cans of the car.
No, she's too busy making doing yoga streams. And
She is not.
She is. Yoga streams for coin. You know what I'm saying?
God, I wish I had tits.
I know. I thought exactly that the other day. I wish I was like some fucking hot 22-year-old with tits. I'd make a killing.
You don't even have to be hot. You just have to have the fat girl angle with the cleavage hanging out. Like they don't ever see. It doesn't matter. You just sit there and then this. Just 10 hours of this. Like that, just 10 hours.
It is amazing how so many untalented hot girls just get away with friggin' riding that gravy train these days.
Oh my God.
They want to talk about privilege.
It's the fucking dream. You don't even have to have anything go into your vagina anymore. You could just go on Twitch and like sit
Lick
there in a
a mic.
bikini and go, hey guys, DM me, and then just sit there and read the DMs and be like, that's a tiny penis. And you get thousands of dollars, just thousands of dollars. Like, oh my God. Oh.
So you're telling me that it's actually the intelligent ones that are eating the cereal at the same time?
Oh,
if you had
Jesus.
tits, Nick, I would super chat you.
Oh my God. The chat already knows because I did my thought stream. I saw pictures.
Imagine
that with tits and a vagina. Like it would have been magic. Do you want to see how far I can bend over? Jesus, fuck these bitches.
Hell. I'm gonna get in the shower afterwards.
Mullen Labe 1371 says, I literally watched your entire stream last night. Still got up at 3:30 Pacific time to go to the gym and almost dropped a weight on my head from laughing with you, Farron, and Andrew. Went to work on 0 sleep. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you didn't drop a weight on your head, brother. That doesn't sound pleasant at all. I wouldn't know. I've never been to a gym in my life. Sam Welter says, I know someone in the jury pool for Brooks, and if I'm ever pulled for it, I'll say the electric chair should be brought back to Wisconsin solely for him, and I cannot be dissuaded.
What's it? There you go, Wisconsin again.
Yeah, that's where that parade massacre was.
Oh,
with the car. Yeah, that's where that case is. It's also where my favorite defendant right now is Taylor Shabusiness. This chick was having sex with a guy while on like all kinds of amphetamines, and she just casually murders him and chops his head off and then plays with his
casually fucking cut a head off.
Look, as I don't ask these questions. Oh, she went up and got a couple different kitchen knives to try, and she used the bread knife to do it because she found out that it got through the meat easier. Which means he probably had some bullshit Chicago cutlery or something that was dull as fuck. Because I'll tell you, my shoe knives will cut through a head no problem. But no. So then she plays with his dead penis for 2 hours.
Was it that big a penis?
I don't know.
But right, okay.
It didn't occur to me to ever check.
Did she cut his penis off?
No.
Right.
No,
okay. So
she gave it a blowjob for like 2 hours.
Yeah, because it would have been erect and it would have stayed erect, wouldn't it? Because of the
not a biologist.
Most likely.
I don't know the answer to that or what a woman is.
But I'm giving up before I get into fucking trouble.
But yeah, no, they were into some pretty heavy kink play, I guess. And
really?
Okay, no. But so I get the impression, they didn't say it, but I got the impression that he was being pegged. Stop drinking, Stop
doing that then when I'm drinking.
No, because She had
I'm just trying to swallow some fucking water, Nick.
I'm sorry. This is just the story. She had like one of those dog choke chains on his neck. And that's what killed him. It's like she's yanking on the choke chain. And I'm like, well, okay. My brain goes to how the mechanics of this. And I'm like, there's a woman with a choke chain on top of a man. I'm guessing he's face down and she's pegging him. Like that is probably what's happening. The choke chain, then he dies. And then she's like, oh, well, I'll just cut his head. Oh, and then she chops his legs off and she put him in a crock pot box to take home. Also.
Like, this seems more messed up than what, drugs would explain. This is.
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's
the guy that got killed, Preston.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. No, but it's this wild case. It's Wisconsin. They're fucking crazy. Like, you always hear about Florida, but Wisconsin's got all these crazy murderers. Okay,
Florida's just dickheads running after fucking crocodiles and shit.
Right. Florida's just America's Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
No offense, Chad.
Well, like the environment's trying to kill you, all that stuff. Fiery Red it also doesn't exist. Fiery Red Podcast wanted to apologize to you and Branca for the Potter stuff. She was too senior to be forced into the investigator program. I was wrong and confused her with another detective when I was a teen. Sorry, y'all. Love you all as too. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was nice. Okay, let's do this. Jesus. What are we doing? I'm sitting here talking about this degenerate murder stuff when we have actual, like, real things happening here. Shadow of the Conqueror, Enemies of Self. Tell me about this.
Well, it's the graphic novel of my novel. I get it's confusing because I have a novel, now I have a graphic novel. It's a comic book of the novel. And
how long ago did your novel come out?
Gee, might be 2 years now, actually. I'm trying to think back. It's been a while, hasn't it? At least a year, if not two.
How long did it take you to write it?
About a year all up when I had the time to just devote to it. And it was a blast to write. It all kind of came together, got great ideas and just flowed. And then it took a year to write, then probably a year to edit, polish, and get ready and produce. Because I self-published and I did it all myself. I hired some of the best people to get the audiobook. Michael Kramer and Kate Redding. If you've listened to Mistborn or Wheel of Time.
I've heard Kate Redding's name.
Yeah, they're just
top tier. I don't do a lot of audiobooks, so.
Audiobooks are awesome. And I got them to narrate it, and they did a phenomenal job. And so, yeah, that all came out at least a year, if not 2 years ago. And the book is done amazing. Like holy crap, blown away. There's thousands and thousands of ratings, and it's sitting on like a 4.5 or 4.6 out of 5 stars. And so,
awesome.
Yeah, people have really enjoyed it. And then Mike S. Miller, a phenomenal graphic artist. We ended up connecting, and he suggested, hey, graphic novels, you could do something here. And I was like, well, I've always wanted to do it. Let's do it. And we got started, and this is the result. The graphic novel is now finished. I front loaded, or I paid for it all up front, is what I'm trying to say. And so this is now basically a sales campaign. Yeah.
So it's ready to ready to go once the campaign's over.
Yep.
Awesome. So when do you expect to ship?
Okay, so after the launch campaign is done and we have the sales in, we just need to finalize really simple things like formatting. I do want to make sure the quality of the books is good, and so I might need to wait for a sample just to be sent to me so I can tick it off, especially the leather bounds. The leather bounds need to be up there.
See, this is where you got me already. We've got the leather bound graphic novel, leather bound novel, signed leather bound, and then the leather collectors bundle, and then the signed leather collectors set here as well. And I don't know, you probably can't see, but I have a shitload of the Warhammer special edition books, like all of them, because I'm obsessive.
Lovely.
And I love
leather bounds. Yeah. So because I love story, right? I love story so much. When there's a story that I particularly connect with and everything, I just want it presented in a place of honor on my shelf. And it's almost like I get the leather bound as I don't know, an expression of my appreciation for how good that story is. And so I collect the leather bounds. I have them in my backdrop on my videos, and they look beautiful. And books are awesome. You know, get some cool books on your shelf.
Yeah.
And so it was pretty cool because the printer we reached out to, we weren't thinking of doing leather bound at first, but then they suggested they said we do leather bounds. And I was like, what, really? Sweet. Friggin' hell yeah, man, let's do that. And so we had to mock up the concept for the leather bound cover and everything. And it's looking great. And let's launch it. And so after I can approve the final versions, we'll be ordering a print and delivery. So a couple of months after the launch campaign ends is when I hope to get them out.
Well, very, very cool, man. I'm gonna be picking up this on stream in just a second. I've been waiting to talk
Thanks,
to you
man.
to do my order. But no, I love when individual creators are making good stuff, and they're people that don't suck and don't hate their audiences.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's bizarre, the world where they're just making stuff that they hate. You're right, they hate their audience, and then when no one watches it, they start complaining. Why aren't anyone watching our show? Why aren't men watching our show? And it's like, because you hate us. We heard what you said. Don't like it, don't watch. We don't watch. And then they complain and whine about it, that everyone's, horrible misogynists and sexist for not watching.
Men won't watch our show. It's like you literally said, the show isn't for men.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a L'Oreal commercial now, except that has hotter women in it. So no, I don't need to watch your bullshit. God, I was talking earlier, I've been suffering through fucking She-Hulk. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It is so bad.
How far are you into it?
We just finished episode 3. So we just got the beautiful twerking scene at the end.
Oh.
It gets worse.
I hate it when I get catcalled. Let me twerk in my office that's completely glass in front of all my colleagues.
Let me do this weird worship of Megan Thee Stallion for an entire episode. What the fuck? Megan Thee Stallion
Tatiana
is ugly.
Maslany likes her. That's why she was in the show.
I hate everything about it. Like I hate the show. I can't watch. It's like, okay, I got time to watch 2 of these fucking episodes. Watched one. I was like, no, you know what? I'm done. I'm done for the day. I need to recharge my gay batteries.
I need to drain mine by the sounds of it today.
It's fucking awful. Okay, so Shad, you got to help me out here. What am I buying? So here we go. I'll pull it up for a second until we get to credit card time. So I've got the collector's bundle, right? So that comes with one of each, and then this cool little stabby thing.
It's
for letter opening.
It's a Imperious letter opener. It's the sword from the book, and I actually designed that sword myself.
Very cool. So I should probably get like ones that I can let my kids read and stuff that aren't leather, right? Like, so that's
if you want, and then so what you can do, you can pick a cover and so you can if you want to get the 2nd edition novel and the graphic novel, there's a bundle in which you can pick one of the covers, and so or you can get it separately.
These things here?
Those are the separate one. There should be a bundle where you get to pick the cover between the 2.
Okay, so I should just do 2 of the perk things and get the 2 different bundles. That's
possibly, yeah. If you wanted to get one for the kids that you don't mind wrecking, which is a good idea, actually. I tend to do that as well. So, you guys can wreck this. I'm keeping this for safety.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do that with swords. I get a sword that I want to use and destroy, and then one that I can keep in good condition and use for display and videos and things.
Oh fuck! I think I have to log into this thing real quick.
So, I've being a writer was my aspiration. The YouTube thing just took off without me expecting it. I was studying writing, working on my novels and everything before I started YouTubing. But now that I'm able to produce and publish and everything, I'm really excited because I have the opportunity to, fund the production of other stories as well, because I don't want to just, end it here. I want to start producing other graphic novels, superheroes. I want to make something that can replace the hole that Star Wars left in my heart when that was destroyed. And so it hurts, doesn't it? As
Oh, geez, like you have no idea what they've taken away from
You know,
us.
the best part about Star Wars is when you've always thought it was bad.
you bastard! How
That's
dare
right.
you?
That's right. That's right. Oh, I'm gonna throw you into a giant sand vagina as like a sarlacc or whatever.
I'll take that. I'll fucking spit on it. That'll fucking get it going. So, Shadow, sorry, I'm so sorry. Nick can. No,
he just freaks it out at you.
he can take it, but I'm so sorry, Shadow. I do apologize.
Oh shoot. Yeah. Oh Shad, I don't know how familiar. I'm completely degenerate and horrible.
Yeah. That is.
Don't worry, Nick. I like you anyway.
Good, because it's not changing. I can't. I don't know how to change it. I don't want to. And the whole world's trying to tell me to change. And I'm like, no, I just want to have fun and like tell jokes that don't matter. Can we just do that?
I know. Why?
That's
It's
the
not so fucking hard in life,
Like,
you know.
the sad thing is, though, right? In reality, you're a much nicer guy than all these people who claim to be so virtuous and fight for the causes and stuff like that. When you just make jokes.
Yep. And when you make them, they lose their minds. They cannot take it. They're like,
nuts.
wait, he made a joke. He must, by extension, hate all minorities at once. Like, how does this even follow? It doesn't make sense to me. I was playing this online game, and I got really pissed off at something, and I dropped the F slur right in the general chat. And I thought the game would censor it because it censors all sorts of, it censors chorizo.
What?
Well, chorizo is Mexican for sausage, which I guess
Yeah.
is a euphemism for penis.
Okay, but I like.
so-
Never mind, forget it.
Yeah, I bet you do. No, so no, they censor everything. And I'm like, wait, so you don't censor the F slur? Okay. Well, I guess. And so then a bunch of people got mad at me, and this one lady's like, do you feel powerful making bigoted statements? And I said, yes.
It's bizarre to me that people will want to destroy someone for saying a word that they have deemed is and it is a word. And look, this is coming from a guy that doesn't swear, right? But I still get the fact these are words, right? And this is not actively being malicious or cruel to someone by saying a word, because oftentimes they're not directed and they're said sarcastically and all that stuff.
Yeah,
There was gone crazy.
I don't know if anybody's actually gay on
Did
the
he
game.
put his hand on your shoulder and said, "Do you feel powerful?"
Yeah, it was so weird. Like it was a woman, it was a fat woman who did it. She's like, do you feel strong saying bigoted jokes? I was like, yes.
Yes.
And so then she starts like talking to me, and I'm like, she's like, why do you hate everybody? I'm like, I don't actually hate anybody. And she's like, but then why would you say slurs? I'm like, because it's a word. Who cares? She's like, anyone who uses slurs is racist or whatever. And I said, okay, so is Dave Chappelle a racist? She says, yes. Like, what about Chris Rock? Yes. And I'm like, so what should you do to racists? And she says, they should be punched. I'm like, are you going to punch them? She says, no, but someone should. And I'm like, okay, so you're here telling me that you want black men punched and I'm the racist? And then she stopped talking to me. And I'm like, this is so silly. Like,
I know, the world is insane at this. It's so stupid. And what's interesting is I really find the evolution of language an interesting topic to just see how words evolve and change in the modern mindset. And when I started to research into medieval swearing, there is this practical, like, just utility to it. They would say words that we find really bad, like the C word and the S word, all these things.
Church.
That one. It's couch.
Criticism.
candelabra.
But they would actually be offended at things that in context would actually be offensive. The modern version of swearing is truly retarded, where there are words that are offensive only because society says it's offensive. There's no actual through line with what's going on. Medieval swearing, if you cursed someone, that was serious because it was a religious connotation. You're cursing them, or
Right.
right. And same with like literally cursing, profanity, and swearing. They all had they're synonymous now, but they had 3 separate meanings and different types of offense. So profanity was when you're being profane, taking something that was holy and treating it in a profane way. That was a profanity. Cursing was literally cursing someone with an ill omen. So if you said "damn you," that was you're cursing them to be
condemn you
damned.
to hell.
Exactly. Swearing is really interesting because swearing was making an oath, and it's actually tied with their legal system as well, because bearing witness was one of the more serious ways that people charged other people with crimes.
Right.
They didn't have recordings or anything like that. And so to swear that something happened was really serious. And that's why calling someone, say, a thief or a whore was hugely insulting in that period, because you're actually making a public statement about someone's character that did hold legal weight. And so people would get really angry with it.
It's why like, so I used to teach Bible study, Sunday school. Don't even worry about it. So I'm teaching Sunday school, and when I got on YouTube, I stopped because I knew parents would like eventually like someone be like, "Oh, this nice guy is teaching our kids." What? Oh my God! So I just stopped. But we were talking about the 10 Commandments, and I'm like, it does. Notice we got to the subject of lying, and I'm like, well, lying isn't good, but it's not actually a commandment to not lie. And they're like, what? And I'm like, it's so easy because we all think don't kill, don't lie, don't steal, but it's not lying. It's bearing false witness.
Mm-hmm.
It's when your lie is about someone for the purpose of negatively affecting them in the community or harming their reputation or harming them, putting them into legal peril. Like that's the sin. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And it's what people do every day. Like that's the actual sin. You say someone did something that they didn't do that will get them into trouble, because people lie and it doesn't cause harm with regularity. Like they're compassionate lies even. Oh, you're going to be fine. Like your intestines are on the sidewalk, but you're going to make it, buddy. It's
well,
cool.
Also,
family's on the way.
Just in terms of the philosophy of truth, right? You can actually convey profound truth through fictional tales, which are essentially lies in and of itself. And on the inverse of that, you can use facts, which are technically true, and present them in a very calculating way to give someone a completely false impression or false understanding of a situation. And so
false
you can
light
be
is the
exactly. You can be
common law called for it.
You can be profoundly dishonest through truth and profoundly honest through lies. It's really interesting. And so it's not actually a matter of speaking the unadulterated facts. It's a matter of being actually truthful and actually honest. And so anyway, you're getting on the philosophical side of stuff. But I find that side really, really interesting.
Well, the more liquor I have, the more philosophical I get. I do want to show to the stream. I did buy the signed leather collector set. It's done. There's my contribution ID.
Dude, thank you. That's awesome.
But
appreciate that.
The reason I do this, Shad, because the reason I choose, when I'm going to support a campaign that I believe in, I want to tell people this is one that I like actually believe in. I buy it. I put my money where my mouth is. Always. I've been waiting for you to be on the show to do this. So I'm really happy I got to do that now. And guys, like this is someone. Listen to this humble Australian man's values and character, and know that this is the type of campaign that like you're looking for entertainment from people who aren't scum, because they're so like everything that you can buy right now. It's just they're scumbag people. They're so awful, and it's like that's why I love like what you're doing, what Eric July's doing.
And there's other creators as well, Razorfist has got a campaign out.
Yep.
I mean, I backed Clownfish TV recently with a campaign as well. And there are good people trying to make good media again. And this is where it hits home for me, in the sense that the activists, they caught on to the fact that story and our myths, legends, and everything can have profound influence on people's outlook and philosophies and stuff.
Yes.
And they've been trying to subvert that massively. And that it gets me so angry, because I grew up in a time when there was genuinely good stuff, good principles in media. I think of He-Man, like great role models where like Superman. I wanted to be Superman because he was just an awesome, good person. And it made me want to be a good person because I had these great role models of these heroes and legends that I loved. And that's what I want to make. That's why I make my book. That's why I want to make these future ones, because more so now than ever, true heroism, and that's also involved with the masculine archetype and feminine archetypes. They're considered evil by the people who are controlling, our stories. And Rings of Power is just the most recent one. Like Galadriel, her philosophy that she espouses to totally not Sauron is that sometimes you have to touch the darkness to know the good, which is essentially sometimes you need to do evil to do good. Ends justifying the means. One of the most vile philosophies ever. Which
it's,
like,
no, it's go ahead. You go.
Well, I was just saying it underpins some really, truly vile philosophies. Like if you look at, a lot of like philosophies with communism is all about ends justifying the means. It's not fair that everyone doesn't have the same, so we will steal from people that have, redistribute it to people that don't. It's not good, but the ends justify these actions, and of course that's never worked, and it's led to horrible, evil, death, and everything across the board. But that underlying philosophy is in Rings of Power, for crying out loud. J.R. Tolkien would go nuts if that's, and it's the philosophy of the people making this stuff it gets seeped in. Because when Galadriel is saying, you have to touch the darkness to know the good sometimes, that's coming from their philosophy, their mindset.
Yes.
This is the morality of the people, and they don't have good moral ethics because they don't understand themselves, and this is what's happening. And Rings of Power is just the most recent example amongst many examples.
It's crazy when you think of Tolkien's characters and you look at every character today. So every character coming out right now in popular media is a complex hero, right? They've got a dark past, a tortured history. They've done bad things. They get there. And it's like, okay, when you look at let's go to Tolkien's heroes and you go, what's the dark past of Bilbo Baggins? He's a shut-in. He doesn't want to go do anything. He likes his little life. But he's like, this weight is put upon him. We need you to do this to help these dwarves get back their home, because a severe injustice has been done. Their entire kingdom was destroyed. This is the last of their line. They need to get back to this kingdom and take it back. And we need you to do it. And he ends up doing it, right? Like, because it's out of his comfort zone. But Bilbo Baggins' dark past isn't that he raped a bunch of children. Like,
sorry, I need to give you a heads up because Shadow the Conqueror, the main character, has a very dark past, but I went far further than that. But part of it is it's a story of redemption,
that's the thing is it used to be a genre. It used to be a genre to have like a dark past or a character that dabbles in touching the darkness, right? That's all film noir, right? Film noir is a character who has to basically enter into the seedy underbelly of society to achieve a good end. Like they have to do it. And sometimes their values are compromised. That was a genre that had rules around it and expectations. Now it's just every single character because you can't just have heroism anymore.
Yes. Look what they're doing to Superman, where he has to be dark, brooding and all this crap. And so
the only dark past of Superman is that he rips hookers in half when he's done with them. That's it. Like without that, I don't want anything just like split, bitch. Like, like that's what it needs to be. Anything short of that is too much. And they got on this idea that like, okay, these archetypal characters, they're too base level. It's like, no. Archetypes tell stories, especially when you have limited time, when you need to get into them quickly. We're not dealing with 900-page novels all of the time anymore because people have TV. There's TV series or movies or whatever. You have 2 hours to get somebody to something. You have to use archetypes. You have to cheat a little bit and bring us with these rules that we know what to expect. But they don't do that anymore. Instead, every archetype is just this dark, brooding backstory for a hero. It's like, fucking stop.
Because they're trying to deconstruct the hero because they can't write a hero. Because they don't know what heroism actually is.
I don't
and
think they want
normally,
them.
of course, you have these male heroes, which have been the predominant heroes, and they don't like men.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have that anymore. So what they do is they switch the what would technically be perceived as the male personality, strong, strength, dominance, but they place it then on a female character and they turn her into a bitch.
Yeah, because they don't know how to
gifted 20
execute it.
subs to the show. Thank you. Why?
Got bored with you fucking talking.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's all it takes, let's start to go into the history of Middle Earth. No,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
No, I just looked at the chat and I just saw gray. There was just a row of gray, so I thought, come on, let's slip some green in there.
Oh, thank you. That's what Hulk said to his date.
Yeah, baby. Look at him. He's got a smile on his face, really.
Oh my God, I hate Mark Ruffalo. I hate him.
I know he's a twat. I brought the
Why-
Hulk up, but the Mark Ruffalo's downstairs.
Why was Mark Ruffalo trying to bang his cousin, and why was she trying to bang him during that whole scene? The first episode of Hulk, they built sexual tension between these cousins. It was weird, dude. It was fucking weird. I'm watching this. I'm like, they're gonna fuck, aren't they? That's gonna happen.
It's because he was trying to teach her.
Look, he's probably pretty thirsty. He's probably never been able to have a relationship with anyone. Being Hulk, he's killed too many women trying, and so now there's a female Hulk. Someone might survive the encounter. It's the only option.
Wait, you just described Twilight.
I watched Twilight. The only thing I know about Twilight is that there's a girl called Bella.
Bella, yes.
She's not 16. A girl. She's a fucking board.
Okay, there's a wooden board called Bella who's 16.
But Nick, how do so many women identify with her if she's a board?
There's a vampire who's meant to be 19, but he's actually 90 or something.
Yeah, 90.
And that isn't remotely creepy at all.
She was 12, I was 30. No, okay. I know people like Robert Pattinson now, but in that movie, this is the biggest expression he gives.
None of them did though, did they?
That was the most emotion he had in the entire trilogy or whatever, or quadrilogy. I don't even know how many there were.
Trilogy. I'm somewhat of a Twilight expert, you see.
6?
Really?
6?
Yes, because I like it. I'll say it. I'll defend.
Do you really?
Well, look, Twilight is actually a really interesting thing from a writer's perspective.
From the book,
because of its success. It is so darn successful, and it's actually a really good case study to try and figure out, okay, you could say there's a lot of problems with Twilight, and yeah, there are, but it is so damn successful.
The movies are bad, but I haven't read the books, so I don't know if the books are better.
There are issues with the books, but the fact that it's so successful, I just this makes it very interesting to try and unpack why it's so successful.
I wrote an essay about 50 Shades for this reason.
Yeah, isn't that fanfic about Twilight?
It started with
that. Yeah, it started that way, and it but it's not when you look at it, 50 Shades is not Twilight. It started that way as a fan fiction, but when you read the book, this isn't the story of Twilight or anything even fucking close to related to it at all. In my opinion. I don't know. I don't get that. I get a just a complete female power story. It's the ultimate
that's the
female
key.
fantasy.
Twilight is for young girls and usually women in general. It is to what, say, Fast and Furious movies are to guys. It's because Fast and Furious movies, look, they're dumb, but some of them are really fun. And so the one with the Rock, where
you're saying though that certain movies might be pointed at a certain audience.
They
are. 50 Shades of Grey is pointed at every woman who's writing in Hollywood right now,
which is fine. Look, if 50 Shades is pointing to a female audience, which it is, nothing wrong with that at all.
No, it's
just there's nothing wrong with male orientated, but we seem to be gone from there now.
The thing I like about 50 Shades, so I read 50 Shades because I saw a bunch of like pastors coming out against it. It's like, oh, it's this pathway to evil, it's BDSM and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, I can tell by my intuition that these guys probably didn't read the book, but I don't want to go out and criticize what other people are saying if I don't read it. So I bought it on my Kindle and I read through it. And what I got from this book is a ton of actually very competent technical literary writing and masked with just some real shit dialogue and the need for an editor to really like tighten up a lot of the language, because the worst parts of the book are the internal monologues and the conversations between characters. But like the themes of the book are interesting, and what they like the literary themes in the background are really interesting. And you go, this is why this book sold 100 million copies.
Wow.
And that's the thing that like, so people like make fun of the book or whatever. And I'm like, okay, but there's a bunch of dime store romance novels that are out there. This book sold 100 million copies. Why? It's like, okay, well, we have deep, interesting literary themes going on through it. And it's not really my cup of tea, but it's entirely a female power thing. And it's funny because she's supposed to be the sub, but she controls him throughout the entire book. From the get-go, she's in control. And it's like, no wonder women love this. This is a random college student who bags a billionaire, and he is a fucking simp. Like, it's the greatest love story ever told for an Instagram model.
Twitch the movie.
Yeah, but the movie's way different on 50 Shades, though. The movie misses a lot, and but you know, that chick's pretty hot, so it's okay. Kind of makes up for it.
I never, forgive me, I never saw the movies.
I watched it with my wife. They were okay. We watched all three. They were okay. They weren't great. They weren't bad. Just boring. And I killed it.
Conversation killer.
I just wanted to let that hang there. Nick watched 50 Shades of Grey with his wife.
Yeah. Do you know that when you know what the 50 Shades of Grey? Now I'm a strong
when she got
believer.
up, did you slap her ass when she got up from the sofa? Did you just go?
Wait, my wife?
When you're watching 50 Shades and then she got up to like whatever, did you then just go?
You think she got up afterwards?
I don't know. I thought if you're watching on the sofa in the front room.
No, I watched it in my bedroom.
Oh, okay. She's definitely not getting up then.
Yeah. And to answer your question, yes, of course. No,
that's all they wanted.
It was no, but okay. So the interesting thing to me, I'm a firm proponent of nudity in movies. I think the fact that, like, because I grew up in the 80s, I think that like gratuitous nudity has a place in film, and the fact that it's being
nothing wrong with titillation, nothing wrong with it,
and the fact that it's being scrubbed out is actually weird. What I love are the scenes like in Terminator, in RoboCop, in Die Hard is great.
Commando's the best.
Commando's got him, yeah. But Die Hard, I love it. So they're in Nakatomi Plaza, right? And there's just one pair in the whole movie because they bust into one of the rooms, and you know, this is a workplace, and these people are drunk and hammered having an office party. And yeah, so one guy is railing at a chick on one of the conference tables, as one does. Like, that's, of course, that would be happening in that scene. It makes perfect sense. And to never have any incidental nudity in movies bothers the shit out of me. So what I liked about 50 Shades of Grey specifically is that when it came out, it had the most on-screen nudity of a rated R movie in a very, very long time. It's 22 minutes of on-screen nudity.
Really?
Yeah. And
I just liked it in Commando where they're having a fight with the green beret. I eat green berets for breakfast.
Yeah.
And he punches him through a wall, and there's just a woman who comes up from a bed with massive knockers going.
Yep.
I was like, that is wonderful gratuitous nudity.
Didn't that happen in Universal Soldier too? Didn't he when he busts through the motel wall? Wasn't there a naked chick in the next room?
I can't remember. I can't
remember. I know there was a woman in there, but I can't remember if she was naked or not.
But in RoboCop, remember, it was like very early scene where he's just walking through the locker and there's tits.
Yep. See, and that's missing. That's gone. It's absent, and I think that's wrong.
Someone shit troopers, the communal
Well,
showers.
I might be the wrong guy to have that conversation with.
Yeah,
No,
sorry,
I'm-
Chad.
No, but I actually am nowhere near as prudish or conservative as a lot of Christians are, because I think there's a difference between practical, realistic nudity and sexualized nudity that could lead,
Right.
into pornography addiction. And I think sometimes a movie can actually benefit and grow from it if it's done properly, not sexualized, and it's and so that, of course, it would have to be for an appropriate audience. I wouldn't want young kids to watch and stuff. But one of the examples, like Cersei's Walk of Shame, is an interesting example in Game of Thrones, because
Roz is hotter, but
it wasn't sexualized. It was actually disturbing. It was done to convey the awkwardness and horror of the scene for what she's being put through and stuff. And so, to me, that's actually a mature use of nudity in media. And if people approach it in a mature mindset, I don't think it qualifies as pornography at all. I think pornography is specifically things that is sexualized, and that can lead into some, destructive, addictive things in my mind. And now I'm against pornography, of course. And what's interesting, my own novel actually deals with nudity in an interesting way, because one of the things that I find really interesting is the growth of maturity and perspective of nudity when I look at myself from a young guy to now married man and past, that you actually do develop a far more mature understanding of just the human body and things like that. And so in my book, because it came out as a result of just trying to approach world building in a practical way, I wanted a culture that was completely intellectual, that they were just an intellectual based people, where they felt mind over matter. You should always be mind over matter. And part of just trying to be, well, no, not Wakanda. No, it's funny. They are a race of dark skinned people. Oddly enough, they're the Eurasians. But these intellectual people, you ask yourself questions when you're world building. And the question was, what would be their modesty standards? Because when you look at history, the history of modesty standards in the human race is really interesting, how it changes through time. And so if you want to do realistic world building, you should ask yourself mature questions about how do they approach sex? How do they approach marriage? How do they approach relationship? And so I had to ask a question, how do they approach modesty standards? And if they're such an intellectual people, well, they would actually approach it intellectually, and by just following through this logical puzzle, the end result was that this is a people that actually didn't consider nudity to be too much of an issue, and they felt being reacting to the naked body is a sign of a weak-minded person, because they're allowing their body to overtake their mind. And then as a result, they in their culture, and there's a character that does this, because this character became central to another character's conflict in my book, because she is really sensitive about nudity because of things that's happened. And this guy comes from this culture that's actually quite open about it. And in their culture, they actually purposely sometimes go around without clothes in a sexualized way to test people in their culture, to force them to learn to approach it in a mature way, to not let themselves get aroused, essentially, because they need to learn mind over matter to control their urges. And it's in their culture. And so it's just an example of a mature approach to nudity in storytelling. And I even did that myself. And I think, there is a mature angle to look at.
I do that too, and that's why I'm not allowed at the bank anymore.
Well, it leads to interesting interactions between people of the Eurasian culture in my book and other people, because other people don't understand their standards, and I actually integrate it into character arcs in a very significant way, more than I was expecting I would. So there we go.
No, it's true, and you're 100% right. And I wanted to comment briefly on the Cersei scene, but I still finished. And then we can move. I'm joking.
I know, I'm
joking. But no, it's this really interesting thing, and like we have. You bring up the pornography thing, which I'm a huge proponent of what I consider free speech. I consider pornography to be free speech, but lately what I've been saying is, I think it's protected, but I wish no one would make it because of the way it destroys It destroys the actors, the actresses. It destroys people's expectations about healthy relationships. It destroys everything. It just, like, can you imagine? Like, I know when I grew up, I turned 18 in 2000, and my expectations about sex were sculpted in some way by pornography. But
Sure.
let's be very clear, like, pornographic imagery in 2000 and pornographic imagery now, like on the scale that it's available, are wildly different.
Insane the difference.
It-
Well,
yeah,
I came from an era there's no internet. When I'm going through, puberty and going through adolescence, no internet. So our access to pornography or to nudity was snippets in film or TV
Yeah.
and magazines, porno magazines. So, but because
Which
there
are
was no
hard
internet,
to get and incorporate shame in the acquisition.
yeah, there's an embarrassment element to it. So
Right.
But bizarrely enough, because we're coming from that era, we're much more socially involved with women anyway. So and women were socially involved with us. So even we're 17, 18 and whatnot, and we're going to school. We're all hooking up. When I say hooking up, we're all going to like the pub on a Friday night or a Saturday night, and it's literally like everyone from the sixth form or however you structure your schools would go there, and you would actually have true interaction with a woman, and all the additionals which come with that, or you'd find yourself a girlfriend through that. But nowadays, because you don't even need a person.
Well, nowadays you have a script, right? Like when you do have an encounter with someone, you're like, all right, here's what's going to happen. She's going to walk around and tell me some boring story about her life while taking her clothes off. Then she's going to give me a blowjob for 8 minutes. And then I'm going to give her cunnilingus for 4 minutes. And then we're going to go through this rotation of positions, and then I will finish on her face, because it's literally the formula for 98% of pornographic scenes. And it's so weird that, like, and I say this tongue in cheek, but also very, very seriously. When you think about like some guy who's never been with anybody, and that's his entire experience with sexuality, and it's probably now pretty frequent and common that that's his experience, that's going to be the expectation. Like, you're going to run through this laundry list of activities in the bedroom, and like, maybe maybe they don't happen in that order. Maybe some of them don't happen at all. And I think there's actually guys who feel kind of let down when the sex that they experience doesn't meet the expectation that was put in front of them by the storyteller. And it's a weird fucking formula that they've stamped out, this sexual formula, into every pornographic video, like every one of them. This is what happens, as if this is exactly sex, but it's not.
No,
It's fucking weird. It's usually blowjob's 9 minutes. I'm joking, but no, you're not. You don't know. I have to tell you.
No, you don't.
Poor Shad. Sorry, Shad.
I just because I know that you can't let something sit. You have to get that in because it's like interesting or serious conversation.
Marky Mark says Nick watches boring porn. What a surprise! No, that's just the bulk of it. You have to get past that. You have to turn your filters on. Be like,
it's like everything. Porn is manufactured. It's a manufactured thing.
Yeah, you have to click woman crying to get the good stuff. Like, that's what you have to do. Like, you have to select that on your filters. Then you only get Japanese porn. It's perfect.
That's all I watch.
That weirds me out. I don't like it.
Stop
Why do you
screaming.
hate this?
Moan. Stop screaming. Fucking hell. You're making me feel like I'm doing something wrong.
You are, Az. You are. It's the only correct pornography. That's God punishing you for watching it.
No.
Embrace tradition, guys. Find
Yes.
a good woman, marry her, raise a family.
Really
Reject
do.
modernity.
Yep.
But it's hard though, right, Shad?
It is.
Like,
The world is just.
it's
you're right.
engineered to push guys to, because I have a feeling.
PRB just don't know why.
I don't even know what he said because he roboted, but
I don't know, something about seeing another,
I heard something about a
male-chested
wang.
person, and
Yeah.
and he had to go do something.
But no, it's do you get the impression that there's to me it seems like an obvious attempt to break down the male, like break down masculinity.
Absolutely.
And I think this is like, so you've got this industry of pornography that exists, and like it's there, but it's the culture that's trying to push men towards it constantly. Like, stay inside, don't do anything cool. Like, don't, women are very dangerous to you. It's very risky. You're also awful and hateful if you look at them wrong. But here's this entire gallery of women that you're supposed to look at in the most lustful way possible if you just click on this webpage that we definitely want you to go to.
Yeah. It's shocking the amount of things in society that seems, or like, whether intentional or unintentional, all made to try and subvert the natural relationship between men and women. Stopping men being men, women being women, and stopping them marrying, having families.
Yes.
Because porn, they're just trying to put it as a substitute for healthy relationships and everything. False expectations. I find it extremely damaging to society and young guys. But also, this is the other thing that I don't think a lot of, especially the activists, want to acknowledge. A good man and a good woman, when they get together, will make and help each other become better. Men do become better when they have a good woman in their lives. And same with women. We need each other, right? But this whole thing in society that's women, they don't need no man, and men are just, since they don't need it, and they just go, get all the porn and you don't need a relationship, stuff like that. It's making people worse as a result.
No, 100%. 100%. That's it's crazy. And of course it generates reactionary movements, like, which before anybody bitches at me, I get it. Like, I get the MGTOW thing. I understand guys being protective of what they have and not wanting to delve into the venomous cesspool that is the dating world out there. Like, I get it, but that's created by bad actors over this long period. It's a reactionary movement to that. It is exactly what Chad's talking about. It's this breakdown of what a partnership is. It's creating fear about the risks of partnership. Like it, and it's then capitalizing on those for the whole purpose. Again, the whole purpose is to break down what relationships are, because if you break down family, people become reliant on something other than family.
Yep. It's a power game, because you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So I hate it. I hate everything that they're doing. Let me read a couple more. I know these, there's some of these super chats are in here for you guys as we get through them. Joshua, not for you. Like, you're not getting any money. Let's be very clear.
Spoken like a true streamer. Thank you. My channel, my chats. Fuck up.
It's capitalism, baby.
Yeah.
Joshua Vidrine says, Bronca. Oh, he's not even here. Fuck him. Your book was a great gift to my dad, and snagged a copy for myself too. In the stream named Spirit, I had a great work day, nice evening cutting trees, got car parts, and decided to ask out this cutie pie from church. Prayer hands. Hey, go get it, brother. Go get it. I hope it works out for you. Ocean Redux. Finally caught you live. Welcome back, you dirty, dirty Fed poster. Have a drink on me, fam. Well, I will. So, Shad, I take it you do not imbibe alcohol. Is that correct?
I do not drink alcohol at all, sir.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry. I hear you consume enough for the both of us.
I do. Do you? So, I have limited experience with Mormons, but I tend to find that they find a different vice that's not so vicey. So what's your vice that's not like liquor or drugs? Like Glenn Beck eats a shitload of ice cream, for example.
Dude, have you seen my channel?
Yeah.
And swords, of course.
Okay. Swords. Where do you go to get like well-crafted, well-constructed swords? Because you can buy bullshit.
Oh,
right?
yes, there's
All
so
day.
much crap. So you need to know what you're looking for. The first thing is always just finding the right steel quality and stuff. So there are general terms that will tell you that it's at least functional. If they say battle ready, that's one thing. But people who don't have a good eye can sometimes still be fooled by battle ready. It just means it's a big hunk of supposedly good steel, but the balance is absolute dog crap and it's awful and stuff. You can usually intuit the balance and function of a sword if you understand and you perhaps use them just by looking at them. But then there are the standard good retailer. So Cult of Athena is a great retailer that sells, swords. But there's heaps of other ones that I just go randomly. I look up the type of sword I want, and there's heaps of retailers that sell them, and you end up finding whoever has it in stock. Because there are good manufacturers, it's funny, like United Cutlery, they're not known for making good battle ready swords. They usually make wall hangers, like the Lord of the Rings ones, but they just sent me some review samples and they were really good. Windlass is a brand that usually makes affordable, decent quality swords with good things. Then there's the cream of the crop ones like Albion. They make some of this, so you tend to learn the brands and manufacturers that make them. But then there's also private makers. They'll still be, the private makers will be expensive though. But you find the right retailers. Lockwood is a good one. I got one of the Lockwood swords, and that's premium sword, beautiful one.
So what I've noticed is like when I go to Renaissance festivals and stuff like that, the swords that are battle ready or whatever, they're very expensive. Is that consistent with like your experience, or can you get like these things at affordable prices?
Yeah, you can get great ones at affordable prices.
Yeah, I feel like in actual medieval times, like sure you might have like a highly ornate or ornamental piece that is functional, but the average soldier is getting a sword that's basically stamped out, but it still works. It still functions.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of ways to understand this, because there is like the affordable good range, and then there's the affordable just crap ones, and they kind of you can find ones that cost about similar. You can get a really good sword for like $400.
Wow.
Yeah, and like for instance, the United Cutlery ones so they're the Honshu series United Cutlery ones. So far, been pretty impressed. The temper on the swords are really good. The factory edges are a bit dodgy. You might need to put a new factory edge, but overall quality, I was really impressed. And that's an affordable range of swords that they sent me. I would have never have even looked at them, but it's like, hey, give me a sword, I'll test it out. And they impressed me, legitimately impressed me. And there's a number of other ones that if you just keep an eye out, you can find some decent quality. Now, when I say decent quality, right, for the around $200 to $400 range, they're never going to be flawless. That's just the thing. But to what you were saying, if you were to take this a good quality, affordable sword to the medieval period, it would blow people away. The steel quality would be insane, because modern steel is just always better than the historical steels. And if it's a good high carbon one, and so if you're getting a sword for like $1,000, your expectation should be flawless. So the fit and finish is called like how neatly does the blade fit the crossguard, and how solid is the crossguard? Is there gaps in between any of the joint edges? Is there any fraying on the handle? How fixed is the pommel is? And so the premium range, you're expecting flawless quality on that. But the thing is, in the medieval period, even the premium swords would never be that pristine and that flawless. You'd actually find a lot of the pristine, high-quality blades of the medieval period, unless it's made for a king, are actually of equivalent fit and finish quality as a lot of these $400 range swords that you can buy, and that it's a decent kind of point of reference there. So our standards are different in the modern day compared to historical, and you can get some pretty decent ones. Yeah,
I'm a hammer guy myself. I find hammers hilarious because when you hit people with them, it's funny.
You need to get a warhammer then. That's a sledge. That'd be so hard to use in combat.
Someone made this for me. It's got unbreaded on this side. You can't really it's got Rekieta Law on this side. And then here I'll blow it up and then I'll zoom in for just a second so you can see the
man's head.
You got to see the etching on it. Here we go. So there we go. It's got the nose.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh boy. And you got insulted by my tweet? Unbelievable.
I got insulted by your tweet? That's true. Every tweet you make is an insult to me, because every tweet that you make is not a DM that you sent to me. You should be
No.
thinking about me all the time, man.
If you like hammers, you should check out the Beck de Corbin. I just dropped a link of.
Oh
the- on
yeah,
the
that thing's hilarious.
Yeah, that's a hammer.
Yeah, no, those are great. Yeah. Okay, let me read a couple more of these. Nunya Business says, okay, had to give $20 for Red Pill Bronca. Alt lag. See, watching She-Hulk is like this silo, right? And every second feels like it takes like 1,000 years. Albert Einstein flies over and drops a grain. Wait, hang on, having trouble remembering how Joe butchered this. Kyle Surface says Django Shakur Nick. Okay. I don't get that. Wait, is Django the hilarious black guy on Twitter?
I just think of Django Unchained. Is it?
Yeah, I just thought Django.
No, it
Unchained.
wasn't written like that. It wasn't that wasn't the right spelling. There was no D involved. Holy, where the hell? Oh, here we go. Here we go. I
Nick's
found it.
disappointed there's no D involved.
Yeah, well, always. I put the D in degenerates. Red Rum says, can I get a toast to Owen Jones and his new fiance from the People's Pundit Daily community? They met through locals, probably the first marriage through the app, and then another toast, hoping we can all get e-wives too. To Owen Jones and his new fiance. Awesome that you guys met over locals at the People's Pundit. May everyone in the chat be blessed with an e-wife of their own someday to be subservient to them and make them e-sandwiches. Cheers to you. Wives, submit to your husbands. Emphasis on the submit, and that is not a Bible lesson. Blaine's Escape Corner. When you're tired of dumb Western shows that hate you, we have tons of anime in Blaine's Escape Corner that want you to be their fan. Glasses Week Goatee. Glasses Week Goatee. P.S. Would love to have you on next Friday to chat. Blaine, I think I saw your DM. I'll have to see. It's going to depend on if I'm doing a trial or not. Shad, what do you think of anime?
Road to Degeneracy and Filth.
Perfect.
Oh no! Look, I was a massive weeb back in the day. I have to admit.
Wait, come on.
Yeah, I was full on anime everything. But I grew out of it. Now I was like, there's some really good anime and some really bad anime. Like it's like, music, right? There's good music, bad music. It's not all good, not all bad.
Not like music.
It's to me, it's like an art style. They choose an art style, and come on, there are some great anime.
What do you like?
Have you ever?
I know,
Rurouni Kenshin is one of my freaking favorite.
God, no.
Check out the Samurai X films; they're brilliant.
No, Samurai X, I like. I hated the show Kenshin.
I loved the redemption arc of Kenshin.
I guess
when they.
How are you on redo of Healer?
Never heard of it.
Maybe look it up.
I don't know. I'll type that in and I'll get some hentai site knowing you, Nick.
No. Redo is one of the most honest stories on the planet. It's so funny. It's so funny. But no, you should not watch it, good sir. You're too pure for this world.
Thank you.
No, so Redo is it's like an isekai, right? So it's like RPG rules apply to the world. Okay. And everybody's normal except for a group of people who, like, one in a generation basically gets not superhero, but like RPG character powers. So there's a tank, there's like a damage dealing swordsman, there's a wizard, and then there's a healer. This guy was the healer. And the problem, though, is that every time he healed someone, he had to undergo the trauma of their injuries. So, like, if someone got their arm chopped off, he could regrow their arm, but he had to experience the physical pain and trauma of having his arm chopped off. What sounds cool, except you don't want to be him at all, right?
Yeah, no, you don't.
He didn't either. He didn't want to be a healer. He's like, no, this is bullshit. I don't want to do this. This is terrible. My psyche is getting destroyed. So what do? They throw a chain around his neck and say, bitch, we need a healer in the party. And they break him by putting him in a prison and having him like just repeatedly raped and degraded over and over and over again. Okay, but the other thing that he found out was that when he would heal people, he didn't just get their pain, he got all of their experience, all of their life experience. So if he healed like the greatest swordsman in the land, he learned how to be a great swordsman. All right. So he secretly gathers all these powers as he's being horrifically brutalized. This is all the first episode. That's being horrifically brutalized. And then the party fights this demon, and this demon has this stone. And when they kill it, he can use this stone to reset the timeline to any point he wants. And he goes back, but no one will remember anything. Like he won't either. But he acquired some power along the way to give him a guidepost to figure out what would happen. So he resets the timeline to right before he becomes a healer and before all the horrific stuff happens to him. And then he uses that.
Never mind.
He uses
it did happen to him.
Yeah, but he uses the other power to remember what happened. And then he goes on his quest for revenge, Shad. And it is a brutal revenge. It is not pretty, and it involves much rape. But nice rape.
Oh,
Like,
nice
it's
rape.
not-
Nick, you need to educate me. What's the difference between bad and nice rape?
Well, like he just controls their brains so that they want it, which
Oh.
is fine. Like that's not immoral or unethical in any way.
Of course not.
Like he turns all the women into a harem anime. It's so funny. It's the funniest anime that exists.
Yeah, now it's suddenly sounding very anime.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But like the premise around the characters is kind of cool, and then you're like, there's a lot of rape in this. No. Okay. So Kenshin, what else? What else do you like? What else do you like? I like Bebop, but that's such a normie choice. So what I always say,
Bebop is great though. I love.
yeah,
Bebop.
it is. But everybody likes Bebop, so that's okay. I like what was it called? Outlaw Star was awesome.
I know. Oh, Outlaw Star. Gosh, I
It
need
was
to
the
look
one
that
that
up. That's-
Firefly seemed like it was ripping off.
Ooh.
It only
Outlaw
seemed
Star,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Heard of Outlaw Star before.
I like it. Perfect Blue. Perfect Blue's great. It's amazing.
Hmm.
I haven't seen Outlaw Star, but it does look familiar.
It's a good one to watch. I would recommend it to people. It's on Hulu
People
right
have
now.
sent me
Oh,
some
that's
stuff, dude. I've been sent Log Horizon, The Rising of Shield Hero.
Rising
A
of
lot of
Shield
people
Hero's
have been
cool.
suggesting Rising of Shield Hero to me
Really?
ever since I reviewed Goblin Slayer, and I enjoyed Goblin Slayer.
I
thought
enjoyed
it was-
Goblin
wait.
Slayer.
If you
The
enjoyed
first
Goblin
episode,
Slayer,
little
Yeah.
ropey. You know,
But
it was a
like
little
the-
bit-
only the
Ooh.
first episode, really. And what I appreciated, I get annoyed with this whole. We can't have.
redo.
Oh, really? Like, this weak source crap was like, we can't have proper monsters, and it's problematic if monsters are evil and stuff like that. Don't give me that crap. And it just was refreshing that Monster Slayer made the monsters really evil and horrific that you just want to slaughter them all. So Goblin Slayer's like, finally, some actual horrific evil monsters. Let's kill them all.
You know, when he goes and kills those little goblin babies, that's great.
I would have too. It's like,
Yep.
kill them
Kill
all.
them all. Kill them all.
Mhm.
Okay, so this brings me to another topic. Oh, Shad, you're magic. No, it brings me to another topic where so there was something where like they apologized for including slavery in some, maybe it was Game of Thrones, I don't even remember, or House of the Dragon or something like that. And I'm like, what? Like,
What?
okay, all of human history is plagued with horrors that we have done to each other. There still exists. Like, go to just south of the U.S. border and talk to a cartel about what he did yesterday. Like, you'll find nightmares, and people try to pretend that humanity's like always been this fine thing. It's like, oh, well, we can't have slavery in a show, and I'm like, oh, well, yeah, slavery is outside of the question in Westeros. Yeah, that makes sense. Or in any historical fictional society, it's like you're gonna have slavery, you're gonna have torture, you're gonna have all of the worst things that humanity has done to each other because we did.
Yeah, because that's one of the approaches I
Bless
did for
you,
my
ass.
book. But
Bless you
seriously,
twice.
there's slavery in my book because that's just like if this is a human culture and they're following the same kind of cultural trends
was-
in the past.
It was
like,
Dungeons and Dragons, but go on.
Yeah, it would be D&D. Their D&D is becoming so weak, so it's can't have evil monsters, all that.
I just want to enslave all the dark elves.
I'm
Screw
laughing
orcs.
'cause it's
Orc chicks
true.
are ugly. Dark
Yeah,
elf chicks are hot
yeah.
as shit.
I want them to be the.
Thing is, though, I'm pretty sure the Drow enslave heaps of people, but they probably are too afraid to do that. The Drow were full on like crazy evil, but oh no, can't have evil
Shout out-
races anymore.
I don't want to say it, but did you see that that thing where Don Lemon asked the woman for about reparations?
Perfect.
I haven't
Amazing.
seen that.
Oh my gosh, it's such a great clip. Don Lemon is talking to this woman about the Queen's.
Find it? I can find it if you want.
Right.
Please do.
Before we jump onto that, just how you
Yeah.
were saying that, the horror, like humans are capable of doing horrible, horrible things. All right. So I had the moment when I was writing my book where the character discovers he can enhance his hearing to the point where he can hear nearly anything over a several kilometer radius and is in a dense populated city. And I had to ask myself, okay, what were the sounds that would, because you naturally hone into things that catch your attention. And
Right.
so cries of people in distress would naturally rise to the surface. And
Mhm.
then the ones that are the worst types of distress would naturally rise to the surface again. In a populated city, it's like he's going to come across some really bad things just by clicking on this superpower. And he does as a result. And it's just being honest with what the human nature and horrible things happening and stuff. And that my book goes into some dark places as a result of just trying to be honest to, the fact that people can be awful.
It's a numbers game in a densely
Yeah.
populated area. Something terrible is happening. Like
Yeah,
it just is. It's uncomfortable, but that's the reality.
Do you want to know what happens?
I
It's a
do.
small spoiler.
No, what? No, I know because I'm getting it, and I want to.
Okay.
She uses
wanna
teeth
find out.
as that's what happens. She uses teeth.
Wow! Oh, I hate it when that happens, man.
Okay, here, yeah, play the clip.
Well, this is coming when, there's all of this wealth and you hear about it comes as England is facing rising costs of living, a living crisis, austerity budget cuts, and so on. And then you have those who are asking for reparations for colonialism, and they're wondering, $100 billion, $24 billion here and there, 500 million there. Some people want to be paid back, and members of the public are wondering, why are we suffering when you are, you have all of this vast wealth? Those are legitimate concerns.
Well, I think you're right about reparations in terms of if people want it, though, what they need to do is you always need to go back to the beginning of a supply chain. Where was the beginning of the supply chain? That was in Africa. And when across the entire world, when the slavery was taking place, which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? The first nation in the world to abolish it. It was started by William Wilberforce, was the British. In Great Britain, they abolished slavery. 2,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running into Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, we need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say, who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages? Absolutely, that's where they should start. And maybe, I don't know, the descendants of those families where they died in the high seas trying to stop the slavery, that those families should receive something too, I think, at the same time.
It's an interesting discussion. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, he's so full of himself. He has such an agenda, and it goes off his narrative. He doesn't know what to freaking do. Such bull crap.
Always know the answer to the question you're going to ask. What were you doing? Like, yeah, the slave trade doesn't work if it's just white people running in to grab brown people. In Africa, like there were technological advantages, yes, but not that vast, and like we have entire histories of white people encountering tribal cultures and getting their shit wrecked because tribal cultures that have engaged in localized warfare tend to be really good at fighting. And just look at the the issues that Americans had colonializing America with the natives, or you can look at the Zulu wars. You can look at all sorts of stuff and go, yeah, it's not so easy as just running in. The whole trick was that there were people in these countries who realized that profit was there to be made. They just grab whoever. That's why I like the movie Apocalypto. Actually, because
Mel Gibson's. Yeah.
I've only seen half of it. Actually, I've never seen the full thing.
You've never seen the full thing of
Yeah,
Apocalypto?
yeah, I need to watch it.
Zero Wolf is like one of the most menacing villains that exists. He's great.
Yeah.
I love that guy. Like he's terrifying.
Yeah. So just because we brought it up, colonialism, right? I get so pissed off with the colonialism narrative stuff because look, in that it was a battle of nations. One nation was going to colonize, the whole world and everything like that. And if you want to really like compare like which other nations could have done it, you would be thanking God it was Britain, the country that willingly gave up slavery. What would you have rather Japan to have won, or Germany or Spain or anything like that? Imagine what the countries that were colonized by them would have turned out like if they ended up winning the colonial race. Like, holy crap.
Romania.
Oh gosh.
I've seen Hostel.
And this is the thing, right? a lot of the British people, they honestly believed that they were making the world a better place. They were bringing technology, medicine. They felt that was bringing a better way of life. And guess what? A lot of these primitive tribes, when they saw what Britain was offering, they're like, friggin' hell yeah, bring it all on. This is awesome. There's food. You mean that we could survive like all these sicknesses and childbirth and everything? But nah, everyone wants to forget all the benefits of modernization that happened through colonialism, and it's this vile, evil thing that must be paid reparations for because everyone wants to find some victim narrative that they can jump on to blame something else for their own problems in their lives and their inability to succeed, because it's not a result of their own effort. There can't be, because it just frustrates me, man.
No, you're 100% right. And we know Britain was like a good place to do this because they actually took all the bad Britons and they put them on a boat and they sent them to this shitty
crappy place on the other side of the world. And
you're as far away from as possible.
And let us deal with the
we found this make-believe land
and everything.
That's why I don't believe
everything
Australia
wants to kill you here.
Exist.
Let's just dump them.
Everything wants to kill you, and the societal structure that was sent was all the criminals, though. Like, and they still produced hot women, which was baffling to me. Okay, America 9634 says there are more lakes in Wisconsin than Minnesota. Yes, and there's more cheese produced in Minnesota annually than Wisconsin. Get wrecked, cheeseheads. Outlaw 2. Thank you for the levity at the end of the week. I'd appreciate a shout out to Thoughts and Opinions on YouTube. That's THOTS. Thoughts and Opinions on YouTube. She did a recap on the Kiwi Keffel situation, other internet content, South African memer. Well, she sounds cool. Keffels is a special duck that deserves peanut butter. Speaking of that, Admiral Peanut Butter says, "Hey Nick, stuck at a party. But when I wake up tomorrow, I can enjoy my weekend seeing you be you. Seriously, though, you're the only person that I give super chats to since you actually read them. Good night, Nick." I do. It takes me a while sometimes. Aussie Overlord, speaking of DMCA, used your 12-minute boozy clip the other day. You explained it much better than I could. Just an FYI, I have Susan Auto CC claims. I get notifications sometimes when people use, I don't do DMCA claims. Like, if you want to clip my content and you let me know, I appreciate it. If you don't, like, I'm not going to come after you, but I appreciate when people just say, "Hey, I'm using this." AA Ron, his castle will definitely have matriculations.
You pronounced it. You got it there. Well done. Well, you fumbled at the beginning, but you ended the word.
Tell me about matriculations.
Matriculations?
I'm getting into this Dovetail whiskey, so tell me about it while I fumble through words.
They are the greatest part of a castle's defense. Not probably the most, but one of the most sexiest. The sexiest part of the castle defense. It translates to like neck crushes or head crushes, right?
What?
And, yeah, they're really cool. So on top of
I
a
thought
castle,
neck and head crushers were just green She-Hulk's thighs.
Oh, no, well, they had them in the medieval period too, in fact. So do you honestly not know what matriculations are?
No.
It's a
I have no
travesty.
like I probably have an idea,
You've seen
but
them.
I don't
You've
know the
definitely
term.
seen them. So on the top of a castle wall, there's the crenellated top, the tooths. Okay.
Yeah.
You've seen that. Well, sometimes those crenellated tops are extended out further out over top of the line of the wall beneath. Then they're suspended on corbels, and then you'll see these little archways in between underneath. You've seen those? These little kind of archways underneath. Okay.
I think so.
I can send you a picture. Just
Yeah, well, if you put it in the private chat, I'll pull it up.
Okay. Actually, I'll just like my thumbnail on the video has so just
Yeah, just give me the link.
yeah, I got videos on this. Okay.
That's sweet matriculations.
And it basically enables the people.
Like chicken matriculation.
Tim
It
Pool plays
enables
guitar
the
for
guy-
his chickens.
It enables the guys on the castle wall to shoot down or drop things on
Right.
people who are staying on the wall beneath, because otherwise you'd have to lean out in between the crenellations and expose yourself to arrow fire and things.
Yeah, so like you're talking like you drop rocks or oil.
Rocks. Yep, exactly. Oil's expensive. Like boiling or hot sand. You'll get sand really, really hot. Drop that on people.
Okay, here we go. This is here we go. I've got a good freeze frame. You've got a good face going. This is not my fault. This is just how it works. But yeah, so these things you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, those are matriculations. And so the battlement is extended further out from the line of the wall beneath to enable you to drop things down while still having cover.
Right, got it. Okay, yeah,
Really
because
cool.
you don't. Last thing you want is to be dropping a boulder on someone and then have an arrow come and hit you right in the forehead.
Exactly.
Terrible.
Yeah, apparently that's the right twat.
That would be a bad day. And it's funny because, like in Game of Thrones, where they, like towards the later season, awful siege. Forget which it's Casterly Rock, the siege of Casterly Rock, where they have that issue where because it's not a great castle that they have it on, but they have people, there's no matriculations, and they're needing to lean out all the way and to drop these things, exposing themselves. Like not good castle defense there. I was also missing a moat. I did a video analyzing that castle. So there was issues.
Yeah, I thought Casterly Rock's supposed to be like this impregnable fortress.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
And
Could have been much better.
They seem to make it. Shit, what was it? Never mind. Are you into Warhammer, Shad?
I have an appreciation for Warhammer, but I haven't dived in yet because it's a commitment, and I don't get into the painting of the miniatures. But I some elements of the lore I can really appreciate. And I like Warhammer 40K. There are things about Warhammer 40K that it's always been tempting me because there are some really cool parts about it.
Okay,
so
40K is great.
Hey, it's a castle with matriculations. Lovely.
40K is great. I don't get into the old world Warhammer that much, but might I recommend Sigmar? The Sigmar trilogy.
Blessed Sigmar.
Sigmar is this is a funny book. Like this Sigmar's hilarious. He's an unfair character. But like there's this impregnable fortress, and he's like he has the Bronn line from Game of Thrones, like give me 6 good men and we'll impregnate her or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they have to do that. You have to climb this ridiculous fucking mountain to get up to the castle and then take it when they get up the top. But no, that's a great book. The Legend of Sigmar is a strong one. Just based on what you're talking about, like siege warfare and stuff. It's in the old world. It's very medieval. It's also kind of like brutal. 40K is brutal in a different way because it's dark gothic sci-fi, but like the fantasy setting has some. It's a little more, to me, it's a little more authentic to the human experience today than the 40K setting is, because the 40K setting is so wild.
It's bonkers. It goes crazy. And in a good way. But yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, so that sounds cool, man.
Ammo is currency says, ask Shad, balls or no balls?
I'm too innocent for such a question, Nick. I have no
Stop it.
idea what that means.
Stop it, you weeb. Don't you lie to me. Lying is unbecoming, Shad.
I have no idea what it means.
Well, we're gonna help you.
I'm
You
this-
watched
I'm this
watched anime.
innocent-
Okay, what's this weird
Innocent-
shit? Bye.
Pure, untainted Mormon, and you try to corrupt me, Nick.
No, I'm not trying to corrupt you. I just know you've been corrupted by the world and you've sought and found grace and redemption in the loving arms of Jesus Christ. But that being said, you know what futa is, yes?
No, I don't. This is how
Futanari?
innocent I am.
You don't know what futanari is?
No, I don't.
So futanari is a beautiful anime waifu, right? Like a
okay.
biological woman anime that has also when necessary a giant penis. But remains biological female, like still has all the parts, but also like either has or can manifest at will a giant phallus.
Mhm.
So the question is, this is a channel tradition. I'm very sorry for this. When you have a futa, does it have balls or not? Should it?
Everyone in
Sorry,
chat
should
is
it?
saying no balls.
Don't listen to the chat. The chat's stupid. You have to make up this. No, Shad, I need you to do this thing. I need you to envision the penis and then determine as you go down the shaft, if when you get to the base of it, if there is a ball sack with balls in it or not. Like this is not a.
This is the thing.
Yeah.
You want as little maleness as possible, and so if you can remove balls and have less male, that seems like a better option.
Yeah, so you're a shaft man. You're just into the shaft. That's cool. I mean, that doesn't sound gay at all. That you really just
No,
like the
no, I
shaft
mean,
of a penis.
Hey, I like long, sharpened shafts of swords and things.
Okay, so
I-
you're on team no balls then.
Yeah.
Okay, I respect your decision.
Have you seen my big shafts of wood that I like to tug on?
No.
No, my longbows, these massive giant shafts of wood. They're really big, and you have to.
Longbows
pull
are
on those.
crazy huge,
They're
right? Like
fun.
when you
They're
really
fun.
think about them.
Yeah, head high.
Like how
I've got-
tall
I've
is a
got-
longbow? If you were to stand it on the ground, it's strung. How tall is it?
Oh, head height usually, and they can
Yeah,
be
they're like
even
6
taller.
feet, right?
Yeah.
Wait, like how tall are you? Can I ask?
I'm a little under 6 feet. I
Oh,
don't like
okay.
you use feet and inches. I don't need. I don't want.
You're 0 feet. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
I kid. Angress says, what is Shad's review of the map axe?
Map axe.
Map axe. MAP axe.
I don't know. Map axe.
Is that an axe used for taking out maps?
God, I hope so. Shad, how are you on the map
Up against it.
question?
Okay, we won't go there.
I love, look, I have these walls in my house that have no decoration on them. And all I'm looking is to put maps on the walls. Like, I think maps are the
Maps
most
are
beautiful
gorgeous.
wall decorations that you can have, right?
I agree. Get maps.
Sure.
Yeah.
But hey, if you want to see a nice girthy bit of wood, check out that. This is I just put a link there.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know why you're sending me your nude, Chad, but okay.
Oh, it's my longbow.
He
This is
didn't
a
send-
130-pound longbow, dude. And
He did
it is-
not
Wow.
actually send his nudes as he sent me your nudes.
Oh,
Oh.
even better.
Sorry,
I'm
sorry.
getting to a spot where it's actually this thing is fucking giant. Like
Huge.
That's some big wood you got there, buddy.
It is. I
Yeah.
told you.
Here we go.
You gonna fire it?
Look at this thing.
Yeah.
No, that's the little one. Go, keep going, and you'll find the big one somewhere.
Oh,
This
I've
is-
got the big.
There
Oh,
it
I
is,
see.
there it is.
I
Look
got
at
the big
that.
one. I got the
Look
big
at that.
one.
Look
Here we
at
go.
that beast. So I'm holding the little one there again.
I'm trying to get here. Where are you actually using the big one?
I
want a picture of you.
There we go.
Okay,
There's
yeah.
the big one.
I still. I got the. I'm watching. He's putting an arrow on it. This is. Whoa! You pull that back. Wow.
I do.
I'm just trying to find a picture of you holding your big wood. Like that's all I was
the
trying to
one.
do.
Right there, you got it.
Okay, here, let me share it with sound, and we'll play just a little bit of it when you actually draw the arrow. Here we go.
I haven't seen this one. This is crazy.
I actually can't fully draw this bow yet. It's 130 pound. It's a monster.
Oh no, you do a fucking
Oh.
good job.
I didn't know that you put estrogen into your arms.
Wow.
Okay, there's no way on earth I'm drawing 130 pound bow.
Well, just to let you know that it's not the size, it's how it works, right?
Yeah,
Check
that's
this
right.
one out. No, this will make you feel a bit better. You're feeling a little, embarrassed.
Hold on,
about
I want to see you
outside
draw.
it.
I want to see you draw this thing because, like, holy shit! Like, I don't know if people know this. 130 pound draw on a bow is massive amounts of like that is extremely heavy.
The average draw weight for Olympic archery is 45 pounds, and that's
Yeah.
considered high. Okay?
Yeah, it's very high. That weirdo guy who does all the crazy archery shots where he like bends arrows around. I think the draw weight on his
Lars
bow is like,
Anderson. I've worked with Lars Anderson. We've collaborated and we've done
Yeah.
videos together.
and the draw weight on his bow is like 15, 20 pounds, right? Or less.
25, I think. He
25?
can do it with a 50 pound bow. He showed some speed shooting on a 50 pound, but he hasn't gone really higher with that than that. And so I
If
can
you watch
shoot
more porn, he could do a 60 pound bow.
probably. I don't know what that says about me because I can shoot a 110 pound bow at my max.
Wow.
Look,
you did
found
watch Redo of Healer.
you found redo of healer at a young age, but it's okay. You're recovering.
Pull something back.
Here we go.
So it's funny, like when I got to full draw on my 100-pound bow, it still took me about a week or more to be able to do the same draw with an arrow.
What kind of wood is that?
Because it's
That
just-
is you. That is traditional
Oh.
you.
So this is
the arrow
a you
right,
wood bow.
hold
Okay.
it more steady, and so because of that, it just takes a bit more strength, honestly. But anyway, let's go.
See,
Oh shit!
like that was not even close to full draw. I get it
Not
to my
even
cheek.
close.
You need to get it to your ear. It's so
Wow.
hard, that bow. And this is my first try. Like I decided to film the first try, and this was tough.
Whoa.
Have you considered doing rows
Way
ever in
more
your
strain
life?
on my
But hey,
Leave it up, bro.
to make you feel better, if you're feeling a little intimidated by my massive piece of wood there, Nick, go on the next one, because it turns out you can get little bows of insanely high draw weight as well. So this one, right, is this tiny bow. It's 110 pound draw weight. This tiny bow.
Oh, it's a recurve, right? Is
Yeah,
this a
it's a
recurve?
medieval recurve. And so medieval period had these types of bows, right? And so you can get war bows in the short recurve range. And this is why it's a complete falsehood to
What the
think
fuck
little
is it?
bows.
Oh,
What happened then? I don't know.
He was
But-
doing some epilepsy
Okay,
stuff. I
Chad.
think.
So I got something for you. An easy thing
Looks
for
like you're
you.
about to put this wood in your mouth.
So
Sorry.
America do this, right? Americans do this when they're like,
Yeah.
"Got off." British people do this.
Mhm.
Why do we do this?
Oh, they say it's because of that when the French would capture English longbowmen, they would chop those two fingers off because they were the primary draw fingers on a bow. And so the English, when taunting the French, would show those two fingers saying, we still got them and
We
we're going to
still
use
got
them
our fingers.
to shoot
Yeah.
them and stick ya. I haven't looked that it's funny that accounts like that can end up being apocryphal. There could be a vein of truth to it, honestly, but I've never heard it confirmed. Never heard it
No.
confirmed.
The question is, what did the French do with those two fingers after they took them from the English?
Fucking ate them,
Well,
though, the
well,
French.
they are
you
the
know?
French. so-
Put some butter into it, some herbs.
What was it?
Flambéed it.
And so, yeah, towards the end, I'm shooting this thing. If you
Chuck
wanna see it.
Chuck Palahniuk said, because as the French say, who doesn't like having their butt sucked? By the way, if you guys like fiction, it's really good fiction. Haunted by Chuck Palahniuk. He's the guy who wrote Fight Club. Haunted is a much better book than Fight Club. Fight Club's a good book. Haunted is a great book, and it's a story of these a writer's workshop that gets locked in this house to do their like kind of like how Frankenstein and Dracula and the Wolfman, like all those stories got written when they did like a writer's workshop locked away in this cabin together
with the Shelleys and stuff.
Yeah. So it's like that, but then like one of them gets injured and then they all realize that when they come out of the house, like the person who's got the worst injuries or whatever will get and like has gone through the most trauma of being locked in will get the most press coverage. So they're all like writing these stories and then competing to be the most injured throughout the thing, but like also live and be acceptable with their ongoing deformity that they'll have to live with for the rest of their life. And they all they write all these short stories and he incorporates the short stories into this overarching story. It's so fucking good. Haunted is a great book. Great book.
Let's shoot some arrows. I don't have my gloves. This is gonna
Since
hurt.
I've got literary bros here with me. Oh, nice.
So that's the 100-pound bow.
Oh.
Bare, bare fingers, man.
I was hoping you'd shoot it all the way to
boy.
Ireland.
You feel the heat on that. Oh man!
See how small that bow is? It's
It's tiny.
110 pounds, man. It's crazy.
Small but girthy.
Oh yeah. So it's not all about the size. It's what it can do.
I don't have my glasses. I can't even see where the other arrow is.
How much
I'm
does that
pretty
thing
sure
hurt when
you've
it?
missed both times, Shad.
Yeah, what were you even shooting at?
That was range shooting, and so that was on my property, the Shadlands. Got the room, just shoot as far as you can get.
How much does it hurt when a 110-pound bow string slaps against your wrist when you?
Oh, it can sting. It can sting. You wear a guard to prevent it now, but sometimes the guard can be a little out of place, or it can get in behind the guard, and And so I shoot sometimes with my brother, and he just, I don't know, he gets way more string slap. He doesn't like my longbows because he doesn't know how to shoot them right, and he just gets these red raw arms from string slap.
Do you ever have your brother run around with a target and say, no, like I'm just trying to hit the moving target? Like, just hold it up.
He said no. I asked him. He wouldn't do it.
The Field says, Shad, tell Nose Pope about medieval sex trials.
Suddenly thinks all is.
My interest is aroused.
Go on.
Well, look, I'm not an expert on him, but I interviewed a lovely lady, Rosalie Gilbert, her name was, and she wrote a book on the secret sex lives of medieval women, and she had some really interesting things to share. And it turns out in one instance, and it's always wrong to think that this, like, anecdotes like this apply to the entire medieval period, because the medieval period is a long period of time over a vast area of land. And so these are accounts from certain specific areas that don't generally apply over everything.
The third week of every fat woman's month. Okay, got it.
But so a woman could take her husband to court for not pleasuring her enough and fulfilling his manly duties.
Well, we had to put a stop to that.
Yeah, I'm not kidding, right? And then,
awesome.
And if he was having trouble performing, she could the women of the town or village would help out the act at times. And so while they're doing the act, some women would come in and be like, come on, John, keep going. And they might.
Oh my God, you'd intentionally underperform every time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go get Lady.
I want Victoria for number 32.
It is interesting stuff, man. The past. Oh, when
look
you
at me in my
learn
eyes.
about
Just look at me in my eyes.
yeah.
Were they hands-on or just?
Sometimes they might do some more hands-on encouragement.
Let's get Victoria for number 32.
Look, Victoria, I need you to say, shut your whore mouth, you bitch. I need you to say that.
The past is so interesting, right? But one of the things, like, they had a very pragmatic view about modesty, sex, and everything like that, because, of course, it was a part of their everyday lives, but they didn't have the luxury of the levels of privacy we have in the modern day. A lot of families would often sleep out of the same bed and things, and you couldn't and if you wanted to bathe. You might have to bathe in a more public area at the river and things. And so they just had a more pragmatic kind of understanding of it. And you get to you can pick up on the medieval humor. And there is like this kind of earthy, crude humor that medieval people have a lot, because it's just, they're exposed to stuff more because of the society, and you find their humor in a lot of medieval art, like some really weird things. But there's I don't know, there's just lots of penises in medieval art at times, and also other things like.
Well, because I think it also comes down to I think it also comes down to life expectancy, and also down to just the difficulty of life.
Sorry, hey, I'll jump on just what you said, because there's a misconception about the the age, that the average age of the medieval period. When people draw the average of the average age, infant mortality brings that age down massively. Right. Okay, but if you survive your infancy and grow into adulthood, you'll live to you can live to 60, 70 years old. Okay. So people think that everyone died when they're 30s, everything like that.
I was just about to say that. Is it?
You can between 50 and 70, you could do.
So Dan Carlin, I love Dan Carlin, by the way, even though he would probably hate me. But listen, we're going to talk about the Romans and how they crossed the Rhine or whatever. Like, Dan Carlin's, he's fantastic. I love his hardcore history series. But one of the interesting things he talked about was that in Greek society, right, in ancient Greek society, eventually, like, you would be hard pressed to find someone who had passed the age of 14 and hadn't held a spear and fought in a war. So it's not necessarily just about the life expectancy. It's about just the harshness of the environment that they're in.
People grew up very fast back then, and not necessarily only because of war, but because people were needed to do stuff. Like if you're on a farmstead, the kids, they were an asset to get to work. You're helping the family out. You're helping us get food, provide for ourselves, and everything like that. And so kids are working from a very young age, but they're also learning trades and crafts and things. And so they are far more independent, capable at a very younger age back then than we would consider in the modern period by far.
Right. So I have a theory that our lives of luxury that we have now, because I mean, oh my gosh, if you're in a Western culture right now, like, your life is so unbelievably blessed.
Incredibly so. It's
so funny.
It's insane. Holy crap. We have hot water on demand whenever we want. That is an insane luxury that kings didn't have in the past.
Shad, I'm allergic to increase in internal body temperatures. That means that when I exude any effort in my life at all, I will break out in hives. Like, I am such, like, it's so fucking crazy. Like, not really, but like, if it's not cold and I go for a run for 30 minutes, I'm done. Like, I will have hives. I will itch for a half hour. If I go to a gym and lift a bunch of weights, if I get really pissed off and I'm not medicated, especially if I'm not medicated, I will actually have a physical reaction to the expenditure of energy. That's how pathetic my fucking body is, because society allowed me to live through this. And this didn't start till I was 35. But in medieval times, my life ended at 35. That's how it goes. A lot
of people would have died in medieval times without modern luxury and technology.
Yeah. It actually ended before that because I needed glasses. Oh my God, people who needed glasses, when your vision got bad enough, you just you either became a beggar or you just fucking died off. It's crazy what we think about now. And in a Western society right now.
Well, see, you bring up really interesting things, and I want to jump on something before we go on to another topic.
Big Daddy.
Oh, I will, baby. So what also existed in the medieval period were tighter communities and more community support and stuff. And so when you say someone that went blind and everything like that,
Yeah.
they didn't necessarily need elderly homes. People that didn't have families absolutely did. But the societal structure back then was that the kids would look after the parents when
Right.
and if someone became invalid, someone in the family would look after them. And of course, there were actual charity organizations like the church that would try and help out and stuff. And so it wasn't always complete. It wasn't always complete doom and death, far more so than one day. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, if like you didn't have family or means to support yourself, you were very much screwed. But because they had far more kind of social communal living, there was more support structures than just relying on the government like we do in the modern day. Like, you know.
Infernal Iris says that means Lady Raggeds can take Nick to court for not being able to exert himself in the bedroom. So interesting story. For me, interesting story. Since I have to inject sex into everything I do now because I'm a degenerate. But no, the weird thing about this is sexual. I don't know if it's like a hormone thing or whatever, but sexual activity typically doesn't trigger my heat allergy unless it goes for like an extended period of time, like more than a minute or two.
I feel you, bro. I feel you, bro.
I love Twitter so much because I hate it. Like and so, some guy like was calling me an incel or whatever, and I was like, yeah, yeah, definitely 100%. And then he's like something about like
you're a pervert. Nick, you're a pervert.
No, not that one. That one's different. That's Salvo Pancakes. That guy's hilarious. No, this guy was serious, and he's like something about pleasing a woman. I'm like, imagine unironically pleasing a woman. Like, why would you waste your time? I'm busy. It's such a big own if you don't make a woman orgasm. Like, I've never made a woman orgasm in my life, you pathetic bitch. Why do you think this? How do you think this is going to win your argument for you? Like, just I'll lean into whatever you say. Why would you do this to yourself? Thomas Finton says, okay, boys, I gotta ask, what has the worst Lofty Pixels take ever been, if not recent, then ever? I asked this before, but what kind of dinner meal would you guys prep for each other if either came across the oceans? First Az and Shad, then Pope knows. Okay, so the first question is, what's the worst Lofty Pixels take ever?
I just ignore them. But the last one that I saw was that Rings of Power was an excellent show. So I was.
He did not say that was an excellent show.
Yeah,
don't lie about Lofty like that.
No, I went on the Flashcast and debated Lofty on that very subject, and it was spicy.
You were on Flashcast? Oh, it was one of the weeks I wasn't there. Damn it. Look, I actually have a visual aid to help me show you guys the worst Lofty take ever. Are you ready for this?
Do it.
That's me stepping on Lofty Pixels right there. He asked me to. He asked me to.
I believe you.
Now there's a woman here who will step on you for free. That's Shrimp Faye. No, Lofty did not get stepped on by a woman. He got stepped on by me in these magnificent quads. Oh my goodness. just embarrassing.
Nick, I don't want to be rude, but it looks like you're half dressed.
Yeah,
and you forgot to put your pants on.
No, I'm wearing shorts. These are dad shorts.
They look like they look like underwear.
Now that I know you wear shorts like that, I've lost respect for you, Nick.
What? These shorts are way too long. I'm trying to get shorter shorts every day.
That's why they look like, stuff you put on to go to bed.
Yes. As I'm trying to
That's
wear
why it
less
looks like
clothes.
you're half dressed.
Yeah, I'm trying to wear less clothes every day. Oh my God. As, let me refresh your recollection like a lawyer. Let's go back to 5 minutes ago.
Sure.
I have a goddamn heat allergy, as
Yes.
if I could just be naked, I would. I don't want to wear anything ever in my life. Everything is a risk. Everything makes me warmer than I need to be. I would rather just be dicks out for
Lofty's
Harambe.
forehead, has he got that shadow, the dick shadow on his forehead then?
Yes. Oh, I need to Photoshop that on there. Like from the aerial picture with Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
What I find funny about this, if there was a writer that gave a hot female character a heat allergy, they would just be called sexist. But you got it in real life.
No, it's so fucking so at 34 years old, I did a marathon training and I ran a marathon, right? 30, what is it? 32.6 miles or whatever. I did that.
24 miles.
20, yeah, not 30. Holy shit. No, it's 26 miles, 26.2 miles. I think it's a marathon. So I did that. And then the next spring, because it's cold in Minnesota, I went out to take a run and I ran. I came back. I'm like, Lady Raggets, I have leprosy, I think, because I'm covered in fucking horrific hives. Like, what the hell is this? And she's like, I don't know. So then I had to find out that, yeah, I'm allergic to increases in. I wasn't until 35 years old. And then I went to the allergist and they're like, yeah, this can kind of happen. It might go away in the future. What do you mean it might? Like it might or it will? And we don't really know. What kind of doctor are you? You don't know shit about anything. God, they're terrible.
You can literally bring a doctor's note to your wife and just say, I would love to perform, but unfortunately, I've got this doctor's note saying that I will break out in hives, so we've got to be as quick as possible.
So I'm going to need your friends, this one, and this one to show up.
We're going to get Victoria for number 32.
Just reciting historical precedent,
And I'm going to need Elizabeth II to show up too. I know that she won't move around too much, but I think she'd be very encouraging to have in the room.
For morale.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, damn it. So Az and Shad, for Az, either me or Shad come to visit you in England. And for Shad, either Az or I come to visit you in fake federal agent territory that's in Idaho or whatever.
Prison colony as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, maybe. What meal do you make for the person who shows up? Like, what do you cook?
I would do steak for you.
What kind of steak? What kind?
I'm a ribeye guy. I love a ribeye. So I would do a ribeye with some fresh veggies, maybe some mashed potato, bit of
what fresh
asparagus.
veggies exist in England?
Right. When I say fresh, let's not take things literally.
No, I just so for me, if I'm doing fresh veggies, I'm gonna do onion, some garlic, and then I'm gonna do zucchini and I'll do like bell peppers, and I'll just kind of saute up the mixture because I like that. Or I'll do asparagus.
I would do carrot, cauliflower, and peas, garden peas.
Oh, okay. No, I like it. Sounds good.
And then you can put, a little bit of like butter or garlic butter if you want to get a bit of garlic butter on top.
Yeah, garlic butter, of course. It's going. Shad, what do you cook?
Well, I am a man of culture as well, and I too would choose steak. But the thing is, though, I can make some of the best steaks in the world, and I would start with tomahawk cuts.
Tomahawk ribeye, yeah.
Okay, tomahawk steaks. You season them in salt and pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Cook them in the oven for 40 minutes on a low heat, and then you melt butter and oil in a pan. Add garlic, rosemary, and thyme, and you put the tomahawks in there and sear them and baste them while they are seared with the garlic, rosemary, and thyme. And it is one of the most glorious tastes you will ever experience.
Okay,
All right, I would do some toast as well.
Okay, so Shad, so minor push. Your technique is beautiful. A nice, reverse sear, right? That's called fantastic. I love it. The other day, I did a local stream, and this is a complete accident. I had an almost 3-pound tomahawk ribeye, and I just threw it on the grill. No, none of the like reverse sear or whatever, and I cooked it, and you just keep turning it over and over and over, and I got that thing to medium all the way through. And this was the biggest mistake of my entire life, because then I took it and I cut it off the bone. And I was like, oh, I'll save, this is a huge steak. I'm going to just save some for Lady Rackets. I'll eat some. And when I got done with the live stream, I realized that I had eaten an entire steak, the entire tomahawk ribeye. And I wanted to die on the inside. It was so good. But okay, so I would not make that for you guys. I would not make steaks for you, because I love you, but you guys clearly have a handle on steak. So what I would make for you, my mom is from Louisiana. So I would make you a chicken and sausage jambalaya.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds fancy. What's a jambalaya?
It's a bunch of shit in a pot.
Yes. That is the best explanation.
It's typically rice. Then you've got the Trinity, which you've got onion, celery, and green bell pepper. That's the holy trinity of Cajun food. So that's your base. The French use a mirepoix because they're gay. That's carrots, celery, and onions. You can't grow carrots in Louisiana as easily, but the bell peppers grow really well. So use bell peppers instead of carrots. So you use the Trinity, and then you incorporate some rice. You've got chicken, you've got sausage. I would add some shrimp to it as well. A ton of Cajun seasoning, and then you can put other stuff in, but it's really no point. And the chicken, so use chicken thighs. You sear them off. But then the chicken thighs go into the jambalaya, and they slow cook, because it's going to take a while, like an hour to 2 hours. And so those chicken thighs are going to break down, and you shred them into the jambalaya. Oh my God. It's so fucking good.
Sounds
good.
So
Very
good.
How do you serve it? Just
you just put it, you just take a bowl and you just scoop it all in there. Like there's like jambalaya. It's like it's not like a stew. It's like a stir fry. Like you just take it and you just put it in. It's a stir fry that takes hours instead of minutes, but it's so good. The Squid says, Shad, I never read anything you've written yet, but the way you ripped Rings of Power apart on Friday Night Tights made me need your signed leather-bound books and comics. I can't wait. Also, has anyone bought the 10K option yet?
I don't think they have yet. That's actually
What is the
original
10K
art.
option?
It's original art that Mike. So this is the actual physical art that he drew for the graphic novel, and he's selling. That's the cover art. I think is the 10K option, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. No. I think he's discounted it now. Get it while it's get it while it's available. It's because this is so Mike owns the original art. I own the intellectual property, and I purchase, of course, I hired him to do it. But the actual physical art he gets to keep after he draws it, and so he gets to also sell them, and then he gets to choose the pricing on it. And so grab it while it's available. It's 5,000. If anyone wants the original cover art, these are, who knows, they could be historical collection things, because I do plan to do more, and this is the first one. It's the beginning graphic novel that I want to build an entire kind of entertainment brand, producing not only graphic novels, but after the graphic novels get a foothold, I want to start exploring animation and get that successful, and then push to even feature films and stuff. Look, long-term goals, but it starts here, and I've already been plotting out how I want, because I want to do one that's basically give us something that Star Wars gave us, replace Star Wars, but something new and original. And I've been plotting out the story for it and been having lots of fun. It's like, oh, it's good. It's good.
Oh, so you're trying to give us something that Star Wars gave us? Like,
yeah.
overhyped, subpar storytelling.
Ah, screw you. No. A great epic space opera. Because I don't want to reproduce the bad parts, because Star Wars isn't perfect. I want to reproduce the things that are awesome about it, that captured people's hearts and imaginations. And so, and it's a fun kind of just thought study when you look at a property and say, what makes this good? What are the things that I love about it and that people love about it? And then you get the list and it's like, all right, this is our kind of Bible to follow in terms of creating this new story. We have the dot points to hit. And Star Wars resonates on some really cool levels because it has this deep theme of good versus evil, redemption. Also, a great, hero's
Stopping the
journey.
groomers. That's why I support the Empire.
I'm mainly focusing on the original.
The Empire's getting very diverse in the modern stuff. So yeah.
You've got the Empire is law and order, and then you've got this extrajudicial organization of terrorists who wear robes and have all sorts of powers.
You are really hung up on the prequels.
This is
look at the original. The best Star Wars is the original trilogy. But I will say this, right? A New Hope.
I hate Luke. I hate him. I hate Luke.
Luke is annoying in A New Hope. He's quite whiny in A New Hope, but he gets so much better, and he has a good hero's arc, man. But the thing
Luke is a fig with a capital A.
I love Luke. Luke is such a great hero with such tremendous hope. Now, the thing is though, Darth Vader's redemption, I do have issues with that. I don't think he was deathbed repentance. Yeah, he saved Luke at the end. That's good. Doesn't redeem him for all the horrible, evil things that Darth Vader did along the way. But Luke's belief in in the possible redemption of anyone is a really pure theme that resonates with a lot of people.
Can we discuss the worst part of the prequels though? For just a second. Here, I'll just act it out. Luke. Leia. So bad.
How did she die? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Just drop dead.
Her work here was
done.
Then, yeah. Like any good woman, she produced offspring and then fucked right off.
Oh my gosh. That's awful.
My work here is done.
It's so weird. It was so weird.
Because I was thinking, Padme's not going to survive this trilogy, and then she's like, it's right at the end, and then he starts choking him like, oh, this is where okay, no. She's like, okay, now she's giving birth. She's gonna live. Oh no, she just died for no reason.
It's just over.
For no reason, just
dies of a broken heart.
Owner of a broken
heart. That's not a medical fucking condition.
I know it's not. I'm just saying that's what it is, though.
George Lucas is hands down the worst writer in history.
It says died of a broken heart. Fuck off, mate. What did you do to her?
Worst writer in history, though, Nick. Come on. Have you watched Rings of Power, Rise of Skywalker, and Last
He's
Jedi?
worse. He's worse than them.
No.
He was the chosen one, Chad.
He was the chosen one. You can't tell me he's worse than Rings of Power, Rise of Skywalker.
He's probably ghostwriting it right now.
I would take 100 George Lucases over friggin' Last Jedi. My goodness.
You got a psycho
Last Jedi was really fucking bad.
It was atrocious. At least George Lucas could give us some cool lightsaber fights and stuff.
You know what the most disappointing fight of the prequels was?
Child murder. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit, just a hair of child murder. Actually, my favorite prequel is Attack of the Clones. Still, I know.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's the only good one.
What?
Yep.
Right. Is it right? Okay. Wait. Is it because Padme's got a tight top on?
Well, that's part of it.
Solve the mystery.
Oh, what's yours? The first one?
No, no.
Revenge of
last
the
one.
Sith?
Yeah.
The biggest letdown. The biggest letdown in the entire Star Wars series is when Mace Windu fights the fucking Emperor.
Well, he fucks the Emperor over. Fucks him
It's
up.
the worst, most boring fight in the entire show. Like
They were
worse.
90 years old each.
I don't care. Mace Windu is supposed to be a swordsman on par with Master Yoda. Like, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. Yoda is supposed to be a swordsman on par with Master Windu. It is the most boring bitch fight I have seen in any movie ever. God, it sucks. Like, you get in Attack of the Clones, you get Yoda fighting Dooku, which is like, you're like, oh shit, this is great. Like, Yoda is popping off here. He's flopping around like a weird, like severed penis. I don't know. He's like, and then
that is not what I wanted to see with Yoda.
Yeah, he's green, so he's an orc penis.
Remember when Yoda in Empire, you basically were saying it doesn't matter the size of you, it's how you use the Force, not a fucking lightsaber.
He used
and
the
then in
Force
the third
to
film,
fly his little tiny body around, chopping people up. And so you get this, like, you're like, oh shit. Like, I watched Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Motherfucker's gonna start chopping bitches up, and he doesn't do it. He is so boring. It is such a letdown. And then no. It's the worst.
Yeah.
God, I hate it. No. Stop. It's so bad. Everything about that movie is bad. The only good part is when he kills the younglings. That's it, because that's what he had to do. You have to assert dominance over the next generation.
But Kenobi, he fucked up and missed one. Kept fucking missing her.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't miss. He literally impaled her with a lightsaber, and she survived.
Through her heart.
Don't worry about it, because he Sandy hooked those younglings. It was over. Get wrecked, stupid little kids.
I'm so glad it's on your channel.
You're blind and you got this blindfold on. You're blocking lasers. Block a lightsaber in your mouth, you fucking little bitch. Blah! Kill
Master
kids.
Skywalker. What are we gonna do? Gonna fuck you up, bitch. Gonna fuck a bitch up.
Well, son, you're gonna meet God today. Like, no, that's the only good part. I hate that movie. I hate it. I hate that everybody likes it. It's so bad. It is so bad.
No, there's fun things in it. Shut up.
There aren't.
Got
Name
great
one.
lightsaber fight. The fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan. That's
my
brilliant.
God. The fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan.
Dude,
I'm
you
gonna
really
throw
think
you
this-
in the lava.
Oh, bullcrap. That is one of the more technically competent, sophisticated sword fights, period, in cinema history.
It's great, but they're not
brilliant.
using swords, Shad.
They are swords. Shut up.
No, they're weightless lightsabers of energy. They don't have. Why are they?
They actually do have weight. You want to get into the nerd discussion about lightsabers?
Oh yeah,
I'll
come at
freaking
me,
do
Shad.
it.
Yeah, let's do it. Bring
the
it.
Lightsaber, the energy portion actually does have at least a feeling of weight or an appearance.
A feeling of weight. Yeah, that's what I tell my wife about my penis too.
That's what you
It's
tell
got
yourself.
a feeling of weight. You should feel it too. Quit complaining.
Great. Yes, you have a point of reference to confirm what I'm saying. You should know.
It has a feeling of weight.
No, because when Darth Vader threw his lightsaber at Luke Skywalker was on the platform,
Victoria
it
for number
around the
32.
center of axis around the energy portion, which meant that the center of weight wasn't just on the lightsaber, mechanical portion. That there was weight in the beam section as well. I know it was mainly because of a
No,
but they
there's not actually weight in the beam section. There's weight in the prop.
Yes, weight in the prop. You're right. But you can explain it.
You know how a lightsaber fight would look? Have you ever seen someone take a laser pointer and tease a cat? That's what a lightsaber fight. We can freaking see a motherfucker in 2 seconds. And they're dead. Stop it. It's nonsense. I'm so
what
pissed.
nonsense? Jumping around like.
overhand swinging a lightsaber. It's literally just this. You just go, and they turn into
Well,
fucking.
interestingly enough, I did do a video on the most appropriate way to fight with a lightsaber, and you're closer to the accurate way. You'd extend it forward and use your wrist control.
You just go like this. What are you gonna do? Like they're acting. Oh, they're blocking lasers like it.
Stop it.
They're blocking lasers like it matters. It's like, bitch, just take and go like this. You block.
Hang on,
every
hang on.
laser that
You
comes
still
in.
haven't said anything why the actual fight scene and
School when
choreography
we were
is bad.
6.
But the choreography is brilliant in that fight scene. It's lots of fun.
Yeah, but the dialogue is embarrassing.
It is. The dialogue is freaking atrocious. But hey, can you enjoy a Jackie Chan movie like not the new stuff, the classic old stuff? Legend of Drunken Master. All right. You don't need
Story.
you
Please
good
story.
acting.
Come on.
You don't need it.
No, I'm gonna do it. Here we go. No, you called me out, Chad. Let me do it. Here we go. What's this? What's this move? Who am I? I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi, dick forward, hands on hips, waiting for the ramp to come down. What is that? Like, why does that even exist? It's terrible.
Well,
Why is he standing like that?
What?
Because he's got a big penis.
Yeah.
He's waiting for the ramp to come down. He's got his hands on his hips and his dick forward instead of having his hand on a
His
lightsaber.
dick doesn't have the fucking notion of weight. It actually has tangible weight.
That's tangible.
That's true.
I love that. That's your point of main criticism of the film. That ruins it. Oh, he's standing with his hands on his hips. Bloody
He takes his robe off, and it's, there you go. It's like, there you go.
Dude
Take
is
that
about
off.
to go into the fight of his life with the guy who is to bring balance to the Force. The Jedi
He's
Master
choking a
of
bitch
Legend.
out. He's choking a bitch out.
I'm just saying, I hate everything about it. I hate it. Oh, God, I hate it. Okay, anyway.
So we just fixed Star Wars.
Yes.
All he had to do was not look like a weirdo. Like all he had to do was not look like a guy at his first time to a strip club. Like he's like, well, this is interesting. Like, no, Obi-Wan, you're being really weird right now. Will you just sit down in one of these chairs? Like, don't worry, a girl will come up to you and she'll start rubbing your leg.
Sit down, not at all.
But you're right. Ewan McGregor does have a giant penis. We learned this from that movie. What was that movie called? Damn it. Now I'm
Trainspotting.
He's the advertising agent. His name is Catcher Block with Renee Zellweger. I'm gonna find it. This is actually a funny movie. Ewan McGregor and Renee.
Is it
Down
My
with
Dick's
Love?
Got Weight?
Down with Love. That's a funny movie. No, he has this line where he's talking about his socks, but his name is Catcher Block, and he's like a men's writer for GQ, basically, but all the women love him. And his secretary is overhearing him talk about his socks, but it's out of context. And he's like, they're socks that don't need a garter. And he's like, no, it stays up all the time. It's 16 inches, but actually 32 because I've got 2, right? Like, it's a great scene. Anyway, Down with Love. It's a very funny movie. And yes, it's about feminism, but it's okay because feminism is a joke.
That is true.
Okay, SPY721 says, Nick, Az has given you a half truth of my argument. Gary has a naked woman in a room with him that he can't find the key for, while Az runs around simping for some ladies he hasn't got yet. Gary wins.
I have fucked Triss already, okay?
Red-haired Triss or Triss from the show?
I fucked her in the lighthouse. She was just like, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna leave you with fucking, oh my god. It is like the other one. Yennefer. I'll leave you with Yennefer. And then I'm just like, fuck that bitch. She's a cow. She's always bossing me around.
Okay.
I'm into redheads. Let's do it. And
I'm going
so
to stop you for a second, though.
Yeah.
Having not played the games.
Yeah.
Yennefer in the show is bad as hell. Like, there's no way around it. That chick is smoking
She's terrible.
hot.
No, this Yennefer in the games is better than it's fucking more hot than her.
Games aren't real. As that chick who plays Yennefer.
This isn't real, Nick.
I think you could find a close equivalent in real life. They chose not to.
she's still hot. Like, it doesn't change anything.
She's not. She's cow.
Characters have a description, and I want them to be true to their, description, how they are.
I'm not talking about accuracy.
I am! Bloody hell, Nick!
No, you're great. Like, look, that's every complaint is
Yeah.
correct. I'm not disputing anything. I'm just saying, like, this is an aside comment. Like, yeah, oh man, they really fucked up this Yennefer character. They could have done better. Hey, girl.
I
How
can't
you
even be
doing?
bothered with season 3.
I haven't watched season 3, I don't think.
Right. I'm not saying if I walked into my bedroom right now and she was in the bed, I'd kick her out. I'm not saying that, but I'm also saying that I'm not making aggressive
Or would you
moves
disappoint her?
Absolutely. I hope to sexually disappoint her.
So that
would
way
be
she brings her friend Triss and whoever.
She gets Victoria for number 32.
Oh, damn it. Jim Satala says, I hate what they did to Tolkien in Rings of Power. I fear that Comet Wizard is Tom Bombadil and Girl Heartfoot into Goldberry. Discuss with guests how bad this would be because it might happen with what they have actually licensed. I haven't watched Rings of Power, so I don't know. But Tom Bombadil is the
don't
one.
punish yourself if you have no
Yeah.
reason to watch
No,
it. Don't bother.
I won't.
It's painful.
Don't do
But
it.
Tom Bombadil is a tragedy of the trilogy, right? Like that he's not in it. He was such a fan favorite from the books, although it would have been weird. Like, let's be honest, having Tom Bombadil in the movie would have been weird because he's walking around like singing those songs and being super gay.
Look, I actually agree that it worked for this film's credit to not have him in it, just for, what did he contribute to the final goals of the story? It didn't affect it too much by cutting him. And look,
Yeah.
I understand. Still would be fun to have, like, maybe see him, but for the just getting everything or the important stuff into a shorter time period, I think it was an appropriate decision.
Yeah, Tom's an interesting character because he demonstrates that there are people in the world who could control the ring and protect it, and he just won't. Like he is ambivalence. He is the human
Good
desire
point,
to
yeah.
not do anything. That's kind of the purpose of his character. Like he controls the trees. I mean, this man sings to whatever and it does whatever he wants. Like he's immensely powerful, and he's like, oh yeah, that ring thing. Like, yeah, I can take it, but fuck you. I'm gonna walk around screaming out poetry in the middle of the woods like a nymph. Like, this is weird, but that's what he does, and that's fine. But that is
that nymph with an A?
yes. but that is humanity, right? Like there are tons of people in your life and in every story that could do the thing that you need to do. They could solve the problem that you need to solve. But this isn't about Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil is not made to save Middle Earth. He probably doesn't care if Middle Earth is destroyed. He'll probably just go ahead and keep on persisting through it anyway in his own little realm of power. So that person is always there, no matter what your task is. And ultimately, The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings are about the human condition, as every good story is. And so you have to know that there's someone who can help you, and no matter your pleadings, is just indifferent. And you have to be okay with that, because this is your job. And you don't get to just pawn it off because you find someone who might be capable. You have to find someone who's capable and willing to do the thing, right? Like that's pretty important.
But
It's a
that
good
doesn't
lesson.
explain why you think Attack of the Clones is the best movie.
It's just better than the other two. It's not like it's great. Also, when he kills the Tuscan entire village, that's kind of funny. Like, I'm a
The
big
women
fan.
and the children too.
I'm a fan of genocide, as it's like, who isn't when you really get down to it? You know who else thought Attack of the
I'm
Clones was
British,
great?
dude. I'm fucking all in on this shit.
Yeah, the Germans really liked Attack of the Clones too.
Woo! Holy shit! Last year they were looking for a sequel to that. We got Elizabeth's power back. I think we should just start putting people into camps again.
We will put people into camps. Oh, they make their own camps? No, we will clear those out. They're unacceptable. Kalinka Pavlova says, I'm so happy this anime crossover with Shad and Az is happening. By the way, Nikki knows. Did you tell them about vegetable justice? If not, you must now, right now. Also pray for me. I'm going to get shit faced tonight. Woohoo!
Whoop.
Me too, girl. Do you guys know about vegetable justice?
No.
Nah.
So I mentioned I went to a Renaissance festival.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember you
Minnes-
mentioned that.
Yeah, Minnesota has a decent Renaissance festival, but I haven't been there in like a decade. I think it's been 10 or 12 years because my kid was really young. But I'm not exaggerating. When I go to the Renaissance Festival, I only do one thing. There's only one thing I want to do. You know, they have knights and jousting. They have belly dancers. They have all sorts of shops and weird stuff. I don't care. There's a stand called Vegetable Justice. It is the last bastion.
Oh, actually, I have heard of this. Yes.
It's
And
the
I've even
last
seen
bastion
clips.
of freedom on the planet. So since you don't know, there's a man, there's a man in stocks, basically, but it's a wall, but he's got 2 hand holes and a face hole.
And a face. Yeah.
And then people come up and they buy tomatoes, if you will, to throw at him. And he roasts them mercilessly. Yeah. Nothing. There's nothing held back. There's no joke. There's nothing that they can't say. And my God, like, okay, so the guy this year, he's super thin and he's got like his rib, like you can see his ribs and stuff. He's a very thin man. And he's this black guy is throwing tomatoes at him, and he is roasting him with the most racially charged set of jokes I've ever heard. Like, it was brutal, and I'm dying. Like, his first joke was, "I'm so happy you're here because now you can hit a white guy and get away with it." Like, that's the first joke, and they went way downhill from there. But so after a while, people are like, everybody's laughing too. Nobody gasped and said, "That's inappropriate." And these jokes got bad. But he stops for a second and he goes, "You think this is bad? Wait till you see my Anne Frank impression." And he turns sideways and sucks his stomach back as far as he can. And I'm like, and I died. I died and went to heaven. But what I found was that when I got to heaven, I was just still sitting at Vegetable Justice. So I went back to my body and chose to live. Like, this is freedom. And it makes me so sad, but happy at the same time, because these guys are uncancelable. They will tell the worst joke. Little girl walks up. This guy looks at her. She's probably 5, 6 years old, maybe. He says, "Hey, honey, how are you doing? You know the sounds coming from mommy's bedroom while daddy's at work?" And I'm like, oh my God. And then there's this little fat kid up there throwing missing all over he's throwing to the next county. He can't hit this guy to save his life. And the guy goes, "Hey kid, you would have done a lot better if you would have put all your weight behind any of those throws." And I'm like, yeah, put that little shit in his place. Oh, it is purity. It is purity of comedy. And again, all of this. What?
Are there videos of this?
There are vegetable justices all over the planet. And yes, there are videos of all of them. Here, I'll find one. Let's see. I was going to take one where I was, but you just like it wouldn't have picked it up. So here we go. Here's one in Bristol. Where's Bristol? Is that a Britain place?
Yeah, Bristol's like one of the wokest places. It's probably the wokest place in the UK, Bristol City. So
okay, this is from 20. This is from 2010 Bristol. I don't know. Like I don't understand England topography.
It's where Portishead comes from.
Hey Elizabeth, you know what I had for breakfast? SpongeBob's legs.
I hope this gets funnier.
Yeah, come on up closer, Elizabeth. Come up to right about there. Get him, Elizabeth. Hey! You know, you shouldn't be doing this, Elizabeth, because you're a girl and you're not good at things like stuff.
You're a girl. You're not good at things like this.
That's what they laugh at most.
When I get canceled, this is my dream job.
Oh yeah.
Does mommy dye your hair blonde so hers will look natural? I want to eat you up. No, I really. So, how much conditioner do you go through in a week? Is mommy growing your hair that way so because she really wanted a girl?
Come on, get to an adult.
Why? God's green earth would I piss off one of the children of the corn? I have no survival instincts. Sweet baby. That kid's gonna come back later and his eyes are gonna start glowing, my head's gonna explode. What? That's right. I will deflect it back. I'm a ninja. All right, if you manage to hit me, I'm gonna cancel Easter. If you come to kill, well, guess what? I'm so glad you come to kill, because so am I.
So like these are all kids. When the adults get up, God, they just roast the shit out of them. It's so funny. Fat jokes, race jokes, woman jokes, man jokes. It doesn't matter. I don't go up there. I don't throw, like, I'll cry. Like they make fun of me too much. It's hilarious. So anyway, it is the last bastion of freedom. Like, they're uncancelable. Everybody laughs. I've never been to a vegetable justice, and I've sat through hours and hours of these guys roasting people. I have never seen them ever go like, oh, that's too far. Because when people are live and they're not online and they're not in an audience where they're recognized and expected to have a response, they just laugh at the joke because it's funny. And I just wish that would happen more.
Sometimes a joke is just a joke.
Like when the black kid comes up and he says, hey, kid, I can pick out your dad from the crowd. It's terrible. It's terrible. Or like, yeah, when the black guy was throwing the tomatoes this year, and the guy says, this is great. This is like a role play, except this time you're the police. It's like, oh my God. And everybody, like, it's just fine. Like, it's okay. And the guy was laughing while he's throwing the tomatoes because you might just hit him. You're not gonna hit that guy. He's too far away. The tomatoes don't fly right and everything's terrible. Snuggle struggle. Shad. Speaking of old offensive words, fornicating under the consent of the king, or is it for unlawful carnal knowledge? Love the show, Rackets. Oh,
I don't know the context of the question.
That's all it says. Fornicating under the consent of the king, or is it for unlawful carnal knowledge? Oh, fuck. The acronym fuck.
So I actually watched a video on the history of that word, and it only comes up towards the very end of the medieval period, but it's not in the context of what we use the word for. And so it seems like it's actually not a medieval word that was even used for the same meaning. But other words do date back to the medieval period, like, the C word, and the yes word seems to be one that also has old origin. And what they weren't considered swear words. They were crass, But
Right.
like they even named streets. So there's this street that used to be called.
Wait, there's a cunt street somewhere?
No. It was called
There's a cunt on
Grope,
every street,
that-
mate.
Grope C-word Lane. Because
Grope
of all
cunt lane?
Yes, because of all the rape that happened on the street, and so they named
Does it
that.
still exist? Like, I
You
want
can look
to
it
buy
up.
whatever house.
I don't think it exists anymore, but it's actually that was a real medieval street, and so because crass words weren't so inappropriate that no one would say them. Their actual swear words were words that had proper offense in the cultural meaning of what they did, like swearing in vain and profanity and.
So I was
cursing.
I was talking to my kid the other day. My oldest son, he's about to turn 15. And I was listening to some music. Music had profanity in it, and I turned it on. I said, "Look, there's going to be profanity in this, and I don't care anymore. Like, you're old enough. I know you watch videos with profanity in it." And then we started talking about like words. And he was like, "So, he was asking about swear words and stuff like that." And I said, "Listen, first of all, you can never use profanity around your grandparents or I'll kill you. But other than that, like, I don't care about it. Like, you're smart. You know when it's situationally appropriate to not use these words. And that's the most important thing. If you're at school, if you're doing, these other activities, don't use profanity. Like, don't get in trouble. That's nonsense." But I said, at the end of the day, they're just words, and words don't matter. Like, the words themselves don't matter. But what matters always is the intent behind them. I said, I would much rather someone smile at me and say the most offensive words on the planet than someone say the nicest words, but actually hate me with them. And he's like, "Yeah, I get that." And that's what I feel like we're losing that. I feel like the nuance is so gone and eroded.
It's
language.
baffling. Like it is so bizarre to me that there are words that are so like taboo in society. You can't even say the word to explain the word that you shouldn't say. Like if I was trying to teach someone, that the N word is an inappropriate word to say, I couldn't.
Right.
I can't even say the N word in any context in society
Right,
now.
it's crazy.
Even to try and explain that it's a bad word you shouldn't say. That is insanity.
I can't believe you can't say nepotism.
Yeah, I know. It's just nepotism, right? Now it's Numenor. Numenor with a hard Numenor. Oh, well, I can get canceled.
That is
for
the
that one.
N word, all right now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So my dad sent me this message. Let me read it real quick. Because this is on point with the N word. He says he's at the doctor's office. The nurse comes out looking for Mr. Negro. He exasperatedly says, "The name is Nigro." So you're sitting there like the nurse goes, "Is there a Mr. Negro here?" He's like, "Jesus, woman, it's Nigro." Oh
Like
my
I don't.
God.
It's such a taboo. I have trouble saying the governor's last name, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I have trouble saying that because it has the word in it. So I have
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger.
Screw your
Don't say that one.
freedom.
I think that's bad.
Yeah.
There's probably other ways to say it. I won't do it. I had so many offensive pronunciations.
Nick,
and
the family's back. I'm gonna have to.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
gotta go.
cool.
Man,
It's cool.
sorry, I gotta go. This has been a blast though. It's been an absolute joy.
Shad, I'm gonna
And
invite
awesome.
you back because I have this real quick. I have this old show that I used to do, and at least one of the guys can't do it anymore because he's been banned off of YouTube. And if I host him on my channel, I'll get a strike. But it's called Chad Dad Streams.
Hey,
Would you be down for that? Talking about
Yeah.
dadhood and manhood?
love to. Hell
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna invite you back for one of those. I'll talk to the other guys. I think you'd be a wonderful replacement to our lost member.
I'm sorry the guy was lost. It wasn't Carl, was it?
No. It wasn't Carl. I'm not.
Because he's on YouTube anyway. So yeah, what am I saying?
Yeah, he's fine. No, it's my friend Doug TeNapel, and half the
Okay.
chat hates Doug, and half the chat likes Doug, and it's fine. But but he's a good guy and a good dad. And you seem to be a guy who's got his head on straight around like family and family values. So I'd love to introduce or invite you onto the show with a couple other good dads, and we could just talk about dad and man stuff.
Hell yeah, I'd love that. Seriously, that is something that is very dear to my heart. Like just fatherhood, manhood, especially with the attack on, just being men. And totally,
it's crazy how when I want to underperform and then force my wife to bring 3 of her friends, that suddenly that's like toxic.
It used to be in the lore, like medieval lore, in certain areas, in certain times.
Well, hey, man, it's been an absolute blast having you on. Guys, check out Shadiversity on YouTube. Also, we shared in the chat earlier, and I think Kalea, the mod, is sharing all of Shad's channels as well as his Indiegogo campaign. Go buy a book. Buy a book from someone who doesn't hate you. Like you don't have to buy the $550 one that I bought. Buy the $20 one or whatever it is. Like just support someone who is out here making stuff that isn't garbage, please, because every one of us is trying to make life a little bit better and give you a place to escape that isn't the world pressing down on you.
That's all I got. Thanks heaps, man.
All right, man.
All right. Love you guys. I'll catch you. Can't wait for that next stream. Yes, catch you as. I'll be back.
Talk to you soon, Jed. Peace.
See ya. Bye.
All right. How long can I force you to stay? Like, what kind of rape is this at this point?
Well, it's kind of like the girl with the dragon tattoo, and I'm now in the basement. I've been hoisted up. I have the neck collar on, and you're telling me how it's ridiculous to think of how you're going to get out of here. You're now coming to terms with the fact that you're going to.
Did you read The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo? You did?
I read it back. Yeah, I read it back in 2010. 2010. So it's been a while. I read the book. Well, no. I watched the Numi Rape Face films. Yeah. Then I read the first book. Then the Daniel Craig version came out, which I thought was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It was Fincher who did the direction on that. And then unfortunately, that didn't take off. So they didn't do the trilogy with them. And then I think a shitty one came out 4 years ago or something, two years ago or something.
That's very interesting, Az.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Fuck, you're a fuck. You're an absolute fuck. I walked willingly into the gas chamber. Fucking hell. All right, Anne, how you doing, sweetheart? Oh no, you just died tuberculosis or something, don't you?
Oh shit.
Fuck hell.
I was just sitting there. I'm like, whoa, he is tying the noose.
He's doing it all by himself. All by himself. Look at his dickhead.
At the Lionheart says, I've watched Shad long before I watched Friday Night Tights and everyone else. Good to see my favorite content creators eventually get together. Shad, do you get hate online now that you hang out with these guys? Oh, damn it. I wanted to ask him that before he left, but I've got a family or whatever. Like, imagine not neglecting your family. For
what a wanker.
How pathetic.
Matt, being a good father and husband. What a pussy.
How stupid is that? She's not going to leave. You got to pay for all these damn kids.
They'll be there tomorrow. Fucking hell. So it's going to vanish. Oh, this is why I'm
What, you think she's going to make all the omelets? Matt, AK, hey, Shad, my brother-in-law also self-publishes his own novels. It's not easy. If anyone is interested in some good high fantasy stories, just search for Tales of the Amulet Michael reads the audiobooks too. So Matt AK says Tales of the Amulet is some good stuff. All right. We're almost at the we're gonna get through these main super chats or the big super chats and then
$20 now.
Yeah,
I know you.
yeah.
I know you're. You know.
Look, I invented the grift. Yes. I had to.
I am respectful of it.
Blacklist Universe. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mr. Miller? How you doing? So stoked to see Shad on here. I want to watch from the beginning, but I need to watch live. God bless y'all. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. C Goody says, when are we getting an XYZ porn bot sponsorship? No kidding. They come in here enough. Seems like you'd be the perfect representative of their brand and vice versa. Malachi Gaming and Talk. I'm not actually interested. The only porn I will advertise, the only one I would tolerate is the porn that's acceptable to watch in like polite society, right? As like, you know what I'm talking about. Like you can't just take on like a Brazzers or whatever. Like that's stuff gets a little weird. Like dog fart. That's too ethnic. And then the only one you could possibly support, the only one is a truly vanilla, like kind of normal entry level porn site. And that's Ghetto Gaggers. That's the only one I would do. I think I've killed ass.
I absolutely agree.
Do you know there are other sites? There's sister sites. Do you want me to read them to you?
Go.
Facial abuse. Latina abuse. No Latinx abuse here. Antifa abuse. Where every single one of them is an actual member of Antifa. Don't forget bang out hits like Deaf and Degraded. And also my personal favorite website on the entire internet, porn or no porn, my favorite website on earth, just from the name, is Radical Jislam. Big shout out to my man Duke, owner and purveyor of the best name websites on the planet. Don't go to any of them. Oh my God, steal your souls and gird your loins.
Oh God, I got a 6-pack. That's like 50 crunches I just did there.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, he can't save you now, Nick. He can't save you now.
There is no as beyond saving. Beyond saving. I am here to be a marker and a martyr on the road to hell, to have everyone else turn back. That's my role and lot in life. Like Judas. Yeah, I betrayed Jesus. What?
What are you gonna fucking do about it? I got my 4 pieces of silver. What you got, you fucking broke ass bitch?
I didn't see you there, your sandals. I was wearing sandals. We didn't even have shoes yet, you
fucking hippie.
Pussy. Cunt.
Now I'm gonna go fucking hang myself because I'm pissed off.
Actually, I'm pretty sure. Let's deep state this one. Judas didn't kill himself.
He was found with an orange in his mouth.
It was the Globo Homo Romo conspiracy.
Oh man. Oh shit! I can't take this exercise anymore.
This tree that Judas hung himself from is really short. Did he do a front flip off of it? What the hell happened?
He did like I think that guy did the other week when he hung himself and shot himself in the chest at the same time.
That's dedication to your craft. Like I don't know if this asphyxiation is gonna get me. Let's try a 12 gauge.
Yeah, just get a 12 gauge to somehow fucking blast my chest off.
Look, I'm interested in the hanging, but I'm really uncomfortable with the pain, so I'm just gonna go with the 12
Hey,
gauge.
better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry.
Jesus. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, "Oh my God, it's Shad, not the porn guy." Yeah, Shad Man is not Shadiversity. Do not confuse the two, please. Factual says, "Have you Shyster lawyers heard the news about Johnny Depp seriously dating Joelle Rich? She's a married lawyer that repped him in the UK trial." Look, people have weird lives, and the higher level of celebrity you get, the life gets weirder. I don't know what to believe, and I don't care. Like if Johnny Depp is dating some UK lawyer, go for it, Johnny Depp. Maybe her husband's into it. Maybe he's like, please bring me cocaine. I don't know. I loved how you talked about licking MDMA. Would you like a charcuterie board? No, like I don't know.
Do you
what
know
these
who I'm
people do.
dating at the minute?
Are you really?
Mm.
Who are you dating?
Victoria for number 32.
See, what I would do is I would have a staged wife. I wouldn't even have a real one. Right? And you'd be like, look, honey, all I need you to do, we don't even need to have sex. I just need to pretend to disappoint you. Because then I need you to go, like, I have no shame. I need you to go to town and be like, this motherfucker's disappointing me. And I need all of the, look, I've got a list. We need all of the townswomen to come help out. Each one has a hand, a mouth, and probably something else that we can deal with. An armpit.
Bring a body part.
The backside of a knee. I don't know. With enough lube, anything. Any crevice.
Kayla in the chat. Kayla.
Wait, what?
Your
Kalea.
Kalea. Sorry, I thought it was Kayla. Sorry. Kalea.
There you go. There you go.
Can we bring Victoria for number 32?
Okay. Very serious.
When I disappoint you.
God damn it, YouTube fucking overflows. The chat fucking overflows over and over again. I hate it. Okay, I gotta find where are we? Blacklist Universe is somewhere in here.
You won't do that. Don't be so sure. No.
Oh, wait, what?
Kalea was just like, you won't do that. I was like, don't be so sure.
Ask how many threesomes have you engaged in your life?
One.
How many of them were men?
Oh my god, I laughed so loud that my fucking head is spinning now. It was unfortunately a boring 2 women and me, I'm afraid.
How many foursomes?
None.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just trying to find a way to call you gay. As I don't know if people have realized this, my level of comedy is really basic, but it's
that's why we get on so well.
Blacklist Universe says Shadow of the Conqueror just beat Doug to Naples Bigfoot Bill. Let's go. Sorry, Doug. Lol. I don't think you need to apologize to Doug. I'm sure Doug would be cheering you guys on if he were allowed on YouTube. Elias Aho. I believe the only way to pronounce machicolations is the scream it, filled with excitement over this brilliant piece of architecture. No. Dark cookies. Want a cannon, Nick? 1-inch bore by 19 inches. If the question is, do I want a cannon? Yes. The answer
is your
always
God-given right to have
yes.
one.
Like, I don't know how to, like, I don't know what your plan is, but do I want a cannon? Yeah, of course. Of course I want a cannon every day. Doug Murray says, rackets, my dad who passed away 5 years ago used to tell me and my brother, fat girls are like mopeds. They're fun to ride until your friends find out.
that is an oldie.
That being said, Farron proved real life is like it is in the movies. Oh, I don't even know what you mean by that, but I love it. Sir Marhouse, Nick, you should talk to Shad's brother. He's a dope art YouTuber and does cool terrain builds too, and bring Shad on for a Chad Dad stream. Chad Dad stream's going to happen. Shad's brother is a YouTuber too? What is this, some kind of gay YouTube dynasty family? Like what? What is this? Bunch of Mormons
Dynasty
out
family
here?
bit was like fine, but somehow you just wanted to get gay in there.
Like, no, but this is like weird. Like the Mormons are like proselytizing on YouTube. What is it? Is his brother really a YouTuber? Is that true? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I only said, like, Chad's been on Friday night. Well, I mean, apart from the Rings of Power last few weeks, he was on once before, and that's so the only kind of like time I've spoken to Shad is through that. So
Yeah.
I don't know his family
Okay.
history, I'm afraid.
Admiral Peanut Butter says, I'm home from the party and you're still up, man. Keep grifting, grift, man. And I have to. YouTube banned me for a half of a month. A half of a month.
Then you came back and they banned you again.
You know what? I was kind of okay with the first ban because I was in Jamaica and I had everything in my life. I don't want to go anywhere else. On the rest of my life is spent figuring out like how many times I can go back.
Wow, that's good.
I don't care about anything else. I have these other trips that I bought at like charity auctions that I couldn't do from COVID. I'm like, I don't want to fucking do them. Like, oh my God, I could go somewhere else instead. I could go back to Jamaica. Like, it's terrific. It's the greatest place on earth because there are no rules about anything. Actually, no. My wife and I broke. So we go to this place. There's like no rules, and we break a rule the first day we get there. We're out in the ocean.
Right.
After dark.
I like where this is going.
We're out. We're in the water, having a good time. And the security guard comes up and he's like, "Hey, get out of the water." I look back, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, it's the ocean. There's not a rule on the ocean. He's like, get out of the water. And he stands there. He's like, come on. So we finally, like, we walk out up to this guy who's just glaring at us. It was like, what? And he's like, you can't be in there after 6. After 6? What are you talking about after 6? He's like, it's full of stingrays and jellyfish. I'm like, lead with that. Like, lead with the information that you're surrounded by stingrays and jellyfish once the sun goes down. I would have run out of the ocean, you fuking weirdo. Like,
wasn't the fact that Steve Irwin was fucking floating fucking enough for you?
I'm sitting there because like it's peaceful, it's serene. The weather, you know, it's the tropics, so the weather is perfectly comfortable. The water's great. And he's just like, you get out against rules. And I'm like, what do you mean against? There aren't any rules here, homie. There's no rules, like at all.
Fight club, bitch.
Yeah. And and then he's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of stingrays and jellyfish. I'm like, Jesus, why didn't you tell me sooner? There should be a big fucking sign that says, by the way, after dark, stingrays and jellyfish don't go in this water. Why isn't that on a tree right here by the beach? The fuck is wrong with you? I hate these people.
If your missus got stung, though, you could have just pissed on her.
Well, I have so many jokes to follow up with that. No, apparently that's a myth, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but a funny story.
I just say if your missus got stung,
I wouldn't tell her it's a myth. No, so we're in college, and my wife and I are both cheerleaders, right?
Yeah, I know.
We were talking about this subject around other cheerleaders. And someone's like, well, yeah, if you get stung by a jellyfish, you just pee on it. And one of the girls goes, Pee on the jellyfish? Why? No, you dumb bitch. Pee on the sting. Like, fuck you, jellyfish, and just piss all over it. Like,
I would have quit. I would have quit the team right then. I am not having somebody fucking responsible for catching others that fucking thinks you piss on the jellyfish.
No, she was a little one. She went up. She didn't have to catch anybody.
Then fucking drop her on her head.
One time I went to lift her up. So usually Lady Rackets was my flyer, right? I would lift her up. But, you know, for different stunts or whatever, you have to do different things. And we had been practicing this one stunt. And you get used to picking up the same woman. It doesn't matter if the other woman weighs less or the same as the one you're used to picking up. They sit different. Okay. And this chick, she was actually pretty hot. Her name was Melissa. And she we kept doing the same fucking thing over and over. It was a chair, so they sit like they put their vagina right here on you, not their ass. Like their ass is here on your fingertips.
I know.
Yeah, and it's great. Like they just shove their vagina right there, and you lift them up or whatever. I have lifted this girl like 8 times in a row, and I go up and I go to lift her, and my hand is like this, and she looks at it, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, the only thing that matters. It's not good, as.
No.
It was not good. I was tired. And these women were irritating. Michael Ludwig.
That is beautiful. That's
TPPT says they sit different. Yes. Yes, their vaginal mound rests in your hand differently.
You think all vaginas is the same?
No, I'm saying they're very different.
No, not you. The other dude.
Yeah. Where are you going to get water or something?
Yeah. BRB.
Okay, next. Michael Ludwig says the fact you managed to keep Az up this many hours is amazing, and Shad should shoot an arrow through new Star Wars posters to measure their potency. That's a good idea. C. Goody says, I don't think I can link ghetto gaggers or radical Jislam in the chat. No. I very much wish I could. Shout out to Duke for fighting the good fight. One of the few that is willing to. And again, you know, people may have problems with whatever. I'm not saying you should consume pornography. I think pornography is horrifically destructive. But you want people who are on the absolute edge of free speech? Duke from Ghetto Gaggers is on the absolute edge of free speech. The Squid says, we're drunk AF on the Jack show when it was mentioned, but I'm serious about paying $1,000 for one of your painted Warhammer figurines, but only when I'm able to pay you cash because F the IRS and taxes. Okay, brother. You want me to paint a specific one for you? Like, let's arrange it. If that's what you want to do, I'm not here to stop you. Black Tailgate says, it'd have been great if the black kid at Vegetable Justice had replied, really, that's amazing because I don't even know what he looks like. Dude, the second joke to the black adult was, sir, we have something in common. Neither of us truly know our fathers. Vegetable Justice, unstoppable. Okay, here's what I need. Here's what I need to do. And I'm going to give you an option. I've read all of the large super chats. I have a bunch of regular super. Oh, wait, I got one more. But anyway, I've got a bunch of regular super chats to read. But I have to read Unbreaded. And I didn't know if you wanted to be here, if you wanted to participate. It's up to you. The Daily Unbreaded.
How do I participate?
Well, I would put it up on screen and you would read it. Good sir.
Okay. If you want me to.
Okay, I'll have to give you some ground rules that will help you out with it. Okay. Malik Foxon says, ask Shad about the Mashiko locations. Fucking Shad's about to put all over his castle walls. Though I can't read this shit at this time of night.
But thank you for the super chat.
I've had so much to drink, and I'm gonna have a little more because I don't have to get up in the morning. I don't have to get up.
Dude, I've been up for so long. I feel like a Chinese gold farmer.
Oh shit. Meth Bear. DSP is losing more of his regular income and his mind daily. Watch him rock back and forth on the X and Y axis as he has a mental break on stream.
That's the DSP song.
No more sweaty man JPEGs to whack to. I'm ready for it. Dude, hate watching can only last so long, and his has lasted a long time.
I've had to take a break away from it all. I can't handle any more poison anymore.
I haven't looked at DSP in a long time, and I'm like, dude, all you need to do is just play the video games, mate.
No, it's not as simple as that, Nick.
It's not?
No.
Why not?
Right, okay. DSP does not want to play the video games. He just wants the money.
Yeah, I know.
The video games are an obstruction which is getting in the way. He would rather sit there for 2 hours and just beg for fucking coin. And apparently, because I can't watch videos at the moment, but I just read the titles. So it'll be like he's lost this number of subs, or he's lost this amount of money, or memberships, or whatever it is. And the games. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
No, I know he doesn't want to, but just play the games, bigot. The games, bigot.
This is my business. This is my business. I gotta do this. So you're just like a fucking idiot. Because
his business is playing the games.
One thing which is really confusing about DSP.
What's that?
Is every time he says I need tips because tips are the money I get immediately.
I don't need tips. I need tits, but go on.
So I'd be up for tits right now. But he says, he can get that money immediately to pay, this guy's got more bills.
It's amazing how many bills he has.
I know, more than I've ever seen in my life.
Wiped them all out, and he still has bills.
I know. So, but he says if you super chat or whatever, or send a membership, he's like, that's money that helps me. This is his own words. In the long term. It's 30 days. It's 30 days.
30 days. 30 days. I guess technically, if we're being technical, it could be up to 50. Because YouTube pays out on the 21st. So if you donate on the 1st of the month, you have 30 days plus the 21 for the next month.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You bigot. You racist.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. No, he's like, I want, like, my heart cries out to DSP. It's like, I want to help you, but you have to help yourself. Like,
I reached out to him. I've not joking. I reached out when Kiwi Farms leaked his bank account.
Yeah.
That showed that he was just a degenerate gambler.
Right.
And he lies every single day of his life. What does that do to your soul? Just what's that do when you're just lying every fucking day of your life?
Well, as a lawyer, let me tell you.
But I reached out and I tweeted to him, and because I was in my early 20s, I had a terrible gambling addiction, and I got out of it. Yeah. So I and I don't gamble. I've never gambled since. So I tweeted at him and I was just like, "This is a legit reaching out." Yeah. Well, it's just a legit reaching out as somebody who's had gambling issues in the past. I'll be more than willing to help and talk with you and let's see if we can sort this out for you. Nothing. No. He just went on stream that day and lied again.
Were you just gonna pretend he was Victoria? Like, was that?
I would have legit. If he was, I would have legit helped him.
Of course, like that's the thing. I've offered to have him on my show. I've offered to do whatever, like to talk about like when the really nasty people like that Superhound guy like go after him and stuff like that. I'm like, come on, talk about it. Like, do this. Expose yourself to a new audience. Like this is an opportunity. I hate to be like that because it's weird thinking of myself in that way. But like, DSP, dude, this is a whole bunch of people who've never heard of you. It's a chance to get a bunch of potential customers, I guess, for lack of a better word, into your chat. People who've never watched your show and never would. But if you come on here, you talk to me and you're a genuine guy, like people are going to check out your stuff. And he's like, well, you know, I'd lose the income for that day. And, so like, I have to make that up. Like, frankly, it is just business. You know, I gotta make that up. It's like, dude, do you not understand like opportunity at all? Like, you don't do a thing today.
No, he's
and
a
it benefits
lazy
you
pig.
tomorrow.
He's lazy. He doesn't want to do anything. Doesn't want to help himself. He just wants to blame other people for his own misfortunes. It's the detractors. Illegally messing with my business. Oh, just shut the fuck up.
It's so crazy. McNuke says just got back from a Sabaton concert. Awesome and boost. Neck is sore, feel hurt, and I'm exhausted. I'm in a great mood now, so have some of my hard-earned dollars. Keep on grifting. Hey, thank you, brother. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this, ass.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
What the?
I'm bread. That's right. That's right.
Your Holiness, hello.
Hello. I'm the Law Pope, and we are here for our daily unbreaded. We're here for our daily unbreaded. What page are we going to do? What page are we going to do? What page is it? 150. Oh, buddy. This is going to be a good page. I can already smell it.
Smells like Melissa's. Was it Melissa? Smells like your hand after a cheerleading practice with Melissa.
Listen, that chick was maybe 95 pounds with C cups. So,
Wow.
whew,
Petite, busty, petite. Nice.
yeah. She was a weirdo, though. Fucking
She's a woman.
cheerleaders. All cheerleaders are fucking broken people. Okay, here we go. Okay, so as
Hi, Mrs. Rackets.
she knows, she was there. like she would agree. That chick was a weirdo. She knows she was tiny too. Like Lady Ragged's tiny as shit. Like, don't get me wrong. It was Lady Raggeds was the chick that I lifted every day of my life. Still do, by the way. And, but no, like that was the whole deal. I hated lifting other women. Really did, because you get used to lifting one. She sits nice. Oh, and by the way, I was definitely trying to make her a wife the entire time. So like I didn't want to waste my time putting my hand up some other woman's vagina. Very fucking weird. Anyway, that's one way to say it. Okay, so as
you
need
say
to
the most
know,
romantic things.
I do. You should see what I say over lobster. Okay, so
First
as
thing, do you know how much this cost? Second thing, let's negotiate.
You know, this lobster is great, but what I'm really into is clams.
Because I bought this lobster, I'm going to be into clams later. Are we okay? Are we? fucking together on it.
Oh my. Okay, so I need to
Yes.
teach you some lingo.
Okay.
It's
Ooh,
very
okay.
important. You need to know the word binger.
Binger.
Binger starts with an N and has 2 G's in it.
Oh shit. Okay.
You need to know the word bike because it rhymes with people who rode trains and do banking.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, wow.
And you might need to know the word blink because some people who squint a lot blink. If that makes sense.
Oh my god, I'm walking into a fucking minefield.
No, I think the only one you might have to say is binger. You will have to say binger. Because you don't want to say the alternative.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
all you have to do is read the text. And if you want, what we can do is this. Here's what we can do.
Yeah.
Why don't you read the bold text?
Okay.
I will read the non-bold text. Then you can read this little bold sentence here. And then
I see quite a few bingers there.
So if you start by reading the bold text, then I'll pick up right here at build.
Oh, I see a bing. Okay, I see a bold binger as well.
There's a bold binger for sure.
Okay.
Bold bingers are the best bingers.
Bold bingers.
All right. So whenever you're ready, sir, look, this is your artistic freedom. You can put whatever flair you want on this. You can read it in whatever voice or dialect or diction you choose. I defer only to your wisdom. Go when you're ready, and I'll pick up at build.
The money. You will make more money too. But you will make wealth that you can't imagine yet in terms you don't have a word for yet. By playing for yourself, you will free Binga to believe and understand what they need to hear in languages beyond words. You must do it. You must play for yourself. In your own communities where the wealth stays in your interest, you'll gain more than interest if you are interested in the lesser man's terms. You'll gain in allegiances that are invested in you and a future in ways you haven't yet discovered. The money will return in forms you haven't yet considered or imagined.
No imagination.
The money will come to you by improving your life in ways you didn't ask. The money will come to you until one day you can't count what you have.
You have too much.
One day your eternity will be unlimited by man. One day your opinions will be unrestricted. One day you will have more than benefits. You'll have more than I can convey in words. You'll have so much goodness and love that you'll wonder why you ever played for someone else. The people feel like you left them. Show them that you are with them. For them and behind their every move. Show your support, them, and that you need them to do what they are destined to hear, to realize in reality. Show them by acts of force and deliberate conviction that you are there to make them whole, without permission or consideration of the lesser man's goals or wishes. Show them that you are there for their mission. They pay everything to stand in your shoes. Show them that their shoes are priceless too. Show the people that you stand in their shoes too, and that their success is not separate from you. Show the young men that they are yours, even if they are barefoot.
Build Binger athletes by building shoes in the hood itself. Build everything we need and buy from no one else. No phones, no sneakers, no cars. If we can't walk to work, then we live too far. Grow our own food. If we can't grow it in the hood, it ain't necessary. This is total war and complete commitment. On the other side is no limit. Binger can and must provide everything for himself. Upon this decision alone, everything shall be ours on this world and of eternity. This isn't self-segregation. It is removal of Binger degradation. It is a stand-up moment for knees we forgot we had. This is returning to ourselves and building more than we thought we could.
It isn't an investment if it isn't in the hood. It isn't an investment if it isn't in the hood. It isn't an investment if it isn't in the hood. It isn't an investment if it isn't in the hood. It isn't an investment if it isn't in the hood.
Money spent elsewhere doesn't exist. Money elsewhere spent is the Tom's foolish wish against himself. All Binger money belongs in the hood. Anyone who moves out loses out. Those who left to be closer to someone else betrayed themselves. Don't call it gentrifying. Stop abandoning yourself. Outside should never have a chance to infiltrate our spaces. Our communities should be invested in by Binger men so quickly that it is impossible for them to buy anything. Never buy from a website or a store that isn't in the hood. Never enjoy entertainment that isn't created in the hood. All profits should go to the hood. Spend your money on the hood and never elsewhere. The only time you should feel good about spending money is when you spend it in the hood. The lesser man makes spending money and consuming luxury seem good. The lesser man promotes buying shit as a way to have a higher life, but the only consumption that should feel good is consumption spent in the hood. That way, the spending is a form of earning. The money you spend in the hood is money you spend on yourself, regardless of what you buy. Don't buy sneakers made anywhere besides the ghetto. Don't buy sneakers made by hands not in the hood. If we didn't create our own and own the clothing line from production to management, then go without it. Buy secondhand only until you find Binger-owned clothing from the hood that employs the hood and that is designed for the hood. Luxury goods are tools of your own oppression. Lesser fashion shows are celebrations of the lesser man's world of lies.
Unbread! Wow, that's powerful stuff.
It's very good. It's very good. I was sitting here trying to turn off my fucking reverb, and it just wasn't going. It just wasn't going.
That was nerve-wracking.
I know. You gotta, it's like walking around, it's like walking in an African village. Landmines everywhere.
Well, I was more worried about what the chat were going to say.
Oh. Don't worry about
But they seem to be taking the sermon very well.
The chat is fully unbreaded. They know. These are the powerful words of the prophet Matthew Harris. We are merely his delivering vessels.
Obviously.
Well, man, here's what I got. I've got a couple, too many. I've got many more super chats to read. It's really late for you. And I want to invite you to stay if you want, but also if you need to go, fully understand. I'm going to burn through these. So it's up to you. You've
How long is it be?
God, I fucking have no idea. 20 minutes, maybe 30.
Oh, I can stay for 20, 30 minutes.
2 hours.
Fuck off.
Now that you said you can stay. Let's make it real. All right, let's see. If at any point you need to go, just say, "Hey man, I gotta go," and we'll do it. But I'm gonna go through these as fast as possible. There may be questions, there may not. Emorsk says this is over in Rumble. Fun haters can eat fat dicks. Damn right. Daft Lad, speaking of books, please pull up The Lamb That Went to the Moon by Lewis Collins on Amazon for a bedtime story for your kids. It's not too long and is free at 12 PCD. Much more wholesome than a Baldo. Nothing is more wholesome than a Baldo. Also, Bigot, I bought my children a new book today, and I'm going to read it on Locals probably tomorrow. It's called Goodnight Racism. It's by the award-winning author who wrote Racist Baby or whatever it was.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
At Target. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I pick it up. It says Goodnight Racism. I said,
Why don't you just throw it across the fucking room?
Well, because I had to buy it to read it on stream.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Can't wait. By
the way, can I just say, I'm not going to move. This is purely just to make you feel guilty. I am fucking starving. But okay.
What are you starving for?
Cock.
God damn it.
Gotcha, bitch.
No. You were supposed to say something reasonable. You were supposed to bring balance to the joke, not destroy it.
You got me once. You were going to get me again, mate.
What's your go-to after stream meal? Because like people don't realize it's like, Drexel, this motherfucker, this fucking binger, he's sitting here and he takes pictures of my desk, which is just a disaster. But it's like, you don't realize that when you sit at this place for like 7 hours, you're not fucking cleaning it. Like it gets like a once a week cleanup and that's it. And so you get done and all you want to do is go eat something. I know, because every day, like, I'm fucking done. I got to go eat something before I fall unconscious. What's your go-to after stream meal?
I have two.
Yeah.
One of them is just to throw a frozen pizza in the oven.
Yep. Okay, I got
Pepperoni, double pepperoni, by the way. The other one, I'm gonna sound like such a basic, but bowl of cereal. I got a bowl of cereal.
Oh, it's so good. What's your cereal?
Crunchy nut cornflakes.
Cornflakes?
Crunchy nut cornflakes. It's like cornflakes with honey and nuts.
You like those nuts in there?
I like those nuts in my mouth.
For me, I fucking love Apple Jacks. Dude, I could eat Apple Jacks like
we don't have those.
Oh God. 1776 did more damage than I thought. You don't have Apple Jacks?
No.
What about Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
We might have something similar, but with a different name. Maybe.
There's nothing similar.
But sometimes I like to get the shredded wheat. Oh, I like to get the shredded wheat. That's
with the sugar all over it?
No.
Just the shredded wheat. Those little like dog turd looking things with the shredded wheat all around them.
Right. Okay. You got the big ones.
Yeah.
Which,
the mini ones you're talking about.
I'm talking about the square ones. Like
and they're not frosted?
No.
Oh God.
No. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because I want to eat those
Americans are fat.
Well, yeah, because you're fat. Well, hello. But you eat the frosted, you eat the shredded wheat without the frosting on it, and then you just give it like literally 2 minutes, and you go, right, I need to clear out my fucking bowels.
Yeah, you have to shit immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got it. No, that's good. People underestimate the value of fiber. You know who doesn't underestimate the value of fiber? Actually, by statistics, they do. Women. Now, as you may think, oh, Nick's doing a misogynistic bit, but I'm not.
No.
You know, because you've watched
listening.
television at any time in the past 30 years. And what did you see at every ad break? But like Benefiber, the fiber supplement for women. And you're like, you know, you know where there's no fiber supplements? Men. because men just shit. We just go to the bathroom and we just shit. But women have this problem where like they don't. I don't know what they're doing. Like, I don't know how they can't figure this out. This basic biological process that they need multi-billion-dollar ad campaigns to get fiber into them so that once in their life they can sit down on a toilet and vacate their bowels so they don't look like a bloated fucking Gila monster. And yet I don't get it. Why do they have to target women to make their shit work? It doesn't make sense to me. It's like, oh, like, have you ever seen an ad for a man to buy yogurt with probiotics? No. Have you seen an ad for a woman? Like, you need to inject these little creatures into your broken fucking bowel system because you're not right the way you are. It doesn't make sense. Like, woman, stop eating Skittles and eat a goddamn sandwich and you'll be fine. It's got whole wheat bread, maybe lettuce, probably a pickle. I know you like pickles, bitch. And like, they cannot do it. They can't just fucking eat like normal people. They have to be advertised to make their basic biology function, to make shit come out of them. They need a goddamn helper. They need a little elf in their colon pushing this shit out physically.
But you know why? Do you know why they have to have all that? Because the moment they have a shit,
She-Hulk exists.
The moment they have a shit and they come out the bathroom and you walk past, you go, ooh. And that destroys them. They never want to shit again.
I don't go, ooh, I go. I
Ooh.
walk by and go, damn, girl.
It's like, ooh.
I made you those pork chops earlier.
So now they're literally packed and backed up for weeks.
It's so weird to me. I'm like, why do you need TV to help you do this? Like, I just go sit down.
They're going to work to poop. They don't poop in the house anymore. They got to work to poop.
When I worked my corporate job, I would shit 3 times a day. On company time, I would shit constantly. I go eat the worst Mexican lunches every day just so I can sit down again later. Like, oh, I gotta go. I'll be back in 20 minutes. And women are like, oh, this is very embarrassing. Woman, it's not embarrassing. Get that out of you. It's way worse if it's plugged up in there and you're all weird and you're uncomfortable. Stop this. God, I don't get it.
He rip your asshole as well, you know. Like you're giving birth.
That's my job. It's not the pork chop's job.
You're taking honest work away from the man. Okay.
It's always weirded me out. Ever since those, like, I started noticing those commercials, I'm like, why do women need help with this? And presumably it's all of them. It's all women because it has to be worth enough money that you're advertising on Lifetime, which is only watched by women, but I'm stuck at my mother-in-law's house and I have no choice. Like, why is
not getting the subtle advertising though of the cereal brands when they go, and this makes up for 20% of your daily fiber intake. And
it'll
just
help
like,
keep you regular.
Just gonna have some toast with some avocado on it for breakfast.
Dude, so the first time I heard the phrase keep you regular, right? I had no idea. I went on a mission trip in high school with my church. And I think I was a freshman in high school for this trip. The mission trip was to Montana and there were no people involved. So it was like the worst mission trip. And like, we went to Juarez and built houses the next couple years. That was like, oh yes, this is tangible. We're building.
Because I went to Juarez and I pulled the fuckers down.
We built them back better, we built back better. So we go to Montana and we're up in the mountains, and all we did was they fucking put us on a slave labor line. I was actually singing slave labor songs from the movie Glory. Have you seen Glory? I don't know if you've heard of the movie Glory, but it's a Civil War movie with Matthew Broderick and then every black actor who's ever existed in it. So they handed us these things called Pulaskis. A Pulaski is an axe.
From fucking Star Trek The Next Generation season 2.
Yeah, it's an axe on one side, and then the back end has a hoe, right? And so we were building a trail switchback. So that's where your horse gets tired going straight up a mountain. So you build it sideways and then it comes back to the path, right? So you have to sit here and dig up all this ground. So I'm like, we're high schoolers and we're hoeing the fucking grass on a mountain in Montana. And I haven't seen a brown person in weeks. And like, I'm curious as to what mission trip this is. Like, there's a bunch of rich white kids sitting in the fucking mountain building a trail for a horse, which automatically implies another rich white person. I've never seen a black person ride a horse. I've never seen a Mexican ride a horse. Well, except that one time.
Next
when
year, they take you to Martha's Vineyard.
Technically, I saw a horse ride a Mexican. No, but so I'm up here in the mountains, and I'm like, these motherfuckers got us. So we're in high school. I'm like, these motherfuckers got us slave laboring up here. So I'm sitting here hoeing away at the ground.
There's some nice little white meat doing their fucking jobs with them.
And I'm like, here we go, guys. Oh my Lord, 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 Lord. And every time you do the that's an invitation for a fellow black to rap with you about the problems that you're facing. So this is what we did.
What's my fellow black?
You don't know that I'm black, ass?
No, but now I do. I thought you were Mexican.
You've never? No. Oh my God.
Oh, I've seen your black face.
Yeah. No, I'm trans black. I identify as black.
Wait a minute. You were dressed as you Drexeled yourself?
Yeah, I dressed literally as Drexel.
Was Drexel behind you just like, my man?
No, he was on the other side of the camera. He was right by my wife taking the picture.
Well, it's not a very good film, but to coin Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, now that doesn't seem fair.
So here was the joke. So we had the blackface picture is really one of my favorite stories because it makes people so mad.
Yeah, it's cosplay of Drexel. You came to a party and you were.
No, I didn't come to a party. The party was at my house.
Oh, your house. Sorry.
Yeah. So the party it's like 8 people. It's a small party. And Drex had no idea that this was coming. That was the joke. I went to so at the time, every Halloween costume I did was $5 or less. So the previous year I was Britney Spears. I ripped up a sweater. I got a wig.
Oops, I did it again.
Yeah. It was so God, Britney Spears is still hot. So I was Britney Spears.
She's also fucking mad as a box of frogs.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna marry her. Did you see her Titney Spears picture where she's like this? So fucking
She's
great.
doing it all. She's been doing it for months, dude.
I love her. She's fantastic. Never change, girl. Never change. I'm so glad you got out of the conservatorship. That was bullshit. Free the Britneys. Free those Britneys. So the previous year I was Britney Spears.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It was a $5 costume. I already owned all the clothes. I just wore tight jeans and cut the legs off of them and put on a wig, right? Like, and I ripped up a sweater so it looked like I had tits. And then, so this year though, I went to Walmart and I bought a wig that cost like $2 and then, which was the like shitty afro wig. And actually just like a messy Greek hairstyle instead of an actual black person hairstyle. And then I bought black man face paint because they used to sell that. I don't know if they still do because I think it's very offensive. And that was $2. So that was my whole $5 costume. Now I stole Drexel's Nike headband. Because you got to have something. And then I wore my cheerleading uniform because he was also a cheerleader, gay. So I had to do that. But the part that's not in the picture I had a sign around my neck.
Oh no.
But we determined that the sign was too offensive for pictures. Because the rest of the picture was fine. This is the most important part. in 2006, like people forget this because presentism is a real fallacy. The historian's fallacy or presentism. In 2006, no one fucking cared if you did a blackface picture. And I mean this. It's so weird. It didn't enter anyone's mind except for like a couple fringe weirdos, but like the majority of society, they didn't care if you did a blackface picture in 2006. Why do you think we have all these politicians with blackface? Nobody cared. Like Dotson in Jurassic Park.
And all these lefties as well.
Yeah, nobody cared. So, but the sign around my neck was very controversial at the time. It said "World's Gayest Cheerleader" in glitter paint.
It's the least offensive thing you've said in the whole story.
I know, but we're like, God, this is really like this might be a bit too far. Like this. So I took the sign off for the picture because you wouldn't want to offend the figs, like because they were dangerous at that time, way back in 2006.
2006? No, they would love it. They would have laughed.
We legitimately didn't want to offend anyone, so I took the sign off.
Wait. Man in blackface.
It wasn't
says,
offensive.
I legitimately didn't want to offend
I'm legit like everybody retcons this in their brain, like, oh, the squats always existed and then they didn't, and then they always did. No one fucking cared in 2006 if you wore blackface. They cared in 2010 and later. That's when they started caring. It's weird as it's weird. But no, so it's like 8 people at our little party. Drex had no idea. So he came over and I told Lady Rackets, I'm like, tell me when Drex gets here. I was upstairs. I'm like, I'm going to come downstairs when he walks in the door. Like that scene in She's All That, except instead of being a hot chick in a dress, I'm a guy in blackface. And so like I'm up there like scrubbing this chocolate makeup on my face, and he shows up and she's like, he's here. And then she goes to answer the door. And I like the door is right in front of the stairway at this house we were renting because we were broke as fuck. They were missionaries and they were in Nicaragua for 9 months. So they rented us their house so that there was somebody to keep the house. So I walked downstairs.
Thanks for the establishing info.
Look, you got it. Ash, you got to tell a complete story.
I know.
Because it was a beautiful property. It's like a 3,300 square foot house on 5 acres. Oof. This is what set the stage for me because I always lived in a city. And this is on the fringe of the city, but it's this beautiful house.
Was it called Candyland?
No, it was called Bingerland. All the bikes were free, ass. There's malt liquor in the fridge. It was a magical place. So I walk down the stairs. He walks in. He looks up at me. He goes, you know what? Fuck you. And then he burst out laughing because it was funny. And God, I so hate that nothing can be funny anymore.
I know.
Someone says watermelon as far as the eye can see. You fucking bigot. You piece
I
of shit.
love watermelon.
I did not have watermelon there. What I had was Smirnoff watermelon vodka mixed with ice. That was my mixed drink. I blended it in a blender. It was ice and watermelon vodka, and no one else drank it. So I drank a glass this tall of it. It was a disaster. It was probably the sickest I've ever been in my life. Why would you think I would have watermelon there? I had watermelon vodka, you racist. So anyway, sorry.
No.
Why the hell did I tell that story? I don't know where we got it. A Rumble username sucked. Back to Super Chats. But Shad, what about other weapons? Pole arms.
His story was 20 minutes.
I warned you. You didn't listen. You never listen. Polearm, spears, etc. Also, Nick, are you going to catch up the super chat you skimped on this morning? Ain't got nothing for Az. Sorry, buddy. Nope. I don't even know where they are anymore. I don't know where I left off. I was so fucking drunk yesterday that it was. I was just like, guys, I know you sent a super chats. I love it. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go to bed right now. I'm not gonna read these. Roy Rat at John Johnston 852 and Blacklist Smith. Many thanks for the subs from me and Heidi the Spidey. Peace. Rumble.com/user/Roy Rat. Malcherion ordered a copy of the signed collector's leatherbound. Nice. I will surround them with the Mauler rags and fringy plushies. Also, or he didn't say also. He said Ave Dominus Nox. Thank you, brother. Rumble username sucks says, okay, but Shad, is your not Star Wars going to have laser swords and space magic? And Nick has a speech about forgiveness that I think applies to Vader's redemption. Maybe you could discuss that sometime. You know, Az, have you ever been confronted by someone in your chat telling you have a speech or knowledge about something and you don't fucking remember it at all?
Oh, most likely.
Just happened to me right now. I don't know about the speech about forgiveness. I know I've talked about forgiveness a ton, but I don't know what you're talking about right now. Bulgadari, so do you put stock market trading on par with gambling? I have a buddy who sucks at it and has lost 100K this year. Can be. Look, here's addiction. Addiction in a nutshell is simple. Doing something a lot is fine. Addiction is when doing something a lot impacts your life, your relationships, your work, or your education negatively. That's what it does. When you cannot say no, when you cannot turn away, that's addiction. It doesn't matter if you do it once a year, once a month. Like if you have a once a year trip to go bang a ladyboy in Thailand, and
why are you saying that?
I don't know, Az. Why am I saying that?
I feel like you're having a go. It looked like a woman.
Mm-hmm. It didn't smell like a woman, Az. They never smell like women. They smell like ass and low testosterone. That's it. Doesn't smell like a fish market. Talk about there's no salmon there.
Just like salmon.
just ass and probably coconut. Chang Sautom.
Why is it always coconut?
I don't know.
Always coconut.
I don't get it. It is though, right? Why is it coconut? Guys, if you're like, this chick is hot, she's grinding on you, like Blair White up in the club or whatever, and you're like, smells like fucking coconut. Throw her off the roof. What are you doing? Do not. Don't do it. Save yourself.
Saudi Arabia on it. I think I was Saudi Arabia on but on the other side of the roof, there is a wonderful trampoline, which takes, when you bounce on it, takes you into Funland.
That's right. Oh, Jesus. Plaintiff's attorney. So Chank Sautom says plaintiff's attorney literally said the mission of the jury was to stop Alex Jones. And when the defense pointed that out, he objected. It's all a clown show. Dude, Alex Jones trial is a fucking disaster. That's why we're going to watch it. Says Price 92. Now, new 007 James Bond. I am not gay. I seduce women for secret information and have sex with men. I got news for you. That means you're gay and a licensed beta. Firefuck says, Hail Shad, king of Machico locations. Question for Shad, is Brandon Sanderson anywhere as based and endowed with big stick energy as you? Who the fuck is, I feel like I've seen that name. Retro Gamer 19, Shad, do you have a relationship with women or sex with men? Chang Sautom says it's Wisconsin Rackets, not Illinois.
He has relationships with women.
But does he have sex with men? I feel like he's produced enough offspring that he's probably transitioned to men at this point. God knows I have.
5 and I'm out.
What's your price, Az? What's your price for a banging a dude?
Oh man, don't play this game with me, dude.
What? So it's like $38 then?
The price is love.
Don't play this game with me. You're not gonna win.
You know, you get one of these, silly questions like this, and you're always fucking never, not for a fucking dime, never. And then somebody just puts 50 million in front of you, like,
You're like, that asshole kind of looks like a vagina.
Yeah, I mean, am I giving or am I taking? And could you
Do
put
I
a
have
bit
to
of
lick
lipstick
it? Do
up?
I have to lick it? Can I just spit from a distance? Like Brokeback Mountain. Someone in my chat the other day pointed out in Brokeback that was not enough spit.
Oh no, he just goes like, that's it. Like, dude.
That's just breath, homie.
That ain't a vagina down there. Come on, man.
That makes it worse.
Dude, you gotta get it wetter than an otter's pocket. Come on.
Damn it. Chank Satom says it's Wisconsin rackets, not Illinois. Okay. When Ryavka says, thanks for having the Shadman on tonight. Big fan. Can you please let him know I fap to his Wendy's Ronald McDonald food of fart porn every night? What?
Okay.
And then he says, can you please ban all women from your Odyssey stream? This needs to be a safe place for us incels. When Ryavka. Don't worry. There are no women on the internet. Everybody in that Odyssey stream is a man. If it looks like it has tits, get out an axe.
It's probably a teacher in Canada.
Back, woman!
Satan.
Fake woman! If you swing this way, they become a real woman according to society. Can I say, is that joke too far? I don't know what joke it is too far where I make like an axe wound joke because I'm hitting them in the pelvis and creating a gap.
Yeah, I know every hole's a goal, but I don't think that's gonna stand up.
No, because this is very violent. Like this is kill.
I know it.
This is to make better.
I don't want to do that. You don't want to do the killing. I mean, unless they go near your kids.
I hate that people can't joke. God, I hate it. I hate it.
I know.
I legit hate it.
Do you know what the biggest joke is? That fucking teacher with the big floppy fucking tits thinking they're a teacher. That's the biggest fucking joke.
So someone said it's a troll. Someone said that the teacher, Kayla, I think is the name, is actually super based and red pilled. And they got fucked over on some like pronoun thing because it's in Canada. So they're like, fine, I'm gonna get the biggest nippliest tits I can possibly shove in a shirt, and I'm gonna wear them around. You're gonna have to fucking deal with it. I don't know if that's true. I saw that someone say it. If it's true, it's the most masterful troll of all time.
I've heard a very different story.
What's the different story?
That they've been hanging around places where kids are doing stuff.
Oh, no.
And in one of them, they were actually removed from the premises.
Well, I have a beautiful space on my wall. That
I know,
wonderful
dude.
3D art.
Yeah, to put those maps up.
Yeah.
You know,
God, I fucking hate these people. Chanks.com, you've probably never heard of it, but there's this interesting dark fantasy manga called Berserk. It's not very popular, but you might like it, Nick and Shad. I'll have to check it out. I've never heard of it before. How many gay men are in it?
I heard
two?
that
Two
the owner,
very gay men?
owner-
Okay, got it.
Where?
Guts is gay as shit. First of all, I know I'm going to get pushback on this. This man is thirsting after that Griffith booty all day. Second of all, he only fucks Casca when her hair is short.
A woman can look attractive with short hair. Right. Right. Fuck off. License to Kill, right? When that lass who's the American agent and she's got the brown hair and it looks, when she cuts it short, puts that little black spangly dress on, holy shit. That was just, I was just like, is it Carrie Lowell? Carrie Lowell, I think, was the actress.
Not Pam Bouvier? Bouvier?
That was the name of the character. Pam Bouvier was the name of her character, but she's called Carrie Lowell. And when she had that, oh boy.
Okay, no, I've got research material here.
Hold
on.
She's there in the black sequin dress, just looking like holy shit. Thank
okay, here we go.
God, I'm a man.
So you're talking about correct me if I'm wrong. You're talking about this chick.
A fucking man. Yeah.
Amen is right.
Fuck you. No. No. You will not look at her. That is look at those fucking beautiful eyes. Those features.
I'm just saying, look, I would say if you'd pull up the skirt, you'd be disappointed by the dick, but instead it's hanging down to her knees.
Oh my God. If you pulled up a skirt, you'd find that fucking gun she's holding, Nick. And I don't mean that in a phallic way. I actually mean
prison
that
wallet,
in a licensed firearm way as well. Right. Okay. Right. Fuck that. Right. Fuck this. I'm gonna. Right.
Ben says he's beautiful.
Right. Fuck off.
Everyone, I love the chat. I love the chat.
Lift. See. Right. No. Fuck.
While you do that, Zalcor07 says, "Fuck the British Empire."
Well, that's fair. Actually, I'm okay with that.
It is true. It is true. Yeah. Does the British Empire have short hair?
I think it's actually been pulled back quite a bit during the right. I'm putting this up.
Oh shit! Here we go.
All right. So let's
wait. This is do you have the whole movie? No. Oh,
no. But I want to get it to a point. Oh, here we go. Right. So he's talking to Q. By the way, Timothy Dalton, wonderful Welshman. Wonderful Welshman.
To be used sparingly. It's the latest in plastic explosive.
I could do with some plastic.
I mean, fucking hell.
I thought there might be a mess to clean up.
Oh, Pam, that's a man fucking Nick.
Uncle,
yeah.
This is Miss Kennedy, my cousin.
Your shoulders aren't any bigger than mine.
How do you do?
Now,
well, that's because you're a fucking fanny fuck. That's why.
Now this looks like an ordinary camera.
That is, look.
What kind of film does it take? 120?
No, 0.220 high velocity.
Okay, go back.
I know. We got the we got the face. We got a face.
You got to hit those eyes.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Yeah. No, I got it.
You get it? Yeah, you get it. You fucking
Two things.
She got more than two things.
The eyes, beautiful, great scene.
Mm-hmm.
Guts is also gay. All right, here we go. Next,
License to Kill, much misunderstood film. That is a fucking great Bond film. I'm telling you right now.
Chang Sao Tome says Shad is a Dorn and Fist fan. Nick, keep your furry crap to yourself. Wait, keep my furry. What you think I like Space Wolves? Fuck the Space Wolves. I hate them.
Fucking furries, space furries.
They're the most basic. Dude, I've read the Ragnar novels. I'm like, this is the most boring lore. I like salamanders because they're interesting. I like Ultramarines because they're funny. They're hilarious. Like when you really get down to it, like how proper they are and how much they're all bad at following the codex. All of them. All the time. They're like, oh, we have to follow the codex. They never do. None of them ever do. And it's great. Retro Gamer 19, Nick's opinions on Star Wars is as bad as his opinion on Japanese writing. They may be bad, but they're both correct. Okay. Where the fuck were we? All right, Az. Now I start the real the real journey. Bad vibes. Just pour salt on Nick's grout, Ricada.
Drexel, I
Gross.
love you, man. I fucking love you. You fucking hell, he makes me laugh.
Oh,
He's in the chat. So I'm just. It's
very
the first time I've
patronizing.
been able to say anything to Drexel directly.
Really?
I've never been I've been in like the chat when Drexel's
Yeah.
been on, and if I've said anything, he's just totally fucking ignored me. I would, but no,
I gotta have
he-
you on while he's on a show. Like we gotta have. We gotta
I would
just
love.
hang
I
out.
would love to. I would fucking love to, dude. I would
Yeah.
die. I think I would actually die on the stream because I would just laugh my fucking dick off.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Drex. Hey, Drex, are you fucking gay? When are you coming out here again? When are you coming to my house, you bitch? I don't want to come to your house. Your house is far.
Man, I'm lazy.
He says you cooked lame ass.
One of the kids.
You cooked lame ass Frosk yet? Swore I saw it in one of my suggestions. I haven't cooked Frosk. Frost cooked herself. It's so fucking funny. I survived 2 days. 2 days later, yeah, Frost
I
gets
fucking
fired.
ratioed that tweet first by a mile, man.
Wait,
Fuck.
wait a minute. Drex, hold on. Az, do you know what's coming up? Do you
Halloween?
know? No, this is so much better. Drex knows. You know what's coming up? As for Drexel, it's a very important day. Very, very important day. Drex, do you know what day it is? Where is Drex? Let's see. Where is it?
He's replied with an upset emoji.
Drex, it's your 1 year anniversary of marriage to your wife. She made sure to tell me. She wanted to make sure it was a special day for you. It's coming up. You're going down to see her, right? You know, just hop on that plane. You know, maybe bring some scented candles, some massage oil, probably some chapstick to make sure your lips aren't chapped, or whatever.
Some wine, some cheese.
It's just that 1 year anniversary. It's coming up. It's a big one.
It's very
It's a
special.
big one. You gonna teach her about big ones,
On the
Drexel?
plane. It's on the plane, G3, fuck off.
You're on the plane right now. That's right. It's this weekend, isn't it? When are you going to bring that chick up here? Getting you a Baldo, a pink Baldo? I dare you. I dare you. I'll review it before you will, you pussy. Az, would you have a ballgasm?
Excuse me.
Do you know what a Baldo is?
No, I don't. I don't know if that's actually naivety on my part,
No,
Britishness on my part.
It's wholesomeness.
It's sorry?
It's wholesomeness.
Wholesome.
Yep, you are wholesome. You're pure, and you should never change. Az. Don't be sniffed by Biden. Okay, so let me see if I can find a Baldo that's safe to show you on screen.
Oh, whoa.
No, there. Stop it. Images of the Baldo. Okay, here we go. Here's one. This is safe. Very
Is
safe.
you gonna take my innocence away from me now?
Yeah. So this is a Baldo. Here we go. Right there. That's a Baldo. You see what you do as.
I think I can get.
Did you put your balls in
Yeah.
this thing?
Mhm.
And then your manhood just kind of hangs here alone.
Mhm. Yeah.
Some people think this is for double penetration. It's not. This is.
Oh,
it
that's where I was going. Okay.
No, you like look at the physics of it because if this thing gets erect, it goes up and the ball's going. The Baldo is going
Yeah,
down.
but I was kind of thinking you were aiding the balls into the anus.
No, well, I mean, you can put them in an anus or a vagina. It doesn't matter because the penis isn't going anywhere when the balls are in action.
But what? what's the purpose?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
So did you notice how there's like a strip of material and then balls hanging out the side?
I did notice that.
According to the company, stimulation of the balls will eventually lead to something called a ballgasm, which is an orgasm unlike any other that you have ever experienced in your life.
Have you tried this?
No, I don't have one of these, but I fucking want to try one because it's
Drexel,
funny.
have you tried this? Because
Drexel has one and has not tried it yet. He's
maybe
promised
it's
a
like
review.
for some special occasion, like
The
an
first year anniversary. Drex, you better race me to that ballgasm because I will bury you. I will bury you in ball stimulated semen, you bitch. You better.
I don't understand. Like, obviously we understand.
This is a British product, as it was invented in England. You don't even get to blame America for this.
I love blaming America for shit. That's
Can't.
rather annoying. But
It's in your bag, gonna use it. You better use it before I order mine, get mine, and use it. You better.
I feel like I've just been raped.
As how are you with squats?
Just like I was
'Cause there's-
talking just regular fucking squats.
I'm looking at this thing and I go, okay, there's two options. We have two plans of attack for this monster, right?
Yeah.
Like you can
Yeah.
either squat or you can lay down and make it like sit up. Right? Like that.
Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. You're laid down.
That's
You know,
that seems like the convenient way, and the
the
woman
old
does all the
boys-
work,
the old
which is
boys,
proper.
Pointing towards you. Careful, or whoa, easy, tiger.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about how dangerous that was.
Yeah, exactly.
If the ballgasm is pure magic, you might want to wear a mask, like from COVID.
You could self-facial.
Wear a COVID mask just in case, chat. Get
Fuck.
an N95 on that mug.
He was right all along. Wear a mask, everyone. Wear a mask.
No, you know what the Baldo is great for though? Fucking scissoring.
Wait, hold on. I don't think it is actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, scissoring, but definitely not two women. Not unless, of course,
no,
they're
not with two
they're
women.
special Twitter women.
You'd be one half the scissor. But I don't get it. Like that's two pairs of scissors, right? Like it's very weirdly named. Scissoring is
Well,
strange.
it's a pair. Yeah, but it is still scissoring because multiple.
Have you ever taken two scissors and decided one of these is going to cut the other one in half? Because that'd be scissoring. You have?
Yeah, I think I probably have as a kid. Just try to use like when you got because when you're a kid, you always have the
Do they have
shitty
lead
scissors.
in the paint in Britain still?
I used to in
Oh
winter
yeah, the
time.
safety scissors.
Yeah, you have the safety scissors, and then you have the your mum always had like the pro scissors. So yeah, I've definitely done some scissor on scissor violence.
Well, because the safety scissors can't even cut hair.
No, they
how's this
can't
gonna-
even cut paper.
Like, how's this gonna cut anything? Like, what's the purpose of this?
So yeah, to have the big scissors just fucking wreck them, and then like because
Yeah.
you're a kid. Like, fuck yeah.
Do you think you could take over a plane with safeties? Never mind. I don't know if 9/11 jokes are appropriate yet. I can't figure out where they are. Like,
No, they're not appropriate because it's the 24th now. they're only appropriate on the 11th.
okay, I'll go. I'll wait till next year to tell that joke. Unhear it, chat.
It'll still be waiting.
Agrilith says, so how about that morning stream I heard a lot about? How'd that work out, champ? You get a little unbalanced? No, you listen here, you fucker.
Woo! Go for
You
it.
listen here.
You tell him, Frost.
I was gonna do it. Lady Rackets even tried to wake me up. I slept through every alarm. I yelled at Lady Rackets. I don't remember this because she kept kicking me. We're in bed and she's like, get up, go to your show. And I'm like, leave me alone, woman, I'm sleeping. She told me when I finally woke up, she's like, by the way, I tried to wake you up for your show, but you yelled at me. I was like, really? I don't remember this at all. She's like, it was hilarious. Like, I've never heard you yell like that. And I was like, oh God, I don't remember that at all. I must have been really, really drunk, which I was. But yeah, so but the best part is Alex Jones didn't show up for trial and they adjourned the court. It would have been a waste of a live stream. So I'm glad I didn't do it. Curly leg hair, Leighton Alex Jones's prosecutor. Genshkin says this episode just got demonetized already with Heels and Bronca. Yes. Debugden says, enduring this horror of a Hurricane Fiona. Hope you all have a better night than me. Wait, is it in Canada?
Fuck Canada.
Why does Canada have a hurricane? What a weak country Canada is.
Have you seen his fucking prime minister? That says everything.
Rainbow, he did something about like supporting freedom in Iran, and some chick just quote tweeted him and said, "You froze my bank account." It's like, God, stop talking about freedom. Stop talking about freedom.
He froze people's bank accounts. He threatened them with all sorts of stuff, and then he ran away from the country.
Yeah. He's the worst.
What a man. And then he went to the UK to the Queen's funeral, got drunk, and started singing Queen songs.
Now, I know Trudeau doesn't eat ass, but how many people do you think have eaten his ass?
I'd say 2 figures, but quite high. Like 83.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Rainbow Bright's evil twin been sending DM and emails. What has a devilish bright got to do to get a lawyer to be a guest on my show? You said you wanted me to have you would like to have me on your show, but you didn't think it would work or something. Like, it was a very ambiguous DM that I saw. But I'll even answer the balls or no balls questions, talk different types of grout, etc. Are you familiar with grout as?
Grout, yeah, you use it to shore up my fucking bathroom.
Right. You know where this comes from? This is one of your co-hosts' fault.
Oh.
So I was talking about proper grooming on stream.
Oh.
And I was trying to come up with a euphemism for women. And Nina Infinity in the chat says, a polished tiled floor.
Yeah, yeah, she's clean shaven. Yeah.
Oh, is she?
That's yeah. She's quite happy to share that. And that's what she's meaning by polished tile is.
Yeah,
there's no grass in the wicket.
Yeah, there's no ambiguity in her statement.
No.
But so then, like, I asked someone if they would clean the grout, and they freaked out about it. Like, they thought it was some weird thing. But like, a tiled floor would have grout, right? Like in the crease.
Well,
crevice.
but I mean, it would be dried grout, so it's, But
I mean, it's there still. Like, I don't know.
You know how grout is like slightly pliable.
Yeah.
If you push it, you can make indentations with grout. But it's
not
like
turning me off here.
But well, that's good, because that's where we're going, Nick. And it comes back. The elasticity kind of comes back. So tiled floor, grout.
I'm just saying, between the two tiles, there's a space and grout.
Yeah. All it needs is to be filled.
That's right. What was the question? I forgot. What was the question? He says he talked different types of grout.
Does Infinity have any hair on her vagina?
I didn't ask that question. You offered the answer.
No,
she offered.
You said. Well, she did. In all fairness, Nina did.
She did it.
Yeah. She was in the chat earlier.
Which is good because she's Persian, so she's probably hairy in general.
Yeah. There's no Persian rug. If you're wanting a Persian rug, it's sold out.
Oh, they only have the cement where people land from the roof. Fluffer Boy 2004 says, hell yeah. No Ty Branca, about to go to bed, but I'll be listening to this while I work overtime tomorrow. America, he was trashed when he came on. That was great. 9634 says, Wisconsin. Wait, I read that one. Fucking hell. Ammo is currency. Are communists people or property of the state? Good question. Patrick Banks just had to do an 1.5-hour fire extinguisher inspection for work. Have some money for my whining. Cheers. Okay.
Whining's cool.
Do another one and then send another chat and then do another one and send another chat. Bobby says Epstein chose execution. Tom Grawl says raising a glass of Kentucky Owl batch 11 to a guy I admire and respect. May you and yours have a healthy and long life. Hey, you know what? That batch 11 is actually pretty good. I wasn't a big fan of batch 10, but batch 11 is pretty good. What's up, Tom? How you doing, buddy? Captain Kirk's toupee. We welcomed our second child into the world yesterday. She's a healthy baby. Oh, shit.
GG.
Do you have any, do you ever do toasts as?
Well, if they're requested, you know, or if somebody says something that's very poignant, then maybe we will raise a glass to thee.
Do you want to raise a glass to a second child, or should I do it?
It's your channel, sir. So you know, I think you should.
If you wanted to, I would let you. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Captain Kirk's toupee to your second child. A second child is a new endeavor in life, a completely different adventure. It is where you go from doting on one child to dividing your attention, care, and love amongst two. It is also the first time that you realize that what every capacity you thought your heart had was a lie, because while you thought probably as this child was coming, how do I divide my care, love, and attention between two? You realize that there was no division, only multiplication. May that multiplication continue. May the love grow inside you, and may it manifest in a child who never feels alone, always feels loved, and is nurtured into a wonderful contributing member of society. Cheers, brother.
If I could just add one thing, that's okay. You said we'd be done in 20 fucking minutes.
As we covered this earlier, I'm a lawyer.
You're my wife now.
I lied to you. When I tell my wife we're going to be done in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but you haven't said what's going to be in those 20 minutes.
I'm saying there's two options for how, when I'm like, hey, sweetie, look, I just need 20 minutes. There's two options for how this goes. I either need 5 minutes or less, or it's going to be an hour. And she never knows. It's part of the joy of everything. That's what you do.
The joy of coupling.
And it doesn't really matter because she's handcuffed either way. So it's a joke, chat. It's a joke. Jesus Christ. Some people get so mad about stuff. I bought
people get mad about you banging your wife.
No, they get mad about me like making a joke about it.
No.
Because like I
I
bought
thought that's her job.
So one of my viewers is an Australian, very fake and breaded, who makes sex toys out of Australian hardwood.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
They make like paddles, right? Or spreaders,
Not
which they don't ship to the US, fucker.
Do they ship to the UK?
Probably.
I like a bit of slap ass.
And then they also make a St. Andrew's cross. Are you familiar with the St. Andrew's cross? It's the X.
No, it's the
Yeah.
Mm.
So I bought one as a lark on a live stream. It was great. Bought this thing, and he shipped it to me. And it's like this thing, and I was like, I have to put this thing under my bed because you can't have this thing just sitting out. That'd be weird. Like your kids come in, what's that? You shut your mouth, little bastard. No, it disassembles, so you have to. So it's like sitting in pieces under my bed. But it's funny. And like I talked about it and people are like, "Ugh, how dare you talk about this?" Like, calm the fuck down. Like, just relax. It's okay. It's okay. Clip your wife to a St. Andrew's cross.
It's not gonna hurt you.
The best part about clipping a woman to a St. Andrew's cross is you don't have to have sex with her. You can just walk away. She can't do anything about it. You're like, I'm gonna go have a sandwich.
Hey, every cloud has a silver lining.
What are you doing? I'm cold. All right, here we go. Great Muda.
This is where those thick doors come in, and you just very slowly close that bedroom door.
You gotta have locks on your doors. These fucking kids will walk in on anything. I'm taking a shower, and the kids like come in, they're like open the like, what the hell are you doing? Can't you hear the shower? Do you have ears?
Okay, so when I was 23, I was engaged to be married, and my bride to be and I, we went to a wedding. We invited. We weren't invited to the fucking service, but we were invited to the party afterwards.
Please bring us gifts.
Precisely. And because it was it was near where she lived, we were staying at her her parents' house, and there was going to be other people from the party who were staying. So we gave up her room. We lived together. So when I say her room, it's, when she goes to visit them, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So we were gonna sleep in the front room. We were to sleep in the front room. So they put down some bedding, and that's all you really need to know about that. So we go to the party, and it's okay, it's fine, and we have a good time. And then her parents go, "We're gonna go out for something to eat. Do you guys want to come along, or what do you want to do?"
Yeah.
And my fiance at the time, she said, "We'll go home. We're done. We're tired. We'll go home." So she went, "Okay." So they went, "Okay. We'll catch up with you late in the night. We'll try not to be noisy when we come in," sort of thing.
Right.
So we go home. We go into the front room. We get undressed, into a whatever shorts, t-shirt, whatever, you went. And we were like, well,
still wearing clothes.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the house to ourselves.
Imagine unironically having sleepwear.
Well,
I'm joking. Go on.
So we're like, well, we've got the house to ourselves. And she's like, yeah. So we decide to have a little bit of How's Your Father? So we're having a bit of How's Your Father? And I'm ready to finish the symphony.
Right.
And she says,
I'm gonna crescendo.
I want you to come on my tits.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, okay. So I do my pull-out game.
Yep.
And I just release, and her dad just opens the door. And he's like, "Hello."
Yo!
Just as I came all over his precious daughter's tits. And he said, and he just went, "Okay," and then shut the door.
And then he went to confession, and then he killed himself that night. Like, what did he do? Like,
I was just like, we were in like frozen like statues. She was just sort of like, and I was like,
I bet your semen was stuck in midair waiting for him to leave.
Quite
and close
possibly,
that door.
there was that possibility, and we were. I mean, I can't remember. It's a long time now, but we were just like, what should we do? And she was like, let's just go to sleep. So
just rub it in. Just rub it in.
Well,
and
you
ignore
rub
it.
I mean, rubbed it into your tits first, obviously. Duh. Not
Oh my
fucking
God.
stupid. And then the next day at breakfast, holy shit, not a word was mentioned. Not a word. We didn't say anything.
You can't.
We weren't going to say anything. And because we didn't quite know exactly what he had seen. I mean, I got a pretty good idea. And then he was just like, "Oh, morning. Are you okay? Would you like some toast? Maybe some breakfast, bacon, like a bit bacon. Got some eggs over there. You okay? Okay, take it.
We've got some cinnamon rolls, but you probably
Yeah.
don't need icing if you know what I mean.
I have never have I had a more awkward moment in my life than that.
No, it's the worst. It's like, Jesus, don't come in. Just don't.
Yeah,
what? Don't come in. You know what's happening.
What did
Just
you
leave me the
expect?
fuck
Was
alone.
I
love it. That's fantastic. That's a good story. The Great Muda read that. Wait, no, Bronca's Old Colorado, and that's why I love most of the state. Cheers to Az for rallying. Nick, have you checked on Farron? I talked to Farron. She's alive. Everything's good. Don't worry about it. She tweeted before the show started. So Romulus Cushman Project. Hey, Nick, can I get a shout out to a Give Send Go fund? Got in a car accident. Now I'm in a tight spot and in need of a car. I'll get the custom license plate grifter if it gets to $5,000. It's Alex's Car Fund. Guys, check out Give Send Go, Alex's Car Fund, if you want to see what's going on there. Nomad, it's to get victims to not testify, force a plea. Hey, y'all, that's what's wrong with Minnesota. Murders will continue. I love Scotch, says, as loving those boobs in She-Hulk. I got news for you. That's amazing. Dude, I hate all of the 3D. I hate all of the CGI in She-Hulk. I hate how she looks. I hate how Bruce Banner looks. I hate how everything looks. It's so fucking lazy.
I hate how the men's tits look now.
Yes. When I get to that scene with my wife, I'm gonna ask her about those tits. I'm gonna be like, you know what? You know my friend Az?
No, just say to it when you get to that scene.
Yeah.
Say to her, what do you think? She's got a nice rack.
No, yeah. After that, though, I'm gonna be like, you know, my friend Az, he thinks those are nice tits, no matter what she says.
Okay, yeah.
And I'll be like, also, that's a man. Her name is Earl. Okay.
and then the kicker, you just look her in the eye and go, and he knew it.
He sniffed that butt before making the review. Selrin says, forget Squid Game. If we're going to do death row inmate sports, let's do death race. That's way more badass. And we get guns and cars, chick inmates for the girls. There you go. Saltstormer 007. Az is my favorite reviewer on YouTube. Hilarious AF.
Thank you.
Liz M. Hello from New York City. Here's some boozy bucks. Thank you. The Great Muda. Brank the Tank. Winton Dupree. Can we just say Shulk? Saltstorm. The courtroom scenes are heinous as fuck. So bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. You know what I was thinking during that first episode when, like, right at the beginning, when she delivers her closing argument, and the guy goes, you know, maybe it's better if I do it. You know what I was thinking the whole time as? He's right.
He's right.
He's right. 100%. She's like, oh, that beauty. Oh my God. When you invoke the weight of civic duty, I'm like, oh my God, you literally just quoted every prosecutor to ever try any case ever. The weight of civic duty. Oh my fucking God. How original are you? That's like saying my nerds taste sweet. Like this is.
Oh, but you do know that they said in an interview, she said in an interview, oh, we knew nothing about how to do courtroom scenes, and they didn't even try.
Yep.
So it's just like, so we just wrote, you know, my fucking diary from when I was a struggling writer in California, like, you know, a year ago. So they just said we can't write it and we can't be bothered to research it. So fuck it.
You couldn't just pay a lawyer like 10 grand to help you write. Like, seriously, just pay their hourly rate to help them write the court scenes. That's all it would take. It wouldn't even be much in the scheme of the budget of the show. It'd be embarrassingly low.
There's a court scene with Titania. I think it's episode 4. Titania, yeah. And She-Hulk gets to speak and bring her witnesses to the stand. And they don't even allow the others to speak, and then the judge just goes, ruled in your favor. And I'm just,
I fucking hate it. I haven't gotten there. That's the next episode I'm watching, is episode 4. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much cyanide should I have?
oh, yes.
Darren
The
Muff.
answer is yes.
Darren said, who said these women were women anymore? No one. Pope Rackets touched me, says that was like Mufasa speaking to Simba. C. Goody says Binger Bucks is bigger than Boozy Bucks. Gunner says I only wear certified hood sewn hoodies. The Squid says the answer is simple men love the back door and they hate when the brown colon snake gets in the way. Okay. Thank you, the Squid. Aussie Overlord says they make $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time. Hallucinosis, as awesome read, such great tempo, come back, approved by the most discerning audience members who will pay no more than $10 to see it. Jane L. Doe, subbing to Az immediately. I love this funny man. Guys, if you're not subbed to Az, then you're fucking broken already and probably gay. Like, if I don't know how to explain it to you. If you're not already subbed to Az, then this is what should happen to you. That's right. Sub to Az or get wrecked, you ratchet bitches.
No shit.
That's right.
Oh, she's dead. She's dead.
She lives.
Oh.
Yeah. You guys got to sub to Az. You got to sub to Az. Mark Wilkins.
Oh, here's the crack.
Ricada, how did I know you'd be live at 5 a.m. on a Saturday? Florida licensed criminal defense attorney. Hey, what's up, Mark? Hey, if you ever want to talk like fun law stories, please hit me up. Please do. Please do. Because I'm an idiot. That's why I'm live. It's almost 6 a.m.
Poor you.
But see, he said it's almost 5 a.m. That was in Florida time, which is an hour
It's almost
ahead.
midday now here in the UK.
That was an hour ahead of me, Az. It's now in Florida now. It's almost 7.
Wow.
Atticus, I ate at a restaurant in the middle of nowhere today with my dad, and they served sweet potato fries with marshmallow spread. It was delicious, and I was wondering if y'all had heard of this before. If you're eating anything with marshmallow spread, I can already tell. I can smell your overweightness. Stop it. Eat meat and eat penance from the Bible. That's all you need in your diet. Not marshmallow spread. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, he had me in the first half with the sweet potato fries.
I guess
Love
it's
sweet
because
potato
like
fries.
that sweet potato like bake that they always make at Thanksgiving has like the marshmallows on top. You know, have you ever seen that?
No, because we don't have Thanksgiving.
Imagine being such a bitch country.
We got kicked out, you fuck.
We kicked you out of the best holiday. So Thanksgiving is this wonderful thing where you get together and you try and get fatter than the person next to you. It's my favorite holiday by a clear fucking mile. My favorite Thanksgiving memory is when I went to my parents' house and I'm walking through the line getting food. And we lived 5 minutes away from my parents at this point. Okay. Now we live across the country, but we live 5 minutes away. And I get there and I'm like, here's my turkey. Here's all this stuff. And I go, Mom, where are the mashed potatoes? and she looks at me and she says, oh, I didn't make mashed potatoes because we had sweet potatoes this year. And I looked at her as it was the only time that was not my mother. And I said, what the hell do you mean you didn't make mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes are good.
I know. And I said, Mom, I live 5 minutes away. I would have made the mashed potatoes and the gravy. What the hell? What do you mean you didn't make mashed potatoes. Like, this isn't I said, this
That's
is
pretty
not
much a war
Thanksgiving.
crime. It's pretty much a war crime.
This is not Thanksgiving.
No.
What the hell are you doing? Sweet potatoes instead of mashed potatoes? Like, you can like sweet potatoes all day. That's not the same fucking thing. I was so mad. We have never not had mashed potatoes again.
This is why I like Christmas. I don't give a fuck about getting presents.
Yeah, who
I
cares?
just want to sit at the table and I just want to get the fucking mashed potatoes, the roast parsnips, the pigs in blanket, the chicken, the turkey, the Brussels sprouts.
A turkey with a piece of ham layered over the top of it. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
we did it like we put like bacon rashers over that.
Yeah. I fucking love
the
eating.
gravy, the cauliflower. Now, that's what I'm. And then the beauty is Boxing Day. Fucking do it again. Do it again because we have Boxing Day. I don't know. I don't think.
What the fuck? Boxing Day is when you get your presents from Christmas, right?
No.
What the
You
fuck
open
is
your presents
Boxing
on Christmas Day. Boxing Day is a bank holiday immediately after Christmas Day.
Why?
Because go fuck yourself. That's why it's
Because
another
you don't
holiday.
have Thanksgiving, you bitch.
Well, yeah, but you don't have bonfire night.
Fuck is bonfire? We have Burning Man. Same thing.
Guy Fawkes. 5th of November. Remember 5th of November. Gunpowder, Treason, and Plot.
But all of your parliament is still alive.
I know Guido Fawkes needed to up his game, and I like when you're a kid,
What
you're
a
like,
pussy.
yay, but yeah, but now you're like, fucking hell, I wish you'd done it.
Well, he finally got the queen.
Don't think that's how it works, Nick.
It is. It was a long con. He's like, I'll give you old age syndrome right now, bitch. In 70 years, you're toast.
I got you after 96 years and 70
I
years.
got you with natural causes.
Yeah.
Do you
So,
really
yeah,
think
so
it was
cr-
natural
what?
causes, or do you think she was on Epstein Island and got syphilis?
Jesus.
I'm just asking. I don't know what happened.
I think it was paragliding.
You don't think it was regret from killing Diana? Wasn't she dating an Arab?
Dodi Fayed.
Fayed sounds Arabic.
Yeah, because it is.
I can
see
never
that?
remember his name. I can never remember his name.
How can you not remember Dodi?
It's the annoying thing is I have a joke for him. When Dodi Fayed, now that I have his name, when he got to heaven, what did he say to God?
Where's Allah?
No, wrong. He
Oh,
said,
okay.
hey, the last time I prayed, I said I wanted to die in a tunnel, not fucking die in a tunnel.
Fucking hell. I was gonna be like, but it's 3 years, 25 years, man.
You can't
gotta get over it sometime.
Exactly.
I remember the day, dude. It was
Dude,
really
I
weird.
do too. Yeah.
Because I woke up that morning and it was the odd thing was I woke up that morning and I was just like, there's something weird. It's just a weird feeling in the air.
I'm hornier than normal. Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, I haven't got an erection this morning. What is going on? And I honestly felt like there's just something weird. And then I looked out the window and I saw that because I could see the cathedral from where I lived. And I saw that they had a flag at half mast, and I was like, what's happened? Is the queen died?
Yeah.
No, 25 years later. And then put on the news, and it was like Princess Diana was killed last night in a car crash.
So you weren't awake when it happened.
No, it was late at night. It was like
I know.
2 in the
I
morning.
was awake. As I can tell you what I was doing. This is crazy because I remember. You know MMOs, right? Do you know the precursor to MMOs? MUDs, right? Multi-user dungeons, text-based.
Oh, text
role-playing
based.
games.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
So I was playing this mud called Chaos Mud, which was great. It's a fucking gem of humanity. The only rule was don't intentionally crash the game. You could
Okay.
cheat, you could steal, you could do whatever you want. You fuck people's lives up. It was fantastic. So I was playing this mud called Chaos Mud, and this guy comes on. He was Eli. His name was Eli. He had terminal cancer, but he used to own car dealerships. So we had weird conversations because I was like, at the
How's
time,
he doing?
I dead as shit, I assume. I was like 16 at the time. I don't even know how old I was. You know what? That guy, fuck that
Hey,
guy,
Eli,
by the way.
I'm sorry, dude. It's
No, he deserved it. He deserved it. He knows what he did. But lost all of his businesses. Oh, I got cancer. I can't work anymore. Quit whining. Get to fucking work, you weirdo. What are you doing in this life? Oh, you're gonna just die? Oh, you're gonna just take your time and go, oh, I'm gonna go get my chemo or whatever, and then I'm gonna just die like a bitch. No, work like a man. What's wrong with you, Eli, you pussy?
It'd be amazing if the chat there's a guy in the Eli in the chat just went, Nick, that was me. And I got through. I did.
Yeah.
I got through and it worked.
Completely.
And ever since then, I've just been so grateful for life. And then I found you tonight after all these years, and you're a cunt.
It's actually why I mentioned like the old fucking like muds and online shit that I did, because like, man, someone's gonna know. Like someday, someone's gonna know. It'll be great. No, he's I'm sure he's very dead. But no, so like this, there were only like 3 or 4 of us online at the time. And someone's like, oh, Princess Di is dead. And I'm like, who cares? Like, that was my first answer. But look, I'm 16-year-old American. Who I'm like, who the fuck cares? And then they talked about it and they told me why they cared. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. You're gay, but it's cute.
You know what, Nick?
There was a deaf guy.
I fucking love laughing. I fucking love laughing. It's such a good feeling. It's such an amazing release. And it's just so good to laugh at shit, which I haven't laughed at for about 10 or 15 years.
Yeah. Well, one of the guys who played was deaf. That's the amazing thing. This is crazy. So we played this game for years, and I had no idea. There was a deaf school like in the town where I lived, and I didn't know. I didn't know they're not very vocal. So, it's a deaf school. Yeah, he actually talked to me when the Queen died, or when the Princess Diana died. You know what he said? Princess died. I'm just kidding. It was all text. He didn't do that at all. That was entirely just a rude asshole joke.
I'm just reading what's over here.
No, so this guy literally, like, he was actually deaf, though. That's a true story. And then so I worked at Circuit City at the time. I was selling music, and then I think I was selling computers. And he apparently came in, and he's like, hey, he's telling me on the game, he's like, hey, I talked to you at work today. I was like, you fucking did? It's like, yeah, I was the deaf guy. I was like, oh, I don't remember you. Like, I didn't pay attention because I don't care about the disabled. And as I legit, like, how would I not notice that this guy was deaf and could not speak normally? And I had no idea.
But when you're surrounded by other Americans.
Yeah, well, that's true. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I can't tell the deaf one from the retarded one. They all sound the fucking same.
That'd be rude. You just play audio of deaf people and Down syndrome people. It says, guess the IQ that's higher. Oh my God. As you're
Wow.
terrible. You came up with that for me.
I didn't. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unbelievable. It's slander, my lord. It's slander.
Hello. Like, which one is it?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
It's
That
the
was-
Specialist Olympics. That's where the specialists have to determine who's special in the Olympics.
This is called equality. this is what equality looks like. Okay.
Yeah, you
So
get roasted.
Don't go fucking bitching.
You get roasted the exact same
You want
as
equity?
everybody else.
Fuck off to Twitter. All right. Oh,
it's a crying
Oh.
shame. It says my dad was in Denver and explained it's free country that no one wants. Cornelius Buttknuckles says, "Is it just me or does it look like Boozy could have a touch of the downs?" Oh no! Just look at how low those. He says, "Just look at how low those ears are, and then that face. He could be dating a Victoria's Secret model." Did you see that shit?
The Adam Levine?
No, the Down syndrome Victoria's Secret model.
Oh yeah.
But did you see the guy who tweeted out, "If she down, I'm down"?
I know.
They're rarely in your life. Do you remember the Monty Python skit where they developed the perfect joke? Where if you told the joke and someone heard it, they would die laughing.
Yes.
That's it. That guy fucking nailed it. If you're walking through the trenches in World War II and you post a picture of the Down syndrome girl's ass on one side, and you just walk around going in German, because I can't speak, I don't know how to speak German. If you go, "If she down, I'm down" in German, you would have won the war immediately. America wouldn't have even needed to help.
Flung it over, wrapped it around a stone, lobbed it over into the trench. Hold on, what is this? What is this? That is read.
What?
If there's a picture of some ass, it says if she is down, then I am down.
Oh my God. You haven't seen this thing?
You have not seen what I have seen.
But no, you haven't seen this particular
You have
thing.
not seen what I have seen.
That's true.
That's how Galadriel wins debates in Rings of Power.
So, have you ever explored Black Twitter, as?
Oh no.
It's the funniest place on earth.
Well, it's just well, okay.
No, it's the place where jokes get to exist. Look at this.
Really?
Yeah, Django. Django is my man. This guy is fucking funny. N-word's mad about Ariel being black. Wait till they found out Jesus is Mexican. That's a really deep and funny fucking joke.
It's good.
I hope Evan Peters sees a therapist for all the sick shit he had to do, because it actually does take a toll. Evan Peters, if you don't know, is playing Jeffrey Dahmer. That one didn't do so well. Only 2 likes. About to have the best sleep of my life. He's weird fucking.
Scrooge. It's fucking Ebenezer Scrooge.
They're saying, "Hear me out, y'all. Scary godmother. Hear me out, y'all. I would fuck this woman." That's what he's saying.
Right. Okay.
Let's see. If you play DBZ Doc and Battle, let's be friends. Oh, here it is. Oh my God. Look at this. This is what I was talking about earlier. As it washes the melanin off of you.
Right. All I'm saying is that's where that one ends.
It says, once I get my hands on this, I'll be unstoppable. Django, this is one of the funniest motherfuckers on the planet.
I need to know if this is a piss take or is it actually legit. This has got to be a piss take. This has got to be a piss take.
I don't know. I don't know. Look at it as it's wiping the racism off of you.
Oh man. Just imagine if a product like that existed. Imagine.
Oh my God.
What would happen if that had existed? What do you think would happen, Nick?
Only good things. Crime would go down. Like, what jokes can I say as? Oh, here we go. Look, this motherfucker. They get away with everything. Every hotel got the cut check.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Everything he posts is gold like this. Oh, hey, here we go. Can't be the only N-word who wanted to fuck her when I was little.
No, I'm not going to say anything. Oh, well, yeah.
Let's see. Where is...
Admittedly, though, when you were younger, anything that had a pair of tits, you were like...
Yeah, especially if it had a fuzzy little knot in the back, right?
It fucking had a fuzzy knot in them later, in the back later. But...
I'm trying to find his post about the Downs chick, and I don't think I ever will. I can't scroll through his timeline. It's super not safe for work. My point about this is Black Twitter gets away with fucking everything. They can say all of the funny stuff. They're the only people on earth allowed to be funny anymore is Black people.
Well, just anyone who's white, really. Let's just
I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Where is the post he made? If she down, I'm down. It was God. I can't even find it anymore. Who knows how far back it? Never mind. Anyway, we got to do these fucking super chats. Now I'm distracted by a funny black man.
I'm distracted by a funny black man who has a Downs joke on his chat.
Wilhelm Gefallen says Branca seems drunk enough to learn Italian via Racket's lingo. You don't want to learn Italian from me. I'm very good at it. Okay. Not applicable. Have you ever met a hairier person than an Italian?
Dating an Italian woman.
That didn't answer the question as. Have you dated a Greek woman?
No.
That's the only way the answer would have been yes.
Yeah. Italian women are.
Not applicable says Meg can in fact suck every dick in the universe. Philip Vecchio is Harry Charles's son. I don't know. The Royals are
yes.
Oh, there you go. Thank you for having a Royals expert on. If that would have been me alone, I would have been I have no idea for 10 minutes.
Did you say Royals sexpert?
Royals
a Royals sexpert.
Yeah, a Royals expert. That's you. Damn it.
Yes.
God, I wish I could express to you.
They're both from Diana, by the way.
Oh my God. Terrible. Liz M. So can someone please explain all the hate regarding MK? I think that she did reach her goal, but never saw past what role would really be.
MK.
Who's MK?
Who's MK?
Can someone please all the hate regarding MK?
MK?
Does anybody in the chat know what MK is? I'm so fucking drunk. I know it's 6 a.m. Bad Dragonite.
Michael Kors, somebody said.
It's not Megan Kelly.
Mario Kart, Mortal Kombat.
The only problem with Megan Kelly is she hasn't had me on her show yet. Nick S. Hi, love you guys. I'm drunk as
you.
Jay Forte as I know we sound like crazy Americans with our guns. Big Monty Python here, but you Brits' worst crime was not the War of 1812, but your change in the name of the Ninja Turtles to Hero Turtles.
Oh, as you know, I was just about to jump in and go, look, 1812 wasn't our fucking problem. That was fucking Napoleon, and we had to shut that bitch down. But then you totally redeemed yourself, because I absolutely agree. Yeah, in the UK, it was ninja was deemed as too violent, so they changed the name to Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
Okay. Yeah, maybe MK might have been Mia Khalifa. Someone in the chat. That's the first MK I've seen that might make sense, because I was making fun of her earlier. I think she did reach her goals too of having jizz on her hijab. An idiot with an opinion says, I'm Hawaiian and I thought that tattoo was stupid. Then I had a bunch of people trying to test my bona fides by tweeting in Hawaiian. Like that matters. I have a joke about tweeting in Hawaiian, but I won't. Patrick Banks. Hey, is that a Crystal Palace kit behind you?
Yes.
You said yes.
Yes.
Okay, very cool. Mandrake. All right, here you go, Nick. Enjoy / use it or don't. Here's 24-second tribute to the Shame Master, Nick Knows Vibe AI channel. Thank you. You're welcome. Colton Lynch, 000 Cuck the movie, lol. Oh, that's the new 007. Seg one. How is it? How does it feel to have one of the best British superheroes become an absolute fucking bitch?
Yeah.
Seg 162. In my humble opinion, it's a terrible idea to listen to young, especially women, about what women want in a man. Yes, never listen to women about dating or anything else. Have you ever had a woman explain to you some other woman that you should be interested in? I know you guys have, right? Oh, I want to introduce you to my friend. She's cute. She's cute. Why is she the size of a fucking warehouse? I don't understand. No, but her face is cute. Bitch, I can't even see her face because it's 8 miles away.
Even if, whenever, it doesn't matter what size, it doesn't matter, because whenever they introduce you to somebody, that person and you have nothing in common, nothing whatsoever, every fucking time. Oh, you just meet my friend Jen. You're gonna get like a house on fire. Then you meet Jen, and she's a fucking vacuous, empty, soulless void of charisma.
You'll love
and
her.
I might as well. And you're just like, yeah. And you try like, are you okay? You know how you do? Yeah. You know how you do? How long have you known so for? I've known her for about,
No, see, here's the problem. It's not women's fault, I'm an apologist. I am a feminist, right? I'm a male feminist.
Sure.
100%.
Absolutely.
I can explain this very simply. This is not women's fault. They will never put their dick in whatever they're recommending to you, but you might. Okay. It's not their fault. They have no investment in this. They're not worried about that thing getting broken or bent sideways or stuck and clinched in. They're not worried about that because they will never encounter that in their life. But this is why you have to be cautious, because she's like, oh, she's cute. No, she isn't. She's interesting or funny.
Cute.
No, she's not.
Cute means she's fucking bland.
She's cute means she's at least 200 pounds. Minimum.
No.
Sorry,
she's cute means
she's at least
bland.
what, 17
She's got a great
stone.
personality means she's fat.
Oh yeah, you don't want you. Oh, she's so funny.
Oh,
I don't want
a wonderful sense of humor. Go fuck
First of all, no, she does not. Get that bitch out of here. First of all, like there's like one woman on earth that's funny, and it's not this rando that you're giving me. Second of all, if you say she's funny, if we have to go down the fucking ladder, rung by rung, to get to funny, like she has a warm vagina is above funny. Stop it. No.
Oh no.
Like we are not. You need to stop right now. Don't tell me a woman is funny. I will determine when a woman is funny. It's almost never. It's like Lady Rackets. That bitch can crack me up all day. I will laugh. She says stuff. I don't know if she's actually funny, but I find her funny, and that's fine. But if someone were to tell me that she was funny, I would disbelieve them inherently. Like, you know what? If someone called me up and said, hey, hey, I spent some time with your wife. We were at a women's retreat or whatever. Had a really good time. It was nice meeting your wife. She's really funny. I was just, don't you lie to me. You shut your mouth. One,
you shut your cunt mouth, right?
One, you're not funny, and that's the main problem. I know you don't know what's funny, but two, I know my wife, and she definitely didn't say anything funny to you because she saves all that for me. So stop it right now.
She was so funny. You fucking take a piss. You fucking take a piss.
Like, wait, you must be thinking of someone else, because my wife probably didn't talk at all. Like, she probably had crippling anxiety being in a crowd. Like, she's cracking jokes up here like she's fucking George Carlin. That didn't
she's
happen.
on a period. She's scared of dropping a tampon on the floor when she goes to get a phone out of her fucking purse. So don't you fucking tell me she's funny.
She's worried that she might sneeze in front of people and the floor will look like the backseat of the car in Pulp Fiction after they shoot Marvin in the face. Don't talk to me about her being funny. It's not true. She's only funny at home with me. And by the way, Lady Rackets is hilarious, and none of you guys will ever experience that, and that makes me happy.
I believe she got a sense of humor. She fucking married you.
No, that means she's dumb. Like, I love her, but seriously, what a bad decision she made. Why would you do this to yourself?
It's not even self-deprecating now, because it's been fucking 20, 30 years. So, 20 years.
She had all this time to get out of it, and she still chose not to. It's like,
no.
Oh my God. It's like I threw a Helen Keller in a cave and told her to exit.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, wait. Let me finish the super chat. Even without the birth control scrambling their priorities, they often aren't honest. There you go. Colton Lynch, new Lego set, the Lego BTQ series. Tomorrow VI says, hey, how do you buy Shad's book without shipping from USA at exorbitant rates? Well, I think he ships from Australia, not from USA. He ships to the USA, $20. Look, if you're buying an Indiegogo project, you're going to pay shipping. Like, that's the way it goes. And different countries cost more. Some countries cost a fucking fortune because it's not going to get there anyway. Minor Zircon, this is an awesome show. As Branka and Shad, yes. Great mood. A legendary stream knows Brank the Tank, Az and Shad. Patrick Banks, Shad, what happened to Sunday Night Swords? I don't know. Very racist of him to cancel it. AA Ron, matriculations. Allegan News, talking of swords, balls or no balls. He said no balls. What a weirdo. Az.
No, I'm team no balls.
Your team no balls too?
Yes.
So this is a British's fault.
No, it's we're Commonwealth would probably be the more appropriate term there.
But like the Australians are derivative of the British.
Yeah, part of the Commonwealth.
They're not even original. It's like a Monkeys song to the Beatles.
Well, Australians are. They're the Monkeys and the British are the Beatles.
Right.
Yeah.
Australians are Milli Vanilli to real black people.
To real songwriters.
No, I said to real black people. I didn't say they didn't write songs.
One is not the same as the other. No, if you're gonna look, dude, if I'm gonna get done up the fucking chocolate starfish, then you know, I don't want.
Wait, why do you want to see a dick with no
slapping on my
balls?
ass, dude? That's my fucking job. You know, those
You're
fucking
not
balls
getting.
slapping in your fucking.
Why
That's
are you
my
getting
job.
fucked by the Fuda? Fuda don't fuck men. They fuck the women.
You're asking me balls or no balls. So you're asking
I'm
me
just
whether or
saying,
not I'm.
When you see a futanari, should it have balls or no balls?
No, none. No.
Well, you just like looking at dick then. You're just a fan of the cock, I guess. Look, I don't make the rules as like, oh, that pretty cock should be unmarred by balls. That would really ruin the aesthetic.
I love no-win situations. They're awesome.
No, balls is a win situation.
Why do I want to see balls?
I don't know why you would want to see balls, but if you're seeing a shaft, there should be balls attached to it.
It's coming out of a vagina.
No, it's like near a vagina, to be fair. I mean, sometimes I guess it's coming out. I don't know. Japanese are weird, broken people. Did you ever hear about the men behind the sun?
Hmm?
Nothing. I did
What?
not mention I definitely did not mention a documentary about the Japanese doing horrific experiments, way worse than the Nazis, on the Chinese that they conquered in World War II.
Yeah, but you know, it's only a laugh, isn't it?
There should have been a third nuke.
Oh,
that's a joke. That's a joke. They made
Do you hear about the
Acuras.
guy that was in Nagasaki when the first bomb? Is it Nagasaki or Hiroshima?
The guy who ended up in both of them.
He survived the first bomb and then rode all the way to fucking Hiroshima and Nagasaki and got hit by the second one as well.
It's like, well, fuck this. I'm gonna get out of this crazy place.
And he just went,
gets there.
This was how was work today, honey? I've had better days.
He picked up a Bible and said, "You motherfucker."
Why have we got no hair anywhere? That'll be the radiation poisoning.
Why do you have a third testicle that you can bounce on? Reverend No Fun says, "Hey Shad, can't wait to get the graphic novel for Shadow the Conqueror. Any plans on making a sequel to the book?" No, he has no plans. He never will. Timothy Reaper, did you hear that? Did you hear that? As Shad has huge tracts of land.
Oh,
deep cut.
Yeah.
Gromax, Shad, will the house have meticulations? Yes, it will. Spuckman Reviews and Stories says, "Hey Nick, I don't have the new one or the one from the 80s, but I do have the refractor from 2018 to 2018. You can have it if you want." Well, look, I don't know how to get it, but I'm still pissed at Miss Gwen.
I want the Canon EO5 or EO
nice.
whatever.
Yeah. I'm still fucking pissed at Miss Gwen, that fucking bitch, for stealing she stole my refractor. So refractor or reflector or whatever used to be 3 Decepticons that formed together into a camera.
Yes.
Yeah, and this fucking bitch stole it from me, and then she told my parents, "Oh yeah, you can come get it after class." And my parents came to pick it up after kindergarten or preschool. When my parents came to pick it up, she says, "I don't know what you're talking about."
What a whore.
Yeah, fucking whore. I hate her. I hope she dies in a fire. She force-fed me Jello until I vomit. I can't eat Jello to this day because of her.
Jello is, we call it jelly here, but
you call Jello jelly? What do you call jelly?
We don't. We, you know, I like right. I gotta be okay. I've got to make a confession here, and it's gonna fuck it. It's gonna fuck me up. But I think after my life so far, I've had a pretty good one, and I guess now it's just time to face the music. I don't have a fucking clue what the jelly is in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I don't know what you're talking about. We have a thing called jam, which we put on toast. Now, if is jam the jelly?
I have empirical proof that jam is not jelly because we have a saying in America that says it must be jam because jelly don't shake like that. So they're two distinct things. That's science.
What is the jelly in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
It is magic. It is like a prostitute's mouth meeting yours, except instead of your mouth, it's your penis. I guess I don't know how to describe this.
Why
jelly's
I don't want to. She could have
because she's a professional. She's good at. Well, look, you're gonna regret it later. This is jelly after all. It's just sugar.
Regret. I've had a few.
Don't you quote Bloodhound Gang at me. Don't you quote You're Pretty When I'm Drunk at me, you fucker. You think I don't know that song as?
I was quoting My Way. Regrets.
No. Regrets. I've had a few. First and foremost, I'd like to mention you.
Too few to mention.
No, as you're a mix between an Ubna and Eugene Levy.
Now, chat's on my side.
No, you're Pretty When I'm Drunk.
I like Eugene Levy.
But he's ugly. You can call it Big Bone. I prefer to call it, what did he say? You can call it Big Bone. I prefer to call it, did he say Gunt? No. Your Buddha, your Shamu, your Jabba the fucking Hunt, you got harpoon scars and your boobies are hairy. I smelled tuna melt, but I wasn't going to worry. It was 3 a.m. and I wasn't getting squat, so I rolled you up in flour and I aimed it for the wet spot. You're Pretty When I'm Drunk, man, by the Bloodhound Gang. Great song.
Do you know on Friday Night Tights today?
I don't know because they don't invite me on as. Racism keeps me away from Friday Night Tights.
I have no say. I don't even know who the guests are until the day sometimes.
Me either.
Do you want me to abuse my position and put a word in with the manager for you?
I mean, I don't care.
That means yes. Okay.
No, I do my own show over here, and it's okay if Friday Night Tights doesn't want to have me on. No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, don't have a go at us because we've had you on. Have a go at EFAP. They haven't.
No, I'm on the 28th. I'm on Wednesday.
Yeah, but have you been on now?
No, I don't know what.
That's all I wanted to hear.
No, we got to talk about this because I'm gonna bring this up on EFAP. I'm gonna bring this up.
Okay.
So I do this little like gay fucking legal analysis or whatever on my show from time to time. But my show, like we've transcended long beyond the law part of Ricada Law, right?
I think so.
Most of the time I'm talking about tits or midgets with tits. Like
I
that's
like tits.
What about
midgets.
What if Peter Dinklage had a D cup?
Oh, I would suck I would suck his titty bags. I would be like,
I'm like, pull me into EFAP. I will ruin their lives on takes on shows, movies, whatever it is. And they're like, oh, well, maybe eventually we'll get a legal show to bring you on. I'm like, I don't want to talk about a legal show. I want to talk about anything else on the planet than a legal show. Finally, She-Hulk comes around. So I guess I get to go on now. But these motherfuckers have been dragging me around by my vas deferens forever. Is that a dick part? I'm pretty sure it is. I don't even
I don't
know
think I've
anymore.
been on EFAP for 2 years.
Well, I've been on EFAP
And
never
I-
as I haven't been on EFAP for 40 years
Yeah, but I
as.
do a show with Mauler every week.
That's why he didn't bring you back. Why buy the cow when you get the milk for free?
And boy, am I a cow.
You're like a fucking chick that puts out. Like, woman, stop it. Embrace tradition. Reject modernity. No, you're just sitting there, spread legs like plow me Big Daddy Mauler all day. But me, here I am. I'm the virgin over on the side. And I'm like, oh no, I've never been on EFAB. It seems kind of nice. Maybe you could break me, Big Daddy. And they don't bring me on until Wednesday. Wednesday is when I'll be on.
Right. Wednesday is not when I'm going to be on.
Racism. E Honda 420 says 5 days sober, 3 days of work sober. Never knew how much I needed weed to get through my shifts until now, but I made it. Mind over matter. You can do it, brother. Don't do weed. Just do heroin instead.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
What?
If you get... Did he
No,
say
so
3 days, 5 days sober?
He's 5 days sober from weed. He's done weed like every day for the past 20 years. He's cutting weed out of his diet.
Okay, so I thought he meant I'm 5 days sober, so now I'm on weed to try and compensate. I was like, it's not the best thing to do, dude. Not the best thing to do.
His name is E Honda 420. This is a man who is well versed in marijuana imbibing.
5 years is 5 days. Sorry, that's
go for it.
Keep going, dude. If you want it, I mean,
I go 5 days without weed every 5 days, just about.
When's the last time you had weed?
Oh, just the other day.
Really?
I had an edible. So like,
I don't think I've smoked a joint in.
No, I don't like
25
smoking
years.
weed. I don't like smoking weed. I don't like vaping. I don't like inhalants.
Do you do blowback?
No, edibles now.
Oh.
So my state accidentally legalized edibles because the Republicans were too retarded to read the bill. I'm not even joking.
No, we went through this earlier.
Yeah. And so like I've done a couple of them on my locals live streams as a joke, but I don't really care for them. I don't like how weed makes me feel. It makes me feel very fuzzy and hazy, whereas liquor doesn't. It makes me feel slippery, which is different.
Well, when I was working at this place, I was in a shared house because I moved. So I got the shared house to see how the job was going to turn out. Thankfully, I was only there for 3 months, so thank fuck I didn't look for somewhere. And one of the guys was, a bit of a stoner. You could whiff it coming from his room. And then one day, it's just like, hey, do you want to watch some Simpsons in my room? So went up to watch some Simpsons in his room, and he just like
you went to watch the Simpsons in a man's
yeah,
room?
because
Okay.
we used to have VHS tapes with Simpsons on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
and because this is 25 years ago, whatever.
Yeah, back in the 90s, late 90s, right?
Yeah, so he sparks up a spliff, and he's just like, "Do you want some?" I was like, "Yeah, have some." And then he just opens up his wardrobe, and it's just baking, strips, female plants, 2 massive halogens just fucking pumping down. And he just like trim the leaves, dry the leaves off, and then roll it up with some backy.
Oh, it's like as fresh as you can get. Yeah.
So for 3 months, I mean, and then when he would go away for the weekend or whatever, he'd just leave the key for me to his room, and I'd just look after the plants and smoke whenever I wanted. But that was that. I gave up smoking cigarettes 17 years ago.
Right.
And I don't think I've had a spliff in at least 20 years.
So spliff is weed plus tobacco, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Roll up. Yeah, we should do a roll up. So we do a rollies,
I don't actually know if it's weird. I don't. The only tobacco I smoke is cigars, which you don't like suck down. It's completely different.
Yes.
Cigars are just like putting a, never mind. Penis joke. Kitty Bear Stephen Paul says, if a person becomes legally a deer, what is stopping me from shooting them in deer hunting season? Good morning, Az.
That is a
Afternoon, Chad.
really good point.
Evening, Mr. Nose. Yeah, you should get a deer tag and hunt down Twitch mods or whatever. Super Trooper, on the topic of Twitch thoughts, did you ever follow up with Fireman Steve? I think that was his name. I've like had random passing encounters. I love that guy. He got into crypto stuff. I don't know what he's doing now. I thought that guy was hilarious. Fireman Steve is a big fat guy he was in lingerie. Right? Like he's in women's lingerie, big fat guy doing an e-thought stream where like if you paid him $50 or whatever, he'd do 10 squats.
Was this the guy? Is this the guy who's doing it because he was just like, if they're doing it, I can do it.
Yeah, he was taking the piss,
on him.
and then
Yeah.
he got banned from Twitch. He got like a 7-day
That
suspension.
is wrong.
He got a 7-day suspension because his nipples slipped down.
The bitch that fucked a boyfriend that looked like a dude.
Well,
she got 7 days herself. She was
look,
getting banged.
I'm not here to simp for this chick. I'm not here to simp for this chick, but I gotta say, I watched the video.
Mm-hmm.
You can barely see anything. It's very embarrassing for her. Like 7 days is probably right.
Like 30 people watching the stream.
Yeah, I know. And she's getting you can't even see her getting railed. It was weak. Like if I was that guy, like my dick would have been on her face.
Dude, I saw that clip. I was fucking softer than a fucking lefty
so
wearing
pathetic.
a I am a
That's what I'm
feminist
saying.
t-shirt.
It wasn't even hot.
No. But she looked like a dude anyway, so that wasn't a good start.
She should have shamed his dick.
She was flat as a pancake, looked like a dude.
Yeah.
And if I was a boyfriend, I'd be pretty disappointed because clearly he wasn't doing anything to make her fucking excited.
Oh yeah. Well, that guy was weak. Like, oh my God.
30 people.
I'm not gonna sit here and
people.
Look, I'm drunk, but I'm not drunk enough to sit and talk like legit sex stuff.
No, I'm just saying why. Hey, let's just completely lose every bit of dignity we have by fucking in front of 30 people.
And like not even good fucking.
No.
Like, oh my God. Like why her eyes aren't rolling back. She's not crying. Like she's not doing anything fun. Like,
she's doing reverse cowboy, but spending most of her time.
She's talking to her chat.
Yes.
She's talking to her chat. What's the most awkward sex involving another person? I don't mean like another person is there having sex, but what's the most awkward sex involving another person that you've ever had?
Ooh,
like a phone call, text messages. You know how this goes, right?
As you see in the act, what is the most awkward in the act?
I'll say this. I have been engaged in sexual activity with a female while her mom was on the phone.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm so that's what I mean.
At college, I banged a girl in my bedroom, and then I left.
In your bedroom? You left?
My dorm room, because it's, the tiny rooms, but they got the bed in, they got the office in.
Were you hoping she would just leave while you were gone?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
And she did, because when I was walking back to the dorm, I walked past her. I was like, hi.
Yeah, that's awkward. That's the problem with college chicks is that you will run into them again. Like everybody's like, oh, college is a paradise. No. It's not actually a paradise. You will see them probably tomorrow and every day for the next 3 years.
Whenever you don't want to see them, they're there.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
It's awkward. No, I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of that. Okay, thank you for ruining my night. Mario Trujillo, never apply sense to the senseless, Nick. God bless. Track media only. I mean the left is just contradictions. They hate men but want to turn every woman into a trans man. Yeah, that's true. Kyan Rennell, the only thing Az knows about heroes is a sandwich. God, I fucking love it. I want a hero.
See, I'm not an American, so I don't get that.
Well,
I take it's a nice sandwich.
It's an Italian sandwich, to be fair. Aussie Overlord. Hey, Nick, before I forget, and since you rarely read DMs, I've seen your DMs. I'm having a celebration stream tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. for about 6 hours. Would love if you could drop in if you have time. If I'm awake 6 hours after 8 a.m., it'll be a miracle, and maybe I'll try. Long Reach Jones. Sorry, Shad. Necromancy is a better way to raise a family. The Great Muda. Full-fledged degenerate fighting degeneracy here. It's a goddamn struggle. David Hunt, Shad loves seeing fellow members. God bless. Jolly Roger, dominant here. I run the house like the 50s. The culture is fucked thanks to porn in Hollywood. Predatory and gross. Kinks aren't everything. Total power exchange and financial domination. Monogamous. There you go. He's a findom. You know about that as
findom?
Financial domination.
Oh,
where you control all of the money. It's called.
I thought
just,
that was going into.
It's called just
territory.
being a man in a relationship. I joke. Come on. Oh shit. Aussie Overlord says, wait, he doesn't drink. I'm going to have to see his qualifications for him to be an Aussie. Photo with today's newspaper and the Vegemite, please.
Oh, Vegemite. Wow.
Vegemite is disgusting. Have you eaten that shit?
It's like we got a thing over here called Marmite. It's very similar.
Marmite's disgusting too.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Why
the
don't you just give
marketing
it to
for it
prisoners?
is fantastic. Because
There's
their
no
advertising for the product is you either love it or you hate it. And they'll actually have people like eating it going, ah. But it's great because people are just like, yeah, you're either going to love this or you're going to fucking hate it. It's one or the other.
Someone sent me some Vegemite a long time ago. I tried it on stream. I
Why?
hated it.
Do they hate you?
But they said no. They said the real use of Vegemite is actually very simple. Put it in a soup or a stew. You know
Like
what
a
I did?
stock. So use it like a stock.
Yeah, like to supplement the stock. You know what I did? You know what I put it in?
The bin.
The trash. Right in the fucking garbage.
Where it belongs. Where it belongs.
Kyle Surface says Django Shakur is a Twitter vid of the skin bleach you were talking about. Oh, okay. Ezra, it was Django. Django, that guy's fucking hilarious. Ezra E. God, I wish I was black. I brought a premium sword at a convention in Perth, Washington, and found out that it was an unlisted weapon. So I had to have it in my local police station. Greg Gothier, holy crap! Have you been up all bloody night?
Yes.
What's wrong with you?
I've been up for near 24 hours at the moment.
I told you it was 20 minutes, like an hour and a half ago.
I've been up for nearly 20. Yeah.
I'm abusing you harder than we did in
It's been
1776.
2.5 hours since you said 20 minutes.
The last time the British got beaten this hard, Paul Revere was riding a horse. Clifton 3D says, sounds like a Jedi. Geiga Chad says, I'm an Alabama knife ear and I want to be free. No, elves deserve nothing. Elves deserve the fucking sword and the guillotine. Cult of Personality. Check out Rosengarten Saga about a village girl unlocking the power of Futanari, turns the bad guys into hot babes, grapes them. That's the first 2 chapters. And a dragon gets cut in half by a giant cock. Okay. Why would I watch that when I could just watch Rape Man? The best anime ever created.
Nick, what does he do?
Do you want to know what Rape Man does? So, have you heard of the Yakuza as?
The Yakuza?
Yeah. The Japanese mafia.
The Japanese mafia, yeah.
Did you know that there are women involved in the Yakuza? Like wives of Yakuza bosses, daughters, maybe?
Sure.
And they might be evil. Like, right? Like, not their
Sure.
fault. They're raised in a culture of violence.
Oh, no.
Rape Man has a magical power in which
Oh.
he breaks in and rapes the shit out of a Yakuza woman, either like a wife of a boss or maybe a daughter. And then suddenly they're not evil anymore after he rapes
He
them.
rapes the evil out of them.
He rapes the evil out of them. Japan is third nuke as third nuke. It's warranted. There's all the evidence. I'm like, here, do you know what would happen if I could go back in time to 1945?
You'd say to the pilot of the Enola Gay, spin back around again.
No, I'd go like this. I'd go to like Eisenhower and I'd have a chart with just shit Japan did. And I'd just go
Yeah.
all day. Like, come on. It's not enough. There's still some left. It's terrible. Geiga Chad says base Brit bong. Is this allowed? Is this possible? Yes. Carapapas. Late on this, but Cyberpunk Edge Runners is absolutely fantastic. It was so good that people are reinstalling 2077 en masse. Have you watched
That is
Cyberpunk
true.
Edge Runners?
2 episodes in.
Me too. I was happy to find there is violence and tits.
Well, the tits have been virtual reality tits.
Not enough tits so far. They need to be more.
You can never not have enough tits, you know.
It's true. Have you ever seen Garrow Vanishing Line, the anime? So do you know that I believe it's the first season. The villain is a tit monster. It's just a pile of tits.
But I need
it's
call me
masculinity
old-fashioned,
as he
Call
has
me
to
old-fashioned.
uppercut. He has to uppercut a pile of tits from his motorcycle.
That's pretty based. But call me old fashioned. I kind of like my tits to be in the right place.
They've got to be attached to a woman.
Yeah, and 2 of them. We're not
And not
totally
an ugly
recalling.
woman. Ugly women deserve the sword.
To all you ugly women out there, a nice pair of tits on you could change everything, could change your life.
To all you ugly women out there, Iran is calling. Please check in at the front desk.
No need to wear it. Forget about it.
Kalinka Pavlova says, as the product of a colonized country, not gonna lie, I'm happy with toilet paper, glazed donuts, and not being married off to my cousin. Uvalde's nuts. God damn it, he sent a unicorn sticker. Tom Van Kalkren says, Shad, do the Macolocations battle cry. I can't even read that word anymore. Phoenix Lord Asserman, Malekith, Nagash, and Sigmar are a fantastic introduction to Warhammer. Yes, Sigmar is awesome. By the way, I love that book, the Sigmar trilogy.
It's Sigma.
Jesus Deville. As it's like the only Warhammer 40K book that acknowledges that sex happens.
Wow.
Because Sigmar gets down when he's younger, right?
I fucking hope so.
You'd hope so, but Uriel
his benefit.
Ventress isn't plowing a sister of battle or whatever. Why not?
Sisters of Battle, like, they're fucking frigid, mate.
I know, but I heard Space Marines' dicks don't work.
Well, that's not how they procreate, though.
I don't care how they procreate. I care. Like the Emperor's children, like their dicks have to work, right?
They're into all kinds of weird shit. So
creeps me out. I don't like it.
Most of them are just demons doing weird shit to people, and you're being corrupted. And
if your dick doesn't work, is it even worth doing weird shit to people?
Well, you've seen that one of them is literally playing a guy's back as a harp.
It's true. Never mind. Jesus Davila, thank you for the thumbs up. Elias Aho, I believe the only way to pronounce Macalocations is the scream Scream It, filled with excitement over the brilliant piece of architecture. Geiga Chad. So, Nick, you're just a more pathetic Mr. Freeze? Yeah, that's true. The Great Muda says, this is the fair and balanced stream we deserved. Stop it. Lofty Pigcells. Dang you, shyster lawyer. I'm trying to sleep, but this meat market stream got me EFAPing.
Oh.
Tony Neves. Nick, tell Az to unban me on Twitch. Was trolling back in like 2015 to 2017 a bit. Love the YouTube videos.
I don't even stream on Twitch.
The Hyper Troller on Twitch. His name is The Hyper Troller.
Dude, I stream on YouTube. I haven't streamed on Twitch for 2.5 years.
I've been streaming on your Twitch.
Have you?
Mhm.
Is that why I get a paycheck every couple of months or so?
Yeah, I just wear a bikini and show my butthole.
Oh, dude, you're a man after my own heart.
200 Watt Studio says Farron is saying she wants to link Nick. I doubt it. Zalashi ZZZ Padme got the COVID jab. So she died. Childbirth. C4 Own says, don't worry, Nick. Edge Runners has tons of breasts, even someone with 3 breasts. Oh, they stole that. It's not
From Telrico.
Doobie McNasty says Star Wars sucks. Changed my mind. Why would I? Blacklist Universe. Fun fact: Ewan McGregor accidentally slipped it into his co-star in the sex scene in Train Spotting.
Oh, right. Oh, that's Kelly. What's her name?
What's his name was in that movie Nymphomaniac. Elijah Wood.
Oh, Elijah Wood. I thought it was Patterson for a second.
Did you ever see his thing? He's like, no, I'm ready to do whatever. I'll fuck anybody. It's like he's like, no, we'll do it for real.
Oh. Work dried up after the Lord of the Rings, I guess.
It's like, Elijah Wood, what you can't fuck anybody else? Like you have to get in a movie to do this? Beerlander says Bombadil is God on vacation. Correct.
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf. Oh shit, not
Elijah.
I defamed Elijah Wood. He's fucking men. AA says
Shia LaBeouf is mental.
AA says, aren't we all grown-ass men? Why aren't we the main character in our children's stories? Hanging on to childhood stories this late in life is cringe. What childhood stories are we talking about? I don't know. Like, if you think Lord of the Rings is a childhood story, Lord of the Rings is a story for literally everyone of every age to explore humanity, explore the burden of duty, explore relationships, explore all of the things you don't want to do but have to. Like that's what it's about. And it's about how fucking long it takes, how unfulfilling it is, and how at the very end some little fucking goblin tries to steal your thunder and bite your goddamn finger off. Like, this is a real thing. You have to deal with this shit in your life. Never. Next. Bad Dragonite. Best part of the prequels were the Duel of the Fates and the video games. No, the best part of prequels were when they ended. Track media only. Anakin Skywalker.
I'm not massively fond. I just think that the third one's the best of the lot, but I'm not massively fond of the prequels.
No, it's okay to be wrong, as. Track media only says Anakin Skywalker's true power was to cry about committing mass murder to convince a hot chick to screw him.
Not true.
Obi-Wan is holding me back.
I just killed a bunch of fucking children.
One backhand would have solved the fucking Anakin problem. Shut up, you fucking cunt. Right? Like that would have fixed it. Steve C. Hell, you're 1/3 of the way there. Might as well do the 24-hour stream you've been promising. No, I want to go to bed. It's coming soon. Michael Eustace. Yeah, at poor Az. He's a hostage. Blink twice if you're gay. Michael Eustace says, Nick, would you ever go on EFAP? Yes, on Wednesday I will. Heartbreaker 6. Thoughts on the Woman King? How many times are you gonna watch the Woman King, Az?
All the times.
You don't want to see Viola Davis looking like a man because actually,
yeah, no,
correction. That's just how Viola Davis looks without makeup. Did you ever watch How to Get Away with Murder?
No.
Okay, it's a shit show. Viola Davis is a main character. And they do all these dramatic scenes like throughout the show. It's like 6 fucking seasons, as. They do all these dramatic scenes where like she's sitting in front of her bedroom mirror, like taking her makeup off. This motherfucker looks like Harambe. I don't know how else to say it. She's hideously ugly. That was pretty horrible, wasn't it? Let me figure out a better way to say it. Okay, because that was kind of racist. Let's see. She looks like if I left tar out in Alaska and it hardened. That's what she looks like. Viola Davis looks like she looks like an abuse victim who denies it. There you go. Viola Davis looks like her husband told her to be quiet 3 times.
Viola Davis looks like Rihanna in Chris Brown's car. I think Viola Davis is a great actress.
I don't.
I'm like, I don't give a shit. I really don't.
What's the difference between Viola Davis and a Waffle House waffle?
I don't know.
Someone will lick the waffle.
No idea what that means.
I don't either. I just made it up just now. Drunken, self-writing jokes at 7 in the morning aren't a good idea, as.
How about fucking 1 p.m. in the afternoon?
That's the best time to be streaming. I'm streaming at 7 a.m. As I've been streaming all night. You're just streaming during the daytime. This is very basic of you.
At 6 a.m. yesterday morning, I did a 2.5-hour stream with Gary. I then went to sleep until 3, I think, in the afternoon, which
Tell
is
me more about
22
your
hours
nap.
ago.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I tell you. Do you know the first thing about my nap? The first thing about my nap, Nick, was go fuck yourself. That was the first thing about my nap. It was go fuck you, fuck your mum, fuck your family, fuck everyone involved with you in life. All right? That's what that was.
But would you fuck Viola Davis? No, you wouldn't.
Not my type.
Why is she the monkey queen?
The Woman King.
Woman King. Oh, shit. The Monkey King was that other Pixar movie or whatever. Was that Phil Collins?
That was Phil Collins. The Monkey King was Phil Collins. When he was in Genesis.
I just assumed Marvel was that racist.
I think the next Marvel film to come out is called We're Using Black People, but what are you going to do about it? Sorry, it's called Wakanda
What's the difference
Forever.
between Viola Davis and a punching bag? Never mind. When you hit the bag hard enough, the sand comes out. That's a vagina joke, ass.
I know. Composed. I am composed.
I'm gonna die. It's called The Woman King. Monkey King was a different movie. Why is it called The Woman King? That's a stupid name for a show.
Yeah.
Did you see her tweet out like, if you don't go see this, you're a racist?
if you don't see this movie, you're never going to see black women lead a movie again. I was like, is that a threat or a promise?
Oh my God. Let me not watch this harder.
I'm
my
sure it's a
God.
wonderful film.
Yeah.
Full of Eastern promise.
What's the difference between Viola Davis and a well-tiled floor?
I don't know. I'll message Nina and ask.
I actually care when I don't see a well-tiled floor.
Oh,
damn it!
Why you gotta be like that? This could be a movie that changes your life. You could go and you could just watch Viola Davis scream about how much she fucking hates men for 2 hours.
I already so Lady Rackets is she's
Black.
not OCD. She's not black. If she was black, I would be funnier. No, I think she actually might be black sometimes, like in her heart. And before anybody thinks that I said she has a black heart, I mean she has a ghetto heart. That's hilarious.
Not the way I saw it, but okay.
No, so that fucking shitty show, How to Get Away with Murder, back when it came on years ago, she starts watching this thing, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is garbage, because I'm a lawyer, and I'm like, fake, like this is the worst show ever. Stop watching it. And so I stop, and she eventually stops after I don't know how many fucking seasons, too many, but she has ADD as.
Okay.
And a lot of people who think they have OCD, they actually just have ADD, and they really like organization and order.
Order, yeah.
She cannot not finish a show.
Do you mean when you start it, or do you mean the series?
You start a series. She has to finish the series.
No, I don't have to do that.
No matter how bad it is. No, me either, because I'm like, hey, guess what? TV is gay, and I just turn it off. It takes no effort at all. Like if I was not watching She-Hulk for EFAP, it'd be like, oh, She-Hulk's on. Click, turn it off. I'll turn off the TV. I'll do anything else. I'll sleep. I'll die. I'll jerk off. It doesn't matter. I'll get cancer.
I'll make Viola Davis jokes.
I'll make Viola Davis jokes. So just the other day, she's like, I got to finish How to Get Away with Murder. I'm like, you haven't watched that in like 3 years. And she's like, yeah, I know. Like, how many seasons are there? I don't know. There are 6 seasons of the show. And she's just sitting there every day watching over and over.
She's wasting a life.
She has to. Her God cursed her brain. And she's like, I have to finish this show. And I'm like, why? Why would you do this? It's the worst show. It's the worst fucking show on the planet. It gets so stupid. It starts stupid. It gets way stupider. Anyway, I don't know why I started that, but it's true.
Do you know what is stupid?
What?
Sandman's not getting renewed for a second season on Netflix. And Neil Gaiman has said it's because people watched it wrong.
Neil Gaiman's problem is that his last name is literally Gay Man.
How many times do you think you've watched a TV show wrong?
Every time. I know that when I turn on a TV and I sit through any show, I have watched it wrong. As TV is garbage. It's been bad since we were kids. But we like to pretend that we're like, oh, okay. This is like a nice piece of shit. At least I can rub it on my teeth.
When you've been brought up on Blackadder and Red Dwarf, that's amazing comedy, dude.
You just read 2 racist titles, and I don't watch racist shows. Blackadder. What? As if
Red Dwarf.
as if black men have adders, like snakes, like giant penises.
Yeah.
That's very offensive. Red dwarf. Oh, the red man is smaller than the white man.
Yeah.
Natives.
I am massively racist.
Okay. Well, tell me more about it. Like, so you liked these shows?
Hey, by the way, Red Dwarf, when it came out, I think it came out in 86 when it first came out. And this show had 3 main actors in the first 2 seasons.
Three too many.
And 2 were black and 1 was white. This
Who
is
sold the show?
1986. There's never been anything said about it. You just imagine if it was just a show, a funny
Is
show.
that like the
with good actors.
100? I watched the 100.
No, that's CW. Red Dwarf. Wow. Have you not watched Red Dwarf?
No, I've never heard of it. I mean, that's not true. I've heard of Red Dwarf and never watched it. No.
You have to watch it. It is just incredibly funny.
Are there as many hot women as the 100?
No, it's all dudes.
Yeah.
I'm
going to label you sus right now. There's not a woman present
in certain episodes, but there's not a main female cast member until season 7.
Okay. So there's just eye candy in the background.
Well, it's not really eye candy. They don't have to do eye candy because the script is so funny. You're too busy just laughing at everything that's going on.
How many Viola Davis jokes do they have?
16. It's 16. Like the first 8 seasons, 9 seasons are great, and then season 10 starts with, why is Viola Davis is so shit?
You know what the difference between Viola Davis and 16 is?
No.
It's an abortion joke that I'm not going to finish.
I'm here under duress. He won't let me go. I disavow everything that he has said.
Please take your makeup off on camera one more time, Viola Davis, so I can remind myself what my nightmares look like. Jesus Christ. I love these 2 comments in the chat. Pupana says, never finish that joke. And then Jay the Jazer says, don't get it. That's when you've really nailed the joke right there, when that's the 2 reactions.
So I got it. Well,
guys, if you haven't figured out comedy yet, if you guys never laugh, it's okay as long as I do. Okay, next. We're almost done.
Fucking hell.
We're almost done. 20 more minutes. Vapor Troll Man says, dude, this video just came up on Police Activity Channel. You got to show or talk about this. Train hits police car with handcuffed woman inside. It's mind-blowing. Holy fuck. Lady Bethany says, you crack me up. I just got up to start my day. I'll enjoy listening to this live for a change. Have a great rest of your day. Look, I'm happy my poor life choices have positively impacted you. Dark Cookies, thank you for the donation. Blacklist Universe says Shad's brother Jazza has like 6 million subs and does art. 6
wow.
Million. 6 million seems kind of weak. Like, how long has he been doing YouTube? He should try harder. Maybe he should draw himself some more subs. Pussy.
I wish you draw me some fucking subs.
I'll draw you subs. Dark Cookie says, I live in Minnesota, so hit me up for a cannon. Like, I don't know how to hit you up. Your name is Dark Cookies in the chat. Email me or something, man. I have no fucking
Just drive
idea.
there and ask. I'm sure they know who it is.
Just drive around. Dark
You know who Dark
cookies! Dark cookies, where are you?
Oh, yeah, he's over there, mate. He's right over there.
Oh, geez.
You know, he's the guy by the cannon.
Where are we? Holy fuck, what is wrong with you people? Okay,
What do you mean,
nope.
you people?
Fuck you. Pope Raggeds Touch Me says, that was like Mufasa speaking to Simba. Oh, we read that one. Read that one. Read that one. Oh, see, it reorganized some of them. So I just had to refresh. Hold on. I'm almost done. I just have to find the new ones. Okay, here we go. Atticus says, I ate at a restaurant in the middle of nowhere today with my dad. And they said, we read that one. Fuck. Atticus also says, holy crap, y'all had Shadiversity on. You need to get him and Carl on the same stream sometime. Have the ultimate dad cast. Oh, speaking of Carl, we're going to do a painting stream soon. I need to respond, but we're going to do a painting stream soon, right? On his channel, I think.
We're going to do it on Carl's channel next. Yeah.
I'll respond to him when I wake up so we can set that thing up. Bad Weather Biker says She-Hulk season 2 was the last 2 hours of
It ain't
Nick's.
getting no fucking season 2. I'll tell you that.
It says was the last 2 hours of Nick's Thursday stream. Oh, you bastard. That stream was magic. Michael W., are you going to cover the Parkland shooting trial at all? The judge went off on the defense for resting without notice. It was great. Probably not. Probably not, because that trial's a weird trial. That kid, just put a bullet in him. He shot a bunch of kids at a school. Just take him aside and shoot him. Like, why is this hard? You're the government. Icy Brain says, I thought Drex said that Black Adder was about his great grandpa, the mathematician. Wayne Smith saved a loop at your 5-hour mark with Farron straight to the FAP folder. Look, that's up to you. Patrick Banks, okay, F the Space Wolves, scars for life. White scars are pretty fucking cool. Latino Saint Slant says, as jizz. Wait, is that Latino Slant? They're a G&G channel, right?
I don't know the G&G, but yeah, but it is the channel that you're thinking of. Yeah.
Okay, okay. 200 Watt Studio says, as Titania with balls or no balls?
No balls.
Lady Baldina, so just a dick, says, hi, I'm surprised.
I just want to love her for her woman penis.
Lady Baldina says, hi, I'm surprised you're still up. Me too.
So
Stop.
That makes 3 of us.
Why is it 7 a.m? Jesus. Eve Barlow's Rotten Crotch says, I remember my mom phoning me when the queen died. She said, turn on the news, but make sure you have a box of tissues handy. Wasn't my proudest fap. That man's a king.
I'm out for a minute.
Bring the smoke. Nick, only heathens stay up like this. What the fuck is wrong with you? Actually, your show's been going on too long already. We don't have time for you to answer that. Rayona says 7-hour show. Again, Nick, are all your streams going to end when the sun rises? No, they're supposed to end at 3 hours. Wait, Az left again. God damn it. Hoppy 182. Is this the last place on the internet where jokes are allowed? Yes. Dark Saber AK 10 out of 10. Stay savage, boys. Peter Pete, holy snap. I went to sleep when you started and you're still on. American virus is freedom. Getting rid of pew-pews because of people ending is like getting rid of bingers to end racism. Pope Raggeds touched me. What's green and smells like bacon? Kermit the Frog's penis. Not Heisenberg. What the fuck, Rackets? Isn't the sun coming up there? Oh, God, I hope not. Eric Wolfrick, girl that cuts my hair, said she wants to set me up with a coworker's daughter, described her as gorgeous and wearing her heart on her sleeve. Oh, she's wearing her heart on her sleeve because it's all of the diabetes from all the fast food pumping her heart literally to the outside. That's probably an external pacemaker making sure she stays alive as she huffs up a stairwell. Be very cautious, my friend. Atticus, the anti-melanin soap is real. It was made and tested in the 1960s by CIA, and the first test subject was Malcolm X. It was discontinued after he started calling himself Sean King. KC Schiffel. I'm curious to know if Az lost the plot when it comes to honest reviews due to monetizing rage bait. Prey was a great film and easily slides in the top 3 Predator movies. I'll ask him when he gets back. Sprite Cola. Prey was awful, easily as bad as the most recent Terminator. Az, have you lost the plot on your reviews due to rage bait money? Prey was a great film and easily slides into the top 3 Predator movies. And the next person said Prey was awful, easily as bad as the most recent Terminator.
Prey was not great.
Are you selling out for money, Az?
No, but I might be trying to entertain my audience.
So you got your dick out. Suzanne C says, vote Nick at the Grifties.
Because that's what they want to see, Nick.
It is scenic.
Think about that one. See it. Well, I mean, you can't drive around it, but
it's got to be a full landscape by now with all this Viola Davis talk. Suzanne C says,
she's kind of sounded the Ravel actually, and
before it was come visit Devil's Tower. After Viola Davis is now come visit Devil's Canyon. Suzanne C says, vote Nick at the Grifties, vote Duncan at the Cunties. Aussie Overlord, my literally starts in 20 minutes. If you're still going, feel free to dump the chat. Dude, I'm going to just die. That's what I'm going to do. La Rad.
I can't wait to get into bed.
Red Muyel. Oh,
I'm literally getting hard thinking about it.
20 more minutes. Red Muyel says, here's to you guys. Cheers. Thank you. Walrus Aurelius. Glory and honor to Blessed Sigmar. Watch Gurren Lagann. Also, sisters aren't frigid, you mung. Did you see this?
It was a throwaway line. Didn't mean it.
I don't know if you've seen this, Az. This is my Space Marine Primaris captain from Bandai. With a Yoko Leitner waifu pillow.
I fucking love it.
Because of course he has one.
Of course.
Of course he has her.
Of course he does. He's got to snuggle up to it at night.
His hand just fell off.
He's got to rub his hand down those titty bags. You know, imagine if they were there. Soft and caressable.
That's Yoko when she's 20. Stop it, you fucking chat.
Green heresy. Come on, kick off.
Sprite Cola says Nick is slipping on the Grifties. He's third place, unacceptable. Yeah,
Shit.
the top two people clearly are running bots. Like it's not even there's no chance. They're running bots, but it doesn't matter because the Grifties does not actually award the award based on the top slot. And they're going to be looking at the bot thing. There's a panel that actually votes from I think the top 10. So we'll see.
I'm not even in the Grifties. Like Nina's in the Grifties. I'm not even in the fucking Grifties.
Nina's in the Grifties?
Nina Infinity's in the Grifties.
She's not even building IKEA furniture on stream like X-Ray Girl.
I know. An X-Ray Girl, she knows what she's doing.
Tell Nina to build some fucking, be like, bitch, build some shelves while on her stream.
Yeah, and then like 2 weeks later after she's been doing it, she's like, shouldn't I be doing this on stream? And I'll be like, shut up. Just send it. Send the furniture.
I hate women, Az.
No, you don't.
No, I do.
You don't.
Because they're like, oh, he, shouldn't I be doing this? And you're like, oh my Christ, woman. No, only if we want
exchange between X-Ray Girl and me on the Sunday stream.
You're like, only if we want to be millionaires should you be doing this. Otherwise, no, if you want to remain poor, don't. God. Oh, monetize your simps, ladies. Okay, here we go. We're almost done.
Yeah, monetize your simps.
The last king of Norway. On a scale of 1 to shit-faced, how drunk is Nick? Oh, not anywhere near as drunk as last night. Not even fucking close.
See.
Phoenix Lord Asserman, thanks for streaming till the end of my shift. You're welcome. La Radmeal, I'm going to take another shot for you guys. Thank you. Ty Beard says, good morning, Vietnam. Hey, what's up, brother? Lisa Gordon, I'd like to suggest an old 70s sitcom. I never want to watch a 70s sitcom in my life, but Love Thy Neighbor. It cannot be shown on TV anymore. You and Drex should thoroughly enjoy it. It can be found on YouTube. La Radmula, I want a red dwarf. Fucking hell. Close. William Dixon says, I can't believe that Nick and Az are still talking.
We're talking.
I talk to this motherfucker forever. Yeah.
How many people do you think died because of this stream today?
All of them. Not enough. 70 Tam, as I saw your blinks, I don't know how to help. See, goody. Speaking of emails, send yours to ricada.org. He'll be sure to read every one of them. I will not, you fucking cunt. Icy Brain, I thought Drex said, wait, read that one. Atlas Knife and Tool says, I'll be at Twin Cities Knife Show in Bloomington, Minnesota next weekend. Come out and see some of the best knives you'll ever see, rackets. I have bottles of scotch if you want to have a drink with me. Holy fuck. Twin City Atlas Knife and Tool, can you email me about that, please? So I can prove to Lady Rackets that I'm not lying. Phoenix Lord Asserman, Space Marines are just a gay army preaching their love and devotion to daddy and their beloved brothers. You know, fuck you and your gay harlequins killing custodians. That was the worst written shit on the planet. Custodians could beat harlequins 10 times out of 20. And these harlequins come in, they chop off custodians' heads like they're abortions. No, fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, look, it's like high school night at Planned Parenthood. No, that's not how it works. Harlequins do not get to do custodians dirty like that, Phoenix, and you know it.
Do you know who plays custodians?
Who?
Henry Cavill.
Fuck. Okay, I got to pick a different army because I don't like this small dick energy. 200 Watt Studio says, as start up a stream. Let's go. Look, no. I'm just saying, as I'm just repeating what I've heard.
Yeah.
Have you heard the same thing?
What?
Small dick energy.
Yeah, I've heard small dick energy and big dick energy.
About Henry Cavill.
He's got to have a schlonger.
I've heard. I'm just saying, small arms, man, short arms. Like I'm just saying. Look at as. Look at him. Look at him as. Look at them. You can't look away. They're tiny. They don't make sense. You can't reach this life.
I can't breathe. I know how George Floyd felt now.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
Oh.
And you got on me. You got on me for making Viola Davis jokes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either. Next, 200 Watt Studio has started a live stream. Let's go. Kitty Bear, Stephen Paul. Prey is so bad the Predator committed suicide in the movie. Irresponsible Ghost. Adult Yoko really got drilled into the heavens at some point. She fucking did, and you know it. William Dixon, I can't believe that Nick and Az are still talking. Holy shit. We're almost done. Mike Browning 88, dude, when does Az sleep? Never when an American's in charge. This poor motherfucker. I'm like, hey, Az, you want to come on a stream tonight? He's like, oh yeah, sure, I'll join.
You'll probably be asleep though, but I'm just throwing it out there.
8 hours late. 8 hours later.
No,
Mike,
because it was 2 hours It was 2 hours before you were going to go live. So it's been like 10.5 hours since that
You
fucking
should have
tweet.
taken a nap before the stream, Az.
I did. It lasted about 3 minutes. That was it. I fell asleep like that for like 3 minutes and I woke up and I was like,
It lasted about 3 minutes is the title of my sex tape.
I'm
Ian
38
Mack
seconds.
says, "As I assume you've seen Bottom. Good
Yeah.
for the humor and for the no doubt Nick's comment on the show name." The fuck is
Bottom's
Bottom?
great. It was
What is it?
Rick Mail and Aid Edmondson. But of course,
I didn't even
Rick
hear
Mail
what you
has
said.
sadly passed away.
Ethan Flash says, you shyster, disloyal lawyer. You better be on Flashcast tonight, you figgot. I'll
Wow.
probably be on Flashcast tonight. Wrathchild. As you warrior fighting all night and most of the day, what are you, like 6-7 hours before Ricada?
What? Oh, I've been up now for 22.5 hours.
It's not even a full day, you pussy.
I have seen Chinese gold farmers die for less.
22.5 hours is how long it takes to put makeup on Viola Davis to make her attractive.
That's the next movie, 22.5 hours. It's just sat in front of a woman's dresser.
And when I say attractive, I mean attractive for Viola Davis. Which is basically like slamming your dick in a school locker over and over again.
Wow.
God, she's so
What did you ever do?
She's
Nick,
so fucking ugly.
Show me on the fucking Captain where Viola Davis touched you.
Okay, you asked as Viola Davis, no makeup.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
You asked.
We're not doing this.
As it's not my fault. You asked.
We're not doing this.
Look at it, as
she's pretty.
No, she's not.
Wow, dude, she's pretty.
You do not need to lie to her just because she's a woman.
I think Viola looks right. Okay, she looks a bit tired and she looks a bit pissed off and
She
she's
looks
looking at
like
me.
a bus ran over her face.
With the judgmental eyes of every woman that has ever been let into my fucking heart.
The
But other
reality,
than
though, you say those judgmental eyes, but as you have to realize she's looking in a mirror.
What?
She's looking at the camera lens and seeing her own face. That's the eyes she's giving you.
I think she looks lovely. I wouldn't bang her.
Lovely like a sack of ketamine. Mandy Karavichus. And I only mean that, like, if you partook in Viola Davis, you would just lay there in a K-hole wishing you were dead. Same as ketamine. God, I wish this is over. It's like watching a reboot of the Animaniacs. Like, you want to be happy that it happened, but you just can't.
It's when you hear that your favorite franchise is being revived, and then they say for a modern audience. Oh.
It's like you're wrecked for 2 seconds, and then you spend the rest of the night apologizing and say this never happens.
Why did you have to bring up that story? That was incompetence. That was incompetence, dude. And I didn't apologize. I
Look.
profusely apologized.
Dot was hot, as Dot was hot.
I
I don't know why you couldn't make it happen, but maybe it's because Yakko's sitting there on the other side going, "Oh yeah, get it, get it, get it."
Do you know why? Because it was in a hotel room and there was a guy sat in the cock chair watching. I can't.
We're
I
sitting
just,
here,
I
and
just can't.
you're
do
railing
this.
away at Dot, and I just can't get over it. In fact, I'd love to watch you pound away a little bit more.
I'm sorry, that's killed it for me.
Gonna need you to get that bad boy back up.
We're gonna have to get the blue candy out.
Mandy Karavichus. Nicholas Frederick Ricada. I just got up to go to the gym, liar. And you're still streaming? Go to bed. I'm going to knock you out with a frying pan. You can't knock me out with shit, Mandy. Phoenix Lord Asserman. Harlequins don't get to do the custodians like that. They did, though, Nick. See, they did not. That is apocrypha. I don't care if it's an official book. It's bullshit. La Radmiel says, "Oh, Ricada, toxic monger of the hateful brood says, it's nice to come home from the night shift and catch you live. Anyways, I'm going to head to bed." As
somebody just vomited in your mouth. Oh, sorry.
It's just a very healthy burp. It's just a very healthy burp, and you stop it.
Just swallowed it.
Look, it actually wasn't a drunk thing. I was just thinking of Viola Davis. God damn it.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Unlike half the women in my life, I managed to swallow. Fuck.
Wait, what did you just say? Sorry, I was laughing.
I managed to swallow.
You managed to swallow?
Yeah. Unlike half the women in my life. I forgot to swallow.
God damn it. Why would you say you're supposed to let me make the follow-up jokes? I can chuckle. I can just chuckle in a bemused fashion. But when you make the joke, it's so much fucking funnier. I don't know what to do. Okay. He says, anyways, says back to toxic monger of the hateful brood. Anyways, I'm going to head to bed. Enjoy the super chat, boss man. Hi, as. Laradmule says, "Oh, I can lay there for him." Atlas Knife and Tools says, "Email sent." I fucking hate email. I know I told you to send it to me, but really consider suicide. Just kidding. It's a joke. God, I fucking hate email. As
That's definitely one that
never want to be emailed in my life. Ethan Flash says, "Would you rather marry and sleep with Viola Davis or get date raped by Ethan Ralph?"
Definitely Viola Davis, because she looked lovely.
At least at least she has money, and with enough soap, it wouldn't smell so bad. That was a joke.
I bet Viola Davis smells like lilac.
It smells like what? Like lilac?
Lilac, yeah. Lilac and lavender.
Why would she smell like lilac and lavender?
Because I'm really just trying to deflect away from everything.
It's two very weird scents to pick. Oddly specific, if you will.
Maybe I like a woman that smells like lavender or lilac.
So you like Viola Davis and you want her to
Yes.
smell like lavender and lilac.
Yes. And then I want her to take all the makeup off.
No, you do not. You do not, as Stop it.
I wanted to take
You
all the
don't
makeup
want
off.
her to take all the makeup off.
All of it off.
Never.
I want you to take it off, and then
You
she
need
starts
a
doing.
belt
I said,
sander to take it
take
off.
it all off, Viola. Take it all off, and she starts doing this. And go, no, not the clothes.
Please keep the clothes on for love of Christ. All it is holy in his holy inquisition and word. La Radmule says, oh, I can swallow two. 200-watt studio says Nate is fully funded. I don't know what the I can swallow two is for. Pope Raggeds Touch Me says Viola Davis is the reason for the Taliban dress code. Welcome to the 24-hour stream, lads. And Renegenic says, can I send you some British mushrooms? Are they illegal in the United States? If you're going to try and send me something illegal, please don't. For the love of Christ, did you see what happened to FPS Russia? I don't want anything illegal. I do not want it.
Kyle. FPS Russia.
Is his name Kyle?
Yeah.
I thought Rittenhouse's name was Kyle. He didn't even think of FPS as Russia's name. But yeah, I think it might be. Dick Hammer says Viola Davis has a scent of coconut. God damn it.
Coconut.
Real quick, have you ever done mushrooms?
Never. No.
Don't.
No. Seriously, do you know why I would never do mushrooms?
No, I don't know. Tell me why.
I'll tell you 2 words. Amber Heard.
I thought you were going to say Viola Davis.
I was going to say Amber fucking Heard, but that would have been 3 words, not 2.
Oh, shit. Oh,
But I could
so
just
because
say,
she did mushrooms, you won't do them?
Whoa, look at her. She's a fucking psycho.
I'm not challenging you here.
So, I ain't, fuck it. No. I want, look, my body's deteriorating. I want at least to have my faculties.
I did mushrooms one time.
At band camp.
No, it was twice. I just realized. No, okay, so I did. So we were down in Jamaica, Lady Rackets and I, and they sold mushrooms, and they sold like these. It was like a chocolate bar, right? And there were 3 sections. And if you did one section, it's like, oh, you get some cool like high definition colors and stuff like that. If you do 2 sections, you get a little bit of hallucinations, like some fractal patterns and stuff like that. Okay, cool. If you do 3, it said, lock yourself in your room and prepare yourself for a good time. Right? As a patrician consumer, I took all 3. Right? Like I just and ate the whole chocolate. The chocolate bar tasted like mushrooms mixed with ass. It was so fucking bad. All I wanted was a Gatorade to wash it down. So I eat this.
It's just because all I wanted was a gay to wash it down.
No, not like that would have been better, but a Gatorade is better than a gay. So I eat this whole fucking mushroom bar, and then like I wait as that. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The 5 hours I spent on those mushrooms took a month.
Wow.
And it was great and horrible at the same time. Like I conquered civilizations. I built new ones. Everything about it was wrong and weird and fantastic. And I do not ever recommend anyone doing them. Don't do them.
I was in hospital once.
You're in the hospital. Okay.
I was in the hospital, and the nurse was about to give me some medication.
Mm-hmm.
And it was overnight. I was having like kidney stones and shit. My gallbladders, gallstones. And so I had to go in because I was prepping to have it removed.
Right.
And she puts me on some medication. And she says to me, as she gives me this medication, she says, something weird's going to happen now. And I said, okay. And she said, you're going to take these meds.
And my finger's going to go in your butt.
Yeah, I'm going to do some butt stuff to you. I was like, I'm okay with that. She said, you're going to take this medication. I said, right. And then she says, you're going to fall asleep.
Yeah.
It's going to make you drowsy and you're going to fall asleep. And I said, okay. And she said, you're going to have extensive dreams.
Okay.
And when you wake up, 15 minutes is going to have gone past, and you're going to feel as if it's hours. And I'm
Right.
like, seriously? She's like, So I take the medication. As she said, I get drowsy very quickly within a couple of minutes or so.
Right.
Falling asleep. I don't know what I dreamed of, but I distinctly remember having a dream, and it seemed to go on forever and ever and ever. And I woke up and I looked at the clock, and honest to God, 15 minutes had passed. Like exactly 15. And I was just like, this is going to be a long night.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really, really long night. Fell back asleep again, same. Just continued. Like time just wasn't going. But these dreams were going forever.
Now imagine that, but you can't sleep. There is no
Yeah,
sleep.
and then I woke up with a finger in my ass.
The difference between that and mushrooms is if the finger was in your ass, you'd like it. Oh god damn it. Okay, here we go. Laradmiel. Ooh, is anybody's tights tighter? Tights getting tighter. Compact Roan, I just got to school for OSHA class. Why are you still alive? Because I'm a fucking idiot. Jubs McGee, but does Amber also smell of coconut? No. Alyssa Ramirez says, don't do drugs, kids. Okay. Don't do drugs. Embrace tradition. I will never.
Tradition. They were taking opiates like they're going out of fashion, dude.
Will you fucking shut your mouth sometimes? Shut your mouth like Viola Davis when she's got no makeup on.
You need to shut your cunt mouth.
Renegenic says, they're technically legal here. What about psilocybin mushrooms in the US? Could the Fed extradite me? Cheers the heads up, by the way. They can't extradite you. I guess in theory I could get up with them. No, psilocybin mushrooms I think are regulated in the United States. If they're legal there, I can't say anything about them. Please definitely do not send me anything hilarious in the mail. I'm not asking for it. I don't want it.
Nigga, you gay.
I don't want any of that stuff.
That escalated quickly.
I'm just saying, like, I can't ask for it. I cannot request it. I cannot order it. That's what happened to the FPS Russia guy. Anyway, we're done. Holy shit. Can we fucking go to bed, please?
I was hoping to go for a little longer.
You want to go longer? Okay. Darth Vader.
No.
Why in the Kentucky Fried Fuck are you still awake?
Well, good point. Let's go.
All right, brother. Guys, Heel versus Babyface on YouTube. Check him out. Anything you want to shill say, whatever.
Hasn't it just been awesome?
Hasn't what been awesome? Tonight's been great because Viola Davis was not in the chat.
I don't think nobody died. Nobody died. They're just jokes. They were just jokes.
Someone probably did die from the during the live stream, but not because of it.
True.
But no, you're right though. It's just jokes. Like, it's okay. Words happened. Nobody got hurt. Nobody's actually hated. Look, I love Viola Davis. I wish her all the best in the world, and I hope she doesn't die of blood cancer.
I hate the cunt.
Very.
I mean, joking. I love her. I think she's awesome.
I actually don't.
I'm not gonna watch this shitty fucking King movie though. But
no, how to get away with murder was enough to make me hope she does die of blood cancer. Fuck that. Fuck her. I hate everything about her.
Massive. Yeah, cheers to the chat. I've been reading the chat for quite a bit, and the chat's been awesome. Thank you, chat.
Why are they
thank
still
you for
here?
the mods.
The chat, you have problems. You have Stockholm syndrome. You need to stop.
But it's Jesus Christ. I miss just talking to a normal human being.
I know. Sprite Cola for the people who couldn't sleep or those who slept and came back. Good night. Hang in there.
Hang in there, kitty.
I'm gonna go to bed, and it's gonna be great. Lady
So am I.
Rabbit's gonna
I'm
wake me up
deciding though
eventually.
whether or not I'm gonna have it. Right. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Right. I could go to bed. I could put my head on the pillow, and I could see if nature will take control, right?
Have you heard
Or-
of amphetamines?
Well, I can go one better, or I can crack one out, and then I could go into a I've just shot me wad slumber, which you do. But admittedly, that you're going to wake up from that 15 minutes later or so, and it's whether or not you can continue that run and just sleep.
I have jokes to answer you, but I'm too tired to tell them. Loren Mulio says, I'm down if she's down. You better stop. You better stop, you fucker. Fucking Down syndrome dump truck. You need to stop.
No.
She's probably good at bowling and making cookies. Stop it. Why would you say stuff like that, ass?
Why?
I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to end the show.
Why would you say that?
You did. I'm sitting here and I'm just like trying to end the show, and Az is here making Down syndrome jokes left and right.
I don't think I can crack one out about Viola Davis, but thank you, chat. Thank you for that. That's
You
cool.
know what? There's an easy way to make a joke about Down syndrome and Viola Davis.
Right. So I've loved this night, Nick, and I hope you have a good one. Take care.
You too, brother. Okay,
Bye for
we're going.
now.
Good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore and Lafroig. The spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we